In our top stories, Ramaphosa pledges safety for all in South Africa and a man pulled alive from rubble in Venezuela. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa says South Africa remains committed to protecting everyone from violence irrespective of their immigration status. He has also reaffirmed government's commitment to tackling immigration within the bounds of the Constitution while safeguarding the rights of everyone in the country. Ramaphosa, whose remarks come after the recent nationwide protests against undocumented migrants, was speaking yesterday during a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
The government of the Republic of South Africa is firm in saying that we have a duty to respect the rights of all people on our continent. And we also have a duty to protect all people who live in our country and ensure that they are not subjected to violence, and ensure that all of us, South Africans and otherwise, respect the rule of law.
Meanwhile, humanitarian aid organization, the Adventist Development and Relief Agency, says it's working hard to ensure that all undocumented migrants who are being processed in Cape Town are repatriated swiftly. Over 1,600 Malawian and Zimbabwean nationals have been stranded at the Home Affairs Repatriation Center in Epping while being processed over the past 5 days. The agency's country director Mhlonipheni Ncube says the undocumented migrants have been subjected to severe weather conditions.
What we want to do is try to make sure that everyone is off here. As you can see, the facilities are not conducive when it comes to sanitation, the weather, people are exposed. So we want to clear this place. So we have 19 buses that have left. As you can see now, we've got about 11 on the ground, and we've got about 20 more buses. With these 20 more buses, everyone can be cleared.
The ANC has thrown its weight behind the newly appointed Social Development Minister. Dinapole was sacked as Communications Minister in 2013. Parliament's Ethics Committee found her guilty of failing to disclose her relationship with a businessman who was awarded a tender from her department. ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula says people should not be punished after taking accountability for their actions.
Comrade Pule faced a process more than a decade ago. She was sanctioned by that process, and she accepted the consequences. She stepped aside before we even made it policy. In government, she was sacked. In parliament, she stepped down. She never served in any structure of the ANC. She disappeared. She did not want to be defined by a mistake in the time. She went back to the ground and worked to uplift thousands upon thousands away from the limelight.
Political analyst Sandile Swana has commended the Government of National Unity for the way it has handled issues including the country's energy crisis. The GNU was formed in June 2024 after the general election results. No political party got an outright majority. Swana, however, says the GNU still has a lot of work to do.
The GNU has been in office for about 24 months now. And the issue has been about arresting the failure of South Africa. So there are certain things that have been done by the GNU with a certain respectable degree of success. One of them was to stabilize the electricity grid. It's stabilized, it's not performing at the highest level to accelerate industrialization of South Africa. There's been a degree to which the logistics, in other words, the goods trains, has been improved.
And finally, a man has been pulled alive from the rubble in Venezuela more than a week after two powerful earthquakes hit the country. Rescue workers from 7 countries worked for hours to save the security guard. His wife says he was not hurt, but he had sheltered under a table in his security booth. The BBC's Vanessa Silva is in the Venezuelan capital.
I was able to speak with the head of the Chilean fire departments, the medical team, and he was explaining me how after 5 days of the earthquake, they reached this security guard and they were able to feed them through a channel like 11 liters in 72 hours of water and isotonic drinks.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa says South Africa remains committed to protecting everyone from violence, irrespective of their immigration status. Ramaphosa, whose remarks come after the recent nationwide protests against undocumented migrants, was speaking during a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. Cricket action, the Proteas Women's World Cup dream ends as England book a date with Australia at Lord's. And in rugby, the Springboks, they hand rising prop Zachary Porton the biggest test of his career. We'll find out more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start with two crash-ins on Joburg's N12, the Southern Bypass. There is one going eastbound into the Reading interchange. That's on your way from Oakden into Alberton. And another one, which is yesterday's truck crash between Camaro and Clip River Drive on the westbound carriageway. That one's still there as well. Neither causing problems, but just slow down on approach, please. The N1 through Pretoria looking okay. No sign of any backlogs into a roadworks overrun. And Joburg's N3 southbound, the roadworks there at Marlborough Drive have been lifted. Durban, a power outage around the Rossborough area, so the M7 South Coast Road junctions offline. Also the M7 Recreation, where you climb off onto the M4. Those traffic lights also out as well. Cape Town looking all right this morning. The major highways a lot lighter than you might be expecting. This Friday, this school holiday, so that's understandable. There is a crash in Elsies. It's on Ford Trekker Road at Holt Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:08. It's Friday, the 3rd of July. A very good morning to all of you that have tuned into the show this morning. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. This is the National Briefing. And as we close off the week, I think an important time for us to do some reflections as we get into our show today. This week, South Africa held its breath. Businesses boarded up, the police were mobilized on a scale we have not seen in recent history, and families questioned, should they stay home, should they go to work? And social media was filled with warnings, rumors, and fear. Many expected that Tuesday would bring widespread unrest. It didn't. But for all the anxiety that preceded that moment, South Africans by and large chose peace. I believe that deserves to be recognized. However, peace should never be mistaken for the absence of pain. So while the violence that many feared did not arrive, the anger certainly has not disappeared. In fact, if anything, this week has revealed something far more important, that the debate over illegal immigration has become the place where South Africans have poured years of accumulated frustration. Today we'll continue a conversation we started on the reality check yesterday, and it's about naming our rage. Can we say what it is that we are so angry about? Because we cannot solve what we are unwilling to name. That's the conversation we'll have at during the 8 o'clock hour. The reality check this morning is going to take place at 8 o'clock, and this is really to give us time to have the conversation. Many of you asked us to continue yesterday, but as we reflect then on this immigration debate, we'll also look at the government response. Now, some groups are saying that government underestimated the mood of the nation after insisting that it was never particularly concerned about this week's protests. We'll speak to the Forum for South Africa on whether that particular response matched the mood in the country. Will also help millions of South Africans in navigating the start of tax season. It says SARS begins issuing auto assessments. But before you click accept, there are important things that you need to check. And around the world, America prepares to celebrate 250 years of independence under one of its biggest security operations in decades. So that's just what you can expect coming up on the show. As always, we'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The numbers to dial, the studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. 0614 104 107. So part of the conversation we can start having in the lead up to 8 o'clock. Are we able to name our rage? What are we as South Africans so angry about? But I'd also like to take reflections on this week. What do you believe are the key lessons we should be taking out of the moment that we have encountered, the moment that we have been through? All right, that's a sense of what you can expect in the next 3 hours. Of course, Rob is standing by with your latest traffic updates. Zai has your sport, and Ntaoleng has your markets.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. So let's take a look at what's making headlines on the country's newspapers. Today's a Friday, so I'll start with the weekly, the Mail and Guardian. On the front page there, illegal weight loss drug floods South Africa. And that's really a concern about a popular drug that many in the country are using for weight loss. Yeah, it's interesting the conversations we've been having around weight loss drugs in the country recently. Those that are approved, those that are not approved. And I think there's certainly no denying the fact that there is a big need or big demand for these substances. But the question is, what is the safety behind it? And this particular drug is called retatrutide. Retatrutide, and it isn't approved for sale anywhere else in the world, yet products that are carrying its name are being sold across South Africa. And, this a man at a Joburg gym had to answer questions about where he was getting these products from. And a month's supply is said to cost about 3,000 Rand, and it's become one of the most closely watched experimental obesity drugs in medical history. And what they're saying is that some of the clinical trials have produced unprecedented weight loss results, and these are even bigger than what the likes of Ozempic, which is semaglutide, the likes of Mounjaro, which is tirzepatide. It's produced even bigger results than that, but it's still undergoing testing. And the question really is, how has it ended up on in our streets? How has it ended up in the hands of South Africans so quickly? The Mail and Guardian then also going with the Dinapule appointment and the outrage that has come as a result of that appointment by President Ramaphosa. And then on the front page of the Sowetan, Oscar's win won't stop SIU probe. So yesterday, the High Court basically making a ruling in favor of Oscar Mabuyane, but the SIU says it's finalizing its report into Mabuyane's alleged qualifications fraud relating to his Fort Hare enrollment. And the court has ordered the varsity to restart the review process of his admission for the master's program. So it's still really the controversy around his qualification, right? And whether or not he obtained these qualifications legally. And, you know, the SIU has long been running an investigation now into his master's degree, which was allegedly fraudulent. Yesterday, the matter was in court, and the Eastern Cape High Court has now declared that Mabuyane's deregistration by the university was unlawful and constitutionally invalid, and has now set it aside. Now, the university decided to deregister Mabuyane in 2021 from his master's program and ordered the university to start reviewing his admission. So there have been big questions around this, and it's been going on for some time now. You know, if you look at that, some of the first investigations, 2021. So it's been 4-5 years since this matter first came to public light. So I'm sure, you know, yesterday's court ruling provides a step forward for the Eastern Cape Premier. But the SIU, as you can tell, are simply not being convinced. And they've got a picture there of the Bafana arrival at OR Tambo yesterday. The front page of The Citizen this morning, they've decided to go with the migrants matter. Migrants, how to fix it, reads the headline. Government has a blueprint to overhaul the country's immigration system in place, and it seems to be working, with more than 35,000 undocumented immigrants either deported or repatriated since the beginning of last month. Home Affairs has especially jumped into action, but more is needed. So they're doing an overall reflection, of the intervention by government and just where we are. And they've also got there on the front page a picture of Springbok fly half Manny Lebok during a training session yesterday. And Lebok will marshal the Springboks against England in the Nations Championship opener tomorrow at Ellis Park. A Bok for games, it says. Yeah, so that's certainly going to be a big one over this weekend. And then the front page of The Star, Public Protector has now been asked to probe Tony Leon's firm. They've been calls for investigations into GNU ministers over their interactions with the PR company Resolve Communications, and that complaint has now been officially put before the Public Protector, and it's Action SA that has filed that particular a complaint. And you remember here, the allegation is that Tony Leon was using his communications company to try and influence ministers, DA ministers in particular, to not only organize meetings with their clients, but there's been a level of bullying, right, that is being reported in terms of how far, how open the ministers were to subsequently giving those clients business. So that's what's making front page news on the country's newspapers.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, your weather for this morning, we have a yellow level 2 warning for damaging waves resulting in localized difficulty in navigation of small warnings. Disruption to ports, harbors and beach activities can be expected between Cape St. Francis and Corsi Bay. Advisories, very cold conditions are expected in places over the eastern high ground of the Eastern Cape. In Pretoria, the weather's fine. Prepare yourself for a chilling 2, low temperatures, low at 2 and a high of 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, fine with possible morning frost, a low of 0 and a high of 16. In Vereeniging, fine with possible morning frost, -2 and 15. So it's absolutely freezing today. Mbombela fine, 7 and 21. Polokwane fine, 6 and 22. Mahikeng fine with possible morning frost, 0 and 17. Vryburg fine with possible morning frost, -2 and 15. And Bloemfontein morning frost, otherwise fine, -1 and 12. Kimberley morning frost, otherwise fine, -1 and 13. Uppington morning frost, otherwise fine, -2 and 15. Cape Town cloudy at times with a chance of morning rain and showers. Wind light to moderate northerly, 11 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is very high. George partly cloudy, wind light and variable in the afternoon, otherwise moderate northwesterly, 11 and 19. Ngqeberha fine, becoming partly cloudy, wind light to moderate northwesterly, becoming light and variable in the afternoon, 10 and 19. In Kugombo City, fine, becoming partly cloudy, wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, becoming light northwesterly in the evening, 13 and 21. In Durban, fine, wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, becoming light northwesterly in the late evening, 13 and 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. And in Richards Bay, fine, wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, becoming light westerly late evening, 13 and 24. And in Pietermaritzburg, fine, a low of 5, a high of 20.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Let's get into the global briefing. Well, the United States is marking 250 years. It's a milestone most nations would be spending united in celebration. However, America marks, wait for it, it's a big word. It's semi-quincentennial. I told myself I wasn't going to rush through it, Dr. Joan. Semi-quincentennial behind one of the largest domestic security operations in recent history. Dr. Joan Swart is a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. So we are expecting parades. We've already seen the missions of the U.S. across the world start their celebrations on the 1st of July. But of course, America won't be able to ignore that this milestone takes place in the background of one of its largest security operations in recent history.
Yes, Kathy, good morning. It's great to be with you again. And believe me, I wouldn't have tried it that would either. So the first point I would like to make is that we're all starting to realize that national security begins long before police or military become involved. It actually already begins with social cohesion, economic opportunities, and public confidence in the future. And as you know, there's big divisiveness and infighting and so on, unhappiness, both socially and economically in the US. So their concern, I think, is less about organized movements and more about unpredictable lone actors and copycats and individuals who become radicalized, either through personal reasons, online maybe, but often they don't belong to any formal organization. So we can ask what ultimately holds a nation together, and I think it depends on whether enough of its citizens continue to believe in a shared identity and a shared future. And that's exactly where things are going wrong in many places in the world. And I just want to add locally, we must really, every one of us must stop our divisive attacks on each other, online and in the streets. It only serves our enemies, those who wish us harm, and those who want to see us fail and break apart. So that's very important, to have cohesion.
Those are some really strong reflections, especially from a security context, Dr. Joan, and to think about how much of the world finds itself where South Africa finds itself, how the story plays out is different. But yeah, I think you've raised something really important this morning. So in Germany, the coalition has finally landed a sweeping package of tax, labor and pension reforms. It's a big breakthrough for households that have been under pressure, but one that has been made under the shadow of a far right that keeps gaining ground. So is this reform out of conviction or out of fear?
Like the same story basically in Germany. So it's the same kind of divisiveness. But I just want to add, in many places also we see the far right's appeal not really sticking. So I can just add that to start with. So yes, their reforms are not really about economics. It's more of an attempt to restore the political confidence in the government before that dissatisfaction changes their political landscape. Mertz's personal approval is only 26% at the moment. So only 26% of the public in Germany approves of his leadership. And even worse than that, only about 15% of Germans express satisfaction with the government's overall direction. And he rules with a very slim margin. His party only got 28.5% in the last election. And as you mentioned, support for the far right AfD, Alternative for Germany party, continues to grow. They are polling at around the same at the moment, 27 to 29%, where they got 20.8% in the last election. So they need to, and all governments really need to recognize that economic dissatisfaction spills over into political dissatisfaction, which is not surprising at all, because it's the government's place really to set the conditions to have a good economy.
Maybe, Dr. Joan, just to wrap it up here and go back to the story of the US. So 250 years, how do you think the the world views the US today. Do you think America is where it would have wanted to be?
No, it's certainly not. And the last couple of years didn't help. The last many years, actually. So we look at the Biden years as well. It just got worse and worse. But the world recognizes that the United States is still a superpower, and they still play a huge role in the global economy. So more countries than what we think, including South Africa, want to have sound and healthy economic ties with the US. Although the world has shifted more into a multipolar type setup where we've got rising powers now in China, in Russia, and many argue in Iran as well. But the US still is a dominant player.
Dr. Joan Swart, we're going to leave it there this morning. Thanks for your time. It's now 6:30 and Musa standing by with your headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the evidence gathered against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is set to be read into the record at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. The evidence implicates Khan in colluding with organised crime figures and interfering in criminal investigations. President Cyril Ramaphosa says South Africa remains committed to protecting everyone from violence, irrespective of their immigration status. Ramaphosa was speaking during a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the ANC has thrown its weight behind the newly appointed Social Development Minister. Dina Pole was sacked as Communications Minister in 2013. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A reminder of plummeting temperatures overnight. Early this morning in Gauteng. Just watch possible slippery road conditions in those normal susceptible places. Just take it easy if it's freezing where you are. It's very cold. -1 for some parts, maybe a little bit less in a fields-like scenario. A little bit of traffic now on the N3 North up into Bedford News, Galulis. Interchange Mike 1 into Crown, just slowing up. N1 looking really good. Coming out of Pretoria on your way through Midrand, no major problems there. Durban, 2 big lights out. Power outage in the Roxburgh area. The M7 at South Coast Road and the M7 at Recreation is offline as well. N2 traffic out of Toti just slowing up into Prospect and slowing up as well into the roadworks at Westwood Mall on the northbound track, and of course the R102 Ottawa through Phoenix being held up by the continuing roadworks. Cape Town, if you're driving LCs this morning, a crash on Holt Road at 4 Trekker Road. There's a lot of extra traffic on that route, avoiding both the roadworks on the N7 and the roadworks on Yipti Yaga. So right between those two work zones, you get extra traffic on Holt Road and still running into that crash and being held up. Also Durban Road, southbound at the N1 highway coming through Belleville, collision there as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning, Zai Kai. I must tell you, this one hurt, eh? This one stung. Proteas women falling to defeat.
Oh, it was
against
such a,
England.
Man. It feels like semi-finals are our business end, and that's where we end it. But I'm sure there's going to be lessons.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, but and the thing is that they were doing so well. I thought that it was coming home, you know.
Same.
I mean, I had already booked their accommodation.
At Lord's. Nochal. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, Kathy, for us, woke up to the news this morning. The dream has come to an end. The Proteas women, their third straight ICC T20 World Cup final over after a 40-run defeat to the host England. And South Africa made the perfect start with Shabnam Ismail and Marizanne Kapp reducing England to 3 wickets down inside the power play. But captain Nat Silver-Brunt 75 and Heather Knight's 58 transformed the contest with a 133-run partnership, lifting England to 169 for 5. The Proteas could only manage 129 for 8. So England advanced to Sunday's final at Lord's, where they'll face the defending champions Australia. Now, some good news, though, on this front. We've got the junior box. Although they were made to work for it in Tbilisi, Georgia, but they came away with a bonus point 33-5 win over the hosts in the Under-20 World Championship. Captain Siposetu Mbinamele scored twice, while Luan Jilomi also crossed and kicked 3 conversions as South Africa moved top of their pool ahead of the final group match, and that's against Wales. Let's hear from their coach, Foot.
You know, it wasn't a pretty game by any stretch of the imagination. I thought that Georgia managed to sort of rattle us a little bit, and we didn't really get into our shape. So we knew it was going to be physical and quite emotional, but I think that we stayed on the right side of the ref. You know, so that's important, that you can show maturity and not retaliate. And obviously, when the cards came, we managed to capitalise on that. So look, it's not what we wanted, and certainly good to get a second game under us, and just for maybe a little bit of not a wake-up call, but just to make sure that we need to sharpen up in certain areas.
And from there we go to soccer action. Portugal are through to the FIFA World Cup last 16 after edging Croatia 2-1 in an entertaining round of 32 clash last night. Portugal held their nerve to book their place in the next round, joining Spain, who cruised to a comfortable 3-0 victory over Austria. Meanwhile, Switzerland are leading Algeria 2-0, and this is their final round of 32 match. And also we have news from Wimbledon. The top seed Iga Swiatek cruising into the third round with a straight sets victory over Karolina Pliskova, while Alexander Zverev, Taylor Fritz, Elena Rybakina and Alex de Minaur also progress. Amanda Anisimova survived a deciding set tiebreak against Sofia Kenin, and Grigor Dimitrov completed one of the performances of the day with a hard-fought 4-set win over the Czech youngster Jakub Mensik to reach the third round. And finally, golf. Former US Open champion Lucas Glover and Zach Blair, they share the first round lead at the PGA Tour's John Deere Classic after both opened with 7 under par 63s in Illinois. That's your sports. Swing back for more. We'll have it at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Well, happy Friday, Ndauleng. Getting into our markets this morning, the U.S. labor market, it's lost momentum as the jobs growth begins to slow.
Happy Friday, Kathy. Now, yesterday, I spoke about Goldman Sachs' expectation that the World Cup would deliver a bumper U.S. jobs report. But that prediction failed to materialize, surprisingly so, if I do say so myself. June payrolls show the labor market lost momentum, with the U.S. economy only adding 57,000 jobs. That was well below forecast of 115,000 jobs. Now, the myth was driven in part by the leisure and hospitality sector, which actually shed 61,000 jobs instead of receiving the roughly 40,000 job boost Goldman had anticipated. While the unemployment rate edged lower to 4.2%, the softer than expected payrolls report reinforced expectations that the Fed will keep interest rates on hold, with markets pushing back expectations for the next rate hike. Then over in company news, Tesla delivered a record 480,126 vehicles in the second quarter, comfortably beating Wall Street expectations of about 403,000 and raising hopes the electric vehicle maker could end 2 consecutive years of annual sales declines. Now, the strong performance was driven by a rebound in Europe, where higher fuel prices, government incentives, and stronger corporate fleet demand boosted electric vehicle sales. Growth in China also supported deliveries, helped by the refreshed Model Y. However, demand in the US remained under pressure following the removal of EV tax credits. Investors are now looking beyond vehicle sales to Tesla's AI, autonomous driving and robo-taxi ambitions ahead of its earnings report later this month. And then looking at market action, the softer than expected US jobs report and a tech-led sell-off left investors cautious, with Wall Street ending Thursday's session mixed. Asian markets, however, traded mostly higher as the weak payrolls data eased concerns that the Fed will raise interest rates in the near term. That improved sentiment also filtering through to South African assets, with the JSE All Share Index closing 0.76% higher yesterday, while the Rand trades firmer this morning at 16.21 to the dollar, 21.66 to the pound, and 18.55 to the euro. And that's your market brief this hour. I'll be bringing you insight on local news moving market action just after 7:30.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Good morning, Advocate Mandula. Should I say refreshing morning to you. So today we'll start with Algeria. Algerians are voting for a new parliament.
Refreshing morning, it's Kate and Jumbo Africa to the listeners across the African continent. Indeed, it was parliamentary elections in Algiers yesterday, closing at 7 p.m. in the evening. Those elections very critical in the sense that in 2021, the voter turnout was very low. This time also it is expected that the National Liberation Movement will get more seats in parliament because the third of the candidates were blocked from competing in major regions, including the capital city, Algiers. You'll recall President Tebboune has been facing serious challenges since he won his term in 2020, his second term in 2024. So those parliamentary elections are critical, and election results are still trickling. Probably Monday or Tuesday we'll get the outcomes.
In Dar es Salaam, we're seeing the deployment of military personnel and police. It's ahead of planned protests. Now, what's interesting is that these protests are around last year's contested election. So 12 months on, there's organizing around this matter. Why?
Absolutely, but these protests, they are coinciding with the government-organized international trade fair. And secondly, you are correct that they are reflecting on the post-election violence of 7 July, meaning the protest is planned next week, and that's where the police are now already putting all the efforts to counter the youth protest that will be in Dar es Salaam, the capital city of Tanzania. You'll recall those elections, Samia Suluhu nearly got 98% of the votes, and that's where you have this commemorative event by the young people and the human rights bodies in Tanzania who will be on the streets next week.
We also have the UN group of experts releasing its report for 2026 on the violence that we are seeing in the DR Congo, and it's made some interesting findings.
And those findings are a bit troubling because they are now pointing a person of interest being the former president Joseph Kabila. We know very well, Katie, that Kabila has been sentenced in that country. His exile is not in the Congo. But this report, it links Kabila to the M23 rebel group, as well as saying that Kabila has been visiting this region in 2025 in May, having meetings, and that's where they are implicating Joseph Kabila, the son of the late Laurent Desire Kabila, for being involved in this conflict. And you will know Kabila will challenge it. He will say, but this report doesn't carry any weight because it is raising gross human rights violations that occurred in 2025, more than 789 documented cases.
Yeah, but also one always gets a sense that there isn't full honesty when it comes to assessing the situation in the DR and subsequently the M23, the role of Rwanda, and international forces, by the way. So I guess everything has to be taken with a pinch of salt when it concerns that region, Advocate Mandula. The ICC, the International Criminal Court, it's struggling to retain members.
That is quite true. And remember, this week we led with the story of Niger pulling out of the ICC. Now, remember, I said the Sahelian states, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. There's a concern coming from The Hague saying that is it to undermine the international justice. And remember, I said Niger and these two countries have said that the court has been used as a neo-colonial instrument against these countries. But others are saying, other legal minds and thinkers saying maybe Africa must define its own justice now, because what they have seen is that this court has failed to prosecute foundational crimes against Africa, from transatlantic slave trade to extermination of tribes, colonial exploitation, and ongoing neo-colonial extraction under the name of critical minerals. That's where they are raising their issues, is saying we are pulling out of ICC, but at the same time, ICC at The Hague lamenting why African countries are pulling out from this international court.
Can they get America to join first?
That's a thing, because you have many countries. Israel have not been part of it as well. So major powers are not part of ICC, but that's where the issue of selective justice becomes the elephant in the room.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into our historical archives for this morning. And today we're looking at the 3rd of July, 1990.
He said it's almost 36 years ago, and Pete, we could not get his audio clip. We have a text, we don't have a voice. It's like Sobuko, where you have a text, you don't have a voice. We are talking about Muntu Kamieza, who lost his life in 1990 on the 3rd of July. You'll recall Muntu Mieza being what they will call Ingelosi Yomhlaba, an angel of the earth. So others, they say he was a movement in motion, a mind sharpened by the struggle, a spirit tempered by truth. He was a Black Consciousness member, and I know this evening online, Azapo, with Comrade Zitulele Twinde, they'll be having a commemorative tribute to Muntu Kamieza. You'll recall him, when you talk of Viva Frelimo Morales in the 70s, he was very instrumental. And others are saying maybe he did not die a natural death. There was a political assassination. Probably an inquest will come. As you know, that there's a cry for THC Wakamashinini inquest. There's a cry for Sobuko's inquest. There's already an inquest open for Stephen Bantubiko. Asante sana Sisketi as was leading the Trouvization SA month, as well as the Africa Union month.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
SAFM. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a cold snap. It's a freezing snap across much of Gauteng and surrounding areas. Some of the feedback that we've been getting this morning from motorists out and about, and 1.5 degrees at Bedford View, -3 at Mooiplatz, that's Pretoria East, that's chilly, -1 at Bronkhorstspruit, Secunda 0, Real Field -5 in Witbank, but it's actually -1. The Vaal 1 stop, that's a -2. So very, very chilly conditions. I see Bloemfontein having a big freezing snap down there as well. Just watch for the possibility of icy road conditions in some of those freezing areas this morning. On the roads we go in terms of congestion. The Mike 1 now busy. Boyston through to Empire Road. N12 coming into Galilee is quite heavy. Queues from the Edenvale exit through that R24 merge as you're coming towards the Boeing Road Bridge area. Pretoria to Joburg looking okay. This is a Friday, so lighter volumes on the N1 South. Queues again down towards the Bluff area on the M7. This is a queue into Bel Air and Wakesley this morning. Heavy Ottawa through Phoenix as the roadworks continue in that section. And Cape Town, a crash on the Durban Road southbound at the N1 highway might just be holding things up for you out of Belleville this morning. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, we continue the conversation this morning. It's 6:50. So let's get into this story. Earlier on this week, we saw the country reach that critical 30th of June deadline. Over 900 arrests were effected this week, and we saw 121 marches take place across the country. The Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, was asked whether government is concerned about the promise of marches. This is who have said they'll protest every Thursday for the next 6 months. Her answer was, "We are not worried." Deborah Mashilumpane is National Leader Forum for South Africa. Deborah, you seem to have a problem with how the minister responded. Why don't you like that answer?
Yes, no, we are worried because she does not see the seriousness of this thing. Remember, the issue of marching and talking against illegal immigrants did not start this year, and then the 30 June date became in now. No, if you check even last year, there were marches even before March and March can announce that. Operation Dudula was busy with the same issue, and then at some stage also we joined in, and then March and March took this thing up, and then everybody knew about it. But the issue is that people on the ground are crying, are still saying, but they are here. They did not leave, these people. So what are we going to do? And then now the leader of March and March announced that there's a date. Every Thursday, people must march. So people are saying it's good that the date is out. But to expect that the presidency, because the minister speaks on behalf of the presidency or the cabinet, she's supposed to say, no, we are hearing what South Africans are saying, and we take them very seriously, and we are putting measures in place. But to say, no, we are not worried, it basically means to us, oh, no, we don't care whether you march or you don't. Because she says, there's been marches even from the beginning of June. There's been marches, even this one, there's no difference with these marches. But at the same time, they say that we put 600 million on the side. So these two do not match, because you can't say, I'm not worried, and then you say we have the 600 million specifically for the 30th. But
Deborah, was she not saying that she's not worried about the threat that may pose? Because that's really what the conversation around Tuesday was, that there was seemingly a threat to the stability in the country, to whether or not we would see violence. And now that, we're sort of over that, she was saying that, well, we're not worried about any potential threats, any violence, because we've been able to maintain law and order.
No. A posture. And the tone speaks. You see, the posture of the person says a lot. We don't want the minister to give a answer that has element of I don't care attitude. People on the ground are angry. People are still saying we are going to do something about these illegal immigrants. And then at the end of the day, the South Africans that are suffering. The ministers are not suffering because they are not faced with issues of illegality on the ground. It is the ordinary citizens that have been faced with this thing. These people are staying in behind the high halls. They've got bodyguards and so forth. They are not worried about somebody coming and grabbing their phones. But ordinary citizens are worried about walking on the street and then somebody coming and stepping them and taking their phones. So, but with them, it's not the case. So they're supposed to see this matter as a matter of agency. When the announcement says every Thursday we are marching, that must be a worry to the government to say what next can come. Because the illegal foreigners, many of them are still in the country, millions are in the country. So they're not thinking of retaliation. Because with us on the ground, we're thinking of retaliation. Because when these things happens, we are on the ground, we're hearing what the people are saying. We're also hearing on the other side of opposition to hear what they're planning. So that if the minister says that, it basically means we are not going to have a problem. We can put measures in place there for that particular moment just to protect ourselves, not you. Because when they do that, they're not in the township. They're not in the villages.
So Deborah, do you feel that government is moving on too quickly from the moment?
It's moving quickly.
Yes. Do you feel that they're moving on quickly from the 30th of June, from the threat that was there over the 30th of June, that now that date has come and gone, peace, security prevailed, and it's that they've just moving, they're just moving forward?
Yes. No, correct. You are correct in saying that. We feel in that fashion that they don't see what is coming. Like as I said, last year this thing has been happening. People being moved from clinics and everything. They took it for granted. They said, no, they can do whatever, but we'll arrest them. Even the president said that. To show that they never saw the seriousness of this thing. So they only focusing on the 30th of June. But they're not focusing on what is coming after the 30th of June. Because as I said, the opposition, the people that are supposed to leave this country are also planning. They're also planning their own thing to say, we are not going. Some said you are not leaving South Africa. South Africans must leave. Imagine somebody saying you must leave from your own country and the president is illegal in your own country. What are they blaming those people? Because to be in the country illegally, you're a criminal. So they've got criminal elements. They can do whatever they want to do. We are seeing killings everywhere. So people are blaming, and we know that these people, they come with illegal guns in our country. And then what more can they do to us?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Deborah. You've said a mouthful, Deborah. Mashilumpane, who is the national leader of the Forum for South Africa. So you heard there, they're not satisfied, not entirely happy with what government is saying and how government is ultimately responding to the post-June 30 conversation in as far as it relates to migration. All right, we'll leave it there. I see some of you are calling in. But first, I want us to do the story that looks on the tax season that we've just entered.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Let me welcome Andre Bothma, who is the head of tax at Tax Tim. So SARS has hit the ground running, Andre. Already 2 million people have been auto-assessed and roughly 8 billion rand in refunds paid, most of them without even having to lift a finger. We're expecting that by the 12th of July, around 6 million people would have been auto-assessed. What is it that we need to be looking out for?
Good morning. So with the auto assessments, the biggest thing to look out for is to ensure that whatever you've got, your RP5, your medical aid, your RA, that those documents coincide with the auto assessment that you got from SARS. But also there might be things missing that you've had in the 2026 financial year, which was March 2025 till February 2026, which the auto assessment might not have picked up. And we can talk about what those things are.
Please, let's do very briefly.
So it will be rental. You might have rental income, donations to a Section 8 charitable organization. There might be you might be a content creator or a consultant, and so all those type of income will not be on your auto assessment if you earn them or have other deductions like travel allowance and things like that.
There's also a brand new declaration alert this year. What is that questionnaire?
Yeah, so that questionnaire is the very first time that SARS is introducing this. So we at Taxim haven't even seen it on our site because for the moment, the normal filing process hasn't started yet. So that's only starting the 13th of July. And people aren't getting those questionnaires with the auto assessments. But according to SARS, if you don't do the questionnaire, you are more likely to have to submit supporting documents compared to if you do the questionnaire, your refund or your tax return might get processed quicker.
What's the risk of not evaluating the auto assessment, Andre? Because let's be honest, it's a lot of admin. So, SARS will ask, do you accept, you don't. And they say that they take your silence as acceptance, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, the auto assessment is considered by law a final assessment if you don't do anything. And so the biggest risk, I'd say, is you're basically trusting the government every year that this thing is 100% correct, there's no mistakes. But if you've missed things, if you didn't declare, SARS can go back and say, hey, you haven't declared this. But the biggest thing is you haven't fulfilled your own, I'd say civic duty. It's once a year, right? It's once a year to look at your auto assessment.
All right, Andre Bothma, head of tax at Tax-Tim. Let me hand you over to Anne Musa at the news desk.
OUTsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. OUTsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, evidence against Khan to be read into the record at Matlanga Commission, and Ramaphosa pledges safety for all in South Africa. Good morning. The evidence against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is set to be read into the record at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. The evidence implicates Khan in colluding with organised crime figures and interfering in criminal investigations. Khan, who was shot on Sunday in Houghton in Johannesburg, will not appear before the Commission. His legal counsel informed the Commission on Wednesday that Khan remained unconscious and heavily sedated following the shooting incident. Sibahle Mota reports.
The Matlanga Commission resumes this morning with proceedings relating to General Feroz Khan. Evidence leader Advocate Adela Hassim is expected to read into the record the evidence gathered against the suspended Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence. Khan has been implicated in the Aeroton drug consignment intercepted in the south of Johannesburg in 2021. An affidavit compiled by a Matlanga Commission investigator further details Khan's alleged relationship with businessman Mohammed Said and EFF leader Julius Malema. The affidavit further alleges that Khan shared sensitive state information with Malema.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says South Africa remains committed to protecting everyone from violence, irrespective of their immigration status. He has also reaffirmed government's commitment to tackling immigration within the bounds of the Constitution while safeguarding the rights of everyone in the country. Ramaphosa, whose remarks come after the recent nationwide protests against undocumented migrants, was speaking during a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
The government of the Republic of South Africa is firm in saying that we have a duty to respect the rights of all people on our continent. And we also have a duty to protect all people who live in our country and ensure that they are not subjected to violence, and ensure that all of us, South Africans and otherwise, respect the rule of law.
The ANC has thrown its weight behind the newly appointed Social Development Minister. Dina Pole was sacked as Communications Minister in 2013. Parliament's Ethics Committee found her guilty of failing to disclose her relationship with a businessman who was awarded a tender from her department. ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula says people should not be punished after taking accountability for their actions.
Comrade Pule faced a process more than a decade ago. She was sanctioned by that process, and she accepted the consequences. She stepped aside before we even made it policy. In government, she was sacked. In parliament, she stepped down. She never served in any structure of the ANC. She disappeared. She did not want to be defined by a mistake in the time. She went back to the ground and worked to uplift thousands upon thousands away from the limelight.
Political analyst Sandile Swana has commended the Government of National Unity for the way it has handled issues, including the country's energy crisis. The GNU was formed in June 2024 after the general election results. No political party got an outright majority. Swana, however, says the GNU still has a lot of work to do.
The GNU has been in office for about 24 months now, and the issue has been about arresting the failure of South Africa. So there are certain things that have been done by the GNU with a certain respectable degree of success. One of them was to stabilize the electricity grid. It's stabilized, it's not performing at the highest level to accelerate industrialization of South Africa. There's been a degree to which the logistics, in other words, the goods trades, has been improved.
And finally, 27 people have been killed in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv in Russia's latest attack. Red Cross says one of its key warehouses has been destroyed. It also says almost a third of 1 million units of humanitarian aid and equipment have been lost. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford reports.
Well, this was a very difficult and a deadly night. Many people killed, many people injured. Now, Russia is saying that this was a response to Ukraine increasing its drone attacks inside Russia itself, targeting oil refineries there. But the fact is that Russia has been doing this to Ukraine, killing civilians and hitting residential areas for more than 4 years now.
Recapping the top story, the evidence gathered against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is set to be read into the record at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Here's the thing about insurance, you only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. With Outsurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. It is soccer. Bafana coach Hugo Bruce says the bar has now been raised following South Africa's historic FIFA World Cup campaign. And in cricket news, the Proteas women knocked out by England in the semi-finals of the ICC T20 World Cup. We'll have details at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very slow on the N12 and R24 routes arriving into Galulis from Ekurhuleni. Looks like probably a crash or a breakdown before you get to the interchange around the Boeing Road Bridge. But both of those highways under pressure. N3, Elan's past Cement Factory into the works. It's up towards Van Buren. Slow going as well. Durban, Ottawa through Phoenix. Both the R102 and Chris Harley are slow. The roadworks very much continue there. The M7 towards the Bluff queuing again from the N2 highway down to Bel Air. Wakesy looks like being a busy morning on that section if you're arriving from the Pinetown side. Crash on your way to Polokwane in Limpopo. It's on the M1 before you get to the Nile Plaza. So around the Mokopane area, there is a backlog of traffic into that very serious crash. Cape Town, Durban Road over the N1 highway. An earlier crash there this morning has been cleared. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Great to have you with us on the show. If you've just tuned in, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Well, coming up in this hour, a landmark victory for housing activists. The Constitutional Court has ruled that the former Tafelberg school site in Sea Point in Cape Town must be used to advance affordable housing. It's reinforcing the principle that well-located public land should tackle apartheid's spatial legacy. We'll get into that court ruling shortly. And then the photograph that seems to have the country talking. Jacob Zuma at a temple in Haridwar standing with Ajay Gupta, the man the Zondo Commission named as the architect of state capture. And next to them, South Africa's own High Commissioner to India. We'll take a look at what that entails, and the International Relations Minister's words that the former president cannot run a parallel foreign policy. And we're also seeing a major shift in the fight against organized crime. South Africa's mobile networks have agreed to tighten SIM card verification with tougher registration rules, and those changes could affect the entire RICA process. We'll find out what to expect. As always, we'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The numbers to dial this morning: 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032, on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
It's 13 after 7 o'clock. Let's get then into our big stories of the morning. We'll start off with this. Jacob Zuma visiting northern India, describing Ajay Gupta as a brother and a friend. Now, Ajay Gupta is the man identified by the Zondo Commission as a central architect of state capture, and standing with them was South Africa's High Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal. Now, the Minister, Ronald Lamola, has ordered an internal investigation, warning that a former head of state cannot run, in his words, a parallel foreign policy. Dr. Kingsley Makhubela, former ambassador and director, Risk Recon, joins us this morning. Dr. Makhubela, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Look, the big question here is, Did anyone break any actual rules? Yes, Ajay Gupta may be a wanted man in South Africa, but were any rules broken?
Kathy, good morning. No, there were no rules broken. First, by the High Commissioner Anil to accompany Zuma. Anil has a responsibility because Zuma still enjoys privileges and rights as a former head of state. And Anil is expected to provide him with the diplomatic support around his visit. So Anil did what he needed to do. Jacob Zuma exercised, in my own view, a very bad judgment. He should have had the discretion, even if he's invited to go there, to say, no, I'm sorry, I won't be able to do that. Given, Kathy, the fact that there has been a lot of publicity around his relationship with Zuma and with Gupta, and allegations made specifically about the building of the very same temple, that it cost close to 100, excuse me, it cost $100 million, and that money came from South Africa and it was stolen from him. So he should have been very careful not to go there.
You talk about the discretion that the former president should have applied. When you listen to what he said when he was in India, he talked about how Ajay had been treated badly in South Africa. He was doing good work and he had effectively been chased out of the country. So those are not reflections that indicate that the former president sees anything wrong, number one, with some of the dealings Ajay Gupta may have had in the country. Certainly no reflections in as far as whatever the findings of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry may have been.
You know, Kathy, there are allegations against the Guptas, that Zuma and the Guptas and Zuma himself, that he should have been very sensitive to them. I really don't think he really understands his role as a former head of state, given the fact, again, that the Guptas are a fugitive from justice here in South Africa. There have been a bungle in terms of the extradition from the UAE, that he's definitely aware of them. And he shouldn't have, in my own view, gone there, or people who are advising him should have advised him not to do that. And I can tell you, Kathy, I know Suklal very well. If he had phoned Suklal to say, listen, I intend to go there, Anil would have told him that, would have advised him not to do that. I don't think he sought the advice of Anil. I think he went there without any advice from the High Commission, and he put the High Commission in a very tight position because they needed to perform certain functions, which they did. If they didn't do that, they would have been accused of taking sides given Zuma's political lenience at the moment.
The NPA says that there is no warrant of arrest for Ajay Gupta currently. It's a predicament of sort, isn't it? Because now at the same time, Minister Ronald Lamola has issued an investigation. He wants an internal report on, this entire matter. So what is I'm struggling to find the words here, but what is really the issue? And is it that there's now I guess a legitimacy of sort around the work that has been done post the Zondo Commission of Inquiry? And this visit almost seems to say, well, yes, that process may have been concluded, but until there's actual prosecution of individuals, everybody has freedom of association.
Well, that's where the question of discretion kicks in, Kathy. Is the optic of being engaged with somebody with such allegations that given the stature of the former head of state, he should have declined it. Minister Lamola was the Minister of Justice during the whole saga around the extradition, whether what happened in the UAE and so on. Let's leave that for another day. But on the basis of the reputation or the infamous reputation that the Guptas have created for themselves, and forget the fact that Zuma is not found guilty in any way, but he should have declined that, in my own view, to avoid getting his name entangled into this. He should have, it sends the message that indeed he doesn't care about the justice system here. He doesn't care about the monies that are allegedly been stolen by the Guptas from South Africa. He should have been sensitive to that. And given this high level of corruption in government, he should have stayed out of this thing. Wouldn't be talking, me and you, about him had he really stayed out of this.
Dr. Makuwela, has this not presented more of a problem for the state than for Zuma?
Well, it's a dilemma for the state because it raises the question as to what happened to that question of extradition. What happened if the NPA now says, well, there's no warrant of arrest? What happened? What happened to all the evidence that has been collected? They came from the Zondo Commission. So it raises serious concern about the ability of the state to act and act decisively against individuals who are alleged to be involved in corruption. So it puts the spotlight on the state. I just don't know, Kathy, what is the minister going to investigate? I mean, he should have made pronouncement. And of course, to be quite honest, anyone has the right to interact with anyone. If I'm seen tomorrow with a fugitive from justice, it's an issue. There was another case you'll recall a few weeks ago of this Zimbabwean who's alleged to be involved in some corruption in his assets were seized here, and he was seen together with President Ramaphosa in Zimbabwe. There's nothing really that in principle, and that's why the presidency at that time came out to say they did not know who this individual is. But Zuma knew who the Guptas are.
It absolutely is a dilemma, as you have said, Dr. Kingsley Makuwela. Thanks for your time. He's a former ambassador, director, Risk Recon. And maybe let's just bring you the words of the International Relations Minister, Ronald Lamola, in reacting to the story.
His presidential privileges allows him to have benefits and all that. How do we balance it with someone who is not supposed to represent the South African government? Because it was a bit easy in the past sometimes when the former presidents will no longer be fully in active politics. But it's clear now, former President Zuma is in active politics. What does it mean?
All right. So, yeah, I wonder what you make of that, right? Was President Jacob Zuma wrong to go and see his brother and friend, Ajay Gupta? Or is this more of a dilemma for the state and its own processes post-Zondo Commission of Inquiry than for him as a private individual? Yes, actively in politics, but private individual nonetheless.
Have you discovered the TV license WhatsApp yet? We see you, binging reruns, living for the drama, loving the SABC Plus sports replays. Now, paying your TV license fits the vibe. Simply say hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060. Get your balance, make a payment, or set up a debit order all in one chat. No queues, no please hold, just convenience that feels like it should have been here all along. Because every screen in South Africa is a stage and yours is lit. So why wait? Send hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060 and get your TV license sorted today. #your screen, your story.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists including Thandiswa Mazai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual art and children's shows, free performances, work that intersects with tech, the times and stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, for nearly a decade, the battle over the Tafelberg site that has come to symbolize one of South Africa's deepest inequalities, which is who gets to live in our cities and who gets pushed further away, has now been concluded. The Constitutional Court delivering a landmark judgment clearing the way for affordable housing at the former Sea Point school site and reinforcing government's obligation to use well-located public land to address spatial injustice. Our guest for this morning is Kyla Jane Hazel, a former organizer for Ndufunu Kwazi, who also worked on this case. Kyla, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So this is really a significant victory for activists like yourself who've been involved in this matter for over a decade, really, because it's been in the court for about 10 years now.
Yeah, good morning, Kathy. So this work started in 2016 on the Tafelberg case, so it now has been a decade. And I think that indicates it's indicative of what the litigation process can mean in a political campaign. And frustrating in a way that we've had to go through this long process and these years to get here. But we're incredibly happy, incredibly excited to have this result now.
Let's talk about what this judgment means in practical terms. How do you think it can be brought to life?
I think we really have to honor the women primarily, the workers from Sea Point who started the struggle before Reclaim the City and in Ndufunu Kwazi were even parts of it, who've been working for social and affordable housing in their neighborhood, the neighborhood that they call home of Sea Point, for a very, very long time, because they've taken forward something that will really shape the future of Cape Town, will shape the face of the city, and will hopefully lead to a future where we have a more integrated and more diverse inner city. So, what this really means is that we now have a clarification of the laws around both the rights to housing and the rights to land, so Section 25 and Section 26 of the Constitution. This has provided the clarity that location is relevant to the provision of social housing and to the provision of adequate access to housing, that for the government to have a reasonable plan when it comes to housing, we have to be including consideration of the inner city. And if you put that into perspective, Kathy, when we started this work 10 years ago, we were having statements from politicians of things like there will never be RDP in the city. It was not within the city's imaginary that sort of prime, well-located land in Cape Town city centre and its immediate surrounds was even to be considered for affordable housing. And I think the real win is not just that we've clarified the legal position and we've set a precedent now that will have to be considered not just by Cape Town, but with implications in other municipalities moving forward, that, that they have to integrate location considerations and considerations of access and the right to the city, the right to urban life and participation in the provision of housing. But also the fact that that sort of battle for hearts and minds has been won and that mindset has shifted.
Kyla, the irony, of course, is that this takes place when we are seeing soaring property costs in the city of Cape Town. Do you expect that this judgment is going to be honored, at least the spirit behind it is going to be fully honored?
I mean, we hope so, Kathy. And I guess that's always the question is, a legal victory is nothing if we don't put the political work in behind it to actually realize this. So we've got a long road ahead in terms of ensuring, first of all, that the obligation to come and report to the court with an update on what's been happening. Of course, this has been in court for a long time, and the court has requested that city and province come with a report on current plans, projects, and their current pipeline. And we'll have the opportunity to interrogate that. And so I think it's really important that people are active around that we ensure that it happens timeously, that we engage with what the plan is, and we make sure that there is ample opportunity for public participation in that, because another part of the judgment has emphasized that need for public participation when it comes to public land. And I think something that is exciting and that we can advocate for is that in the last 10 years, back in 2016, the narrative was that this kind of housing couldn't be built because there wasn't well-located land. We now know that that's not true. We knew it at the time, but we've done further research, and we've shown that there is land that's owned by all spheres of government within the centrally located areas of Cape Town, and that means that you're not subject to the kind of land values of the market, but that land is in the hands of government. It's a case of prioritizing it for the provision of social housing. And what this means, this case, is that they're now really going to have to consider the social value of that land before they can consider it land that can be sort of disposed of to the private sector to bring in income.
Kyla, we're going to have to leave it there. Kyla Jane Hazel, former organizer for Ndufuna Ukwazi.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Vanderbijl Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal will this morning rule in the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Emfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This is Janita van Rienen could see a second attempt to get bail. The evidence gathered against the suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is set to be read into the record at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. The evidence implicates Khan in colluding with organised crime figures and interfering in criminal investigations. And the World Health Organization says a trial has begun of 2 potential treatments for the strain of the virus behind the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Fairly decent-sized crash at Galuli's interchange on the N12 eastbound near the R24 split, but it's also having a major impact coming in on the high-volume N12 and R24 routes from Ekurhuleni. So you've got queues on the N3 getting off onto the N12 east to the airport in Boksburg and driving into that crash through Boeing Bridge up towards the airport split, and then coming from the airport and Boksburg, got a heavy queue through Edenvale on the R24, and the N12 already parking back towards Jet Park, certainly back towards Craft Road. So it is worth avoiding. Local routes are pretty open and flowing for Friday, so get onto those. Also, crash on Mike 1 South near Greyston Drive. Traffic coming from Marlborough Drive into Sandton. Starting to clog up into that. N1 doesn't look too bad. Out of Pretoria through Midrand. N4 going into Pretoria, queuing up. There's a stationary vehicle before the N1, so a bit of pressure through from Watermeyer Street. Durban, the M7. If you're bluff bound, there's queues into Bel Air and Wakesley Road. Also, Ottawa through Phoenix, very heavy with the roadworks to continue that side. And Cape Town this morning, not a bad run, a little bit lighter than, in fact, it's pretty good. In fact, the N1 from Belleville, the N2 in from Khayelitsha open all the way through. There is a clog up on the R300 North, just at the top towards the N1 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, Bafana coach Hugo Bruce, he's saying that the mission is clear. We must now win the AFCON Cup and then go back to the World Cup. The question is, where will he be?
You know?
In the middle of all of this.
Will he stay or will he go? Well, I love to know how we went from please Bafana, please qualify to win the World Cup, win AFCON, just win. And I think that's where we want to be heading.
Oh, okay. Did we say win the World Cup?
Yeah, we have homework. We have a lot of homework to do. Bruce has raised the bar. Now he needs to take it over the line. Please, whoever,
First we need to score. Can we start with scoring?
Talk about ambition, right? But anyways, let's go, Kathy. Let's go. We want to get this in the bag for Bafana, and I know the future is looking bright, especially with Coach Hugo Bruce saying we've raised the bar after guiding Bafana to the knockout stages of the tournament for the first time. The Belgian says the team can no longer be satisfied with just qualifying. Bruce, who has delivered on his mandate of reaching AFCON and the World Cup since taking over in 2021.
This is something that now for the future has to go on, because if you miss the next AFCON and you miss the next World Cup again, then you're again 5 years ago at the same point. Therefore, it's very important that it goes on now and that we even become better, because now with the experience we have from that World Cup, I think we will and we can become better, certainly, and become maybe play a more important role, certainly on AFCON, winning AFCON. I think that has to be now the next goal.
Let's go to soccer action. The FIFA World Cup round of 32. Portugal edging Croatia 2-1 to book their place in the last 16, while Spain producing a dominant display, cruising past Austria 3-0. Switzerland also kept their World Cup hopes alive with a 2-0 victory over Algeria. Now, cricket, the Proteas Women's T20 World Cup dream has ended after a 40-run semi-final defeat to England at the Oval. South Africa started brightly with the ball through Marizan Cup and Shabnam Ismail, but England fought back to post 169 for 5. Tasman Brits top scored with 51, but the Proteas women could only manage 129 for 8 as England booked a final showdown with Australia at Lord's. Good news for rugby, the junior box. Well, they had a bonus point 33-5 win over the host Georgia in the Under-20 World Cup Championship. Captain Siposetu Mdembelele scored twice, while Luan Shilomie also crossed and kicked 3 conversions as South Africa moved top of their pool ahead of the final group match, and that will be against Wales. On to some tennis action. Wimbledon's third round lineup taking shape. The former semi-finalist Grigor Dimitrov showing his experience. He battled past the 15th seed Jakub Mensik in 4 sets, 6-7, 6-4, 6-4, 7-6, and that was his comeback run on grass. Here's the Bulgarian who says he had to dig deep.
The match had everything, and I try to stay as focused as I could possibly can throughout the whole match. I think also the conditions were very tricky, especially early on, with the sun coming down, and it was also a little bit windy. Then they had to close the roof, so just a lot of different momentums throughout the match. But I was very happy that I was just able to control them as much as I could and play a very good game when I had to.
That's your sport on the National Briefing. Volley back at the top of the hour. For more, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Good morning, Ndauleng. So we'll start off with the road freight sector. It's facing a 100 million rand protest bill.
That's right, Kathy. The road freight industry is counting the cost of Tuesday's nationwide demonstrations, with the Road Freight Association estimating precautionary measures may have amounted to around 100 million rand. Fearing a repeat of the July 2021 unrest, logistics companies deployed additional security, surveillance, and disaster response teams, delayed deliveries, expanded warehouse capacity, paid overtime, and held trucks in secure depots to protect drivers, cargo, and assets. Now, some operators also increased dispatches before and after the protest to minimize disruptions, while cross-border transporters incurred daily holding costs of about 4,500 rand per vehicle. Although the demonstrations were largely peaceful and widespread damage was avoided, the industry says it still absorbed significant operational costs to ensure business continuity. Moving over to our next story, South Africa's policy uncertainty remained elevated in the second quarter, signaling a more challenging environment for investment, despite easing geopolitical tensions. Now, the Northwest University's Policy Uncertainty Index, which measures the level of uncertainty facing businesses and policymakers, rose to 81.9 from 77.8, well above its 50-point baseline. While tensions in the Middle East have subsided, the university says the improvement came too late to influence the latest reading. Elevated uncertainty typically discourages investment, hiring, and economic activity. The report says South Africa can strengthen investment confidence by accelerating growth-friendly reforms and increasing fixed investment, which remains critical to achieving faster, sustainable economic growth. Now, tracking equity markets, we're in for a thin day of trade, with U.S. markets closed for Independence Day, but we're set for a more positive start here at home. Precious metal prices are rebounding alongside a softer dollar after weaker than expected U.S. jobs report, that pushing expectations for the next Fed rate hike to later in the year. That's also lending support to the rand, which is trading firmer at 16.20 to the dollar, 21.67 to the pound, and 18.56 to the euro. Asian markets also benefiting, with stocks close to end the week in positive territory. And that's your market update for the day. I'll catch you back bright and early next week. I'm Ntawleng Lechala.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
From fuel prices to groceries and electricity, in an economy where the price of everything is going up, it's comforting to know that when you switch to Outsurance, you could actually save on your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 50-year-old Lawrence, who saves an incredible 309 Rand a month on his 2025 VW T-Cross. How much money could Outsurance save you? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, it's 7:42. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. So usually in this slot, we would be having our reality check conversation. But today, the reality check is moved to 8 o'clock. And that's because of the conversation we started yesterday and the responses from so many of you to want to engage a bit longer. And it was around the question asked by our contributor this week, Nomfundo Mohapi, asking us the question, are we able to name our rage as South Africans? What is it that we are really so angry about? Yes, there's the general sentiment of what has been expressed around migration, around undocumented migrants. But I think she's pushing us to do just a bit of deeper thinking around what is really driving the anger that we are seeing. And it's palpable. If you watched the images of the protesters this week, it is clear that South Africans are carrying a lot of pain. But what is sitting underneath that pain? Are we able to name it? Because you can't fix what you can't name. So we're going to have that conversation then coming up at 8 o'clock. And really, it's just to create more time to take your reflections, to take your views, and give you, as South Africans, the opportunity to speak about this anger, this rage. How do you name it? How do you identify it? So that will take place after 8 o'clock. That said, let me bring in some of your comments on some of the issues we've touched on this morning. Antonio, you're in the Western Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, to you and all your listeners. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to touch, I just caught the conversation as I'm driving now in regards to ex-President Jacob Zuma socializing with, known criminals and so forth. And, I think it'd be very difficult for any president, for example, Cyril Ramaphosa, not to do the same, because if one looks at Parliament, political parties that he socializes with, that he talks about, his allies and his cadres, most of them are also under investigations for corruption, fraud, crimes. So it'd be very difficult for our president to do his job by not socializing with these people.
It's a legitimacy question, isn't it, Antonio? I mean, one of our listeners sent a message, and I want to quickly read it out. And this listener says, morning, Kathy. Ramaphosa visited an alleged crook in Zimbabwe. And he's talking here about that visit that President Ramaphosa undertook to Zimbabwe to visit the president there. And he stacked millions of foreign currency in his sofa at Palapala. This week, he reapplied Pule, who lied to Parliament. The unemployed are at the highest risk under Ramaphosa's economy. So Zuma visits a Gupta who hasn't got a warrant of arrest, and you guys are making it an issue. That's MJ Kopitori. And it speaks to what you're saying, Antonio, that at the end of the day, what is really at the heart of this is a legitimacy issue, right? And how does legitimacy within the state by current state and non-state actors play itself out?
Yes, very much so, very much so. Sadly, I won't be able to call back at 8 o'clock for the further discussion, but I would just like to leave your listeners with one point. You asked all South Africans to name the pain and name the suffering that we're going through. And I've got one simple name: corruption. Corruption takes away from education. Corruption takes away from being able to stop crime in this country. Corruption takes him away from employment. Corruption, corruption, corruption. And we all know who is responsible for the corruption.
All right. Antonio in the Western Cape.
Thank you.
Thanks for that contribution. Denzel, you're in Morocco. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Kathy, I just wanted to say, man, the way things is happening in the cities there, in Pretoria, and here by us, it's so normal. We didn't even march here. Like this previous caller say, corruption. We as local business owners, we are paying levy every year. I went so many times to the tribe and I said, why is this foreigners not paying also a fee like we paying a fee? Nothing happened here. The businesses was just closed for that day. It's just normal here. Nothing is happening. And the people that's hiring from me, their asylum permits has expired. I was the only one that was closing and said, this is what the law says. And I even went to the police station. The police station said, Mr. Edmonds, you must just wait for the relevant people to come to site. They will sort it out. Let them open. It's just normal here. And this is happening because of the people are vulnerable. They are not working. Poverty is taking over here in our area. People are not working. When they approach somebody to put up a structure in their yard to do a business, they cannot say no because they are hungry. This is a problem that we experience here in the rural areas.
Yeah, Denzel, I hear you completely, right? And it's a question of if the relevant authorities aren't getting involved, what must people do? And especially under the current climate, right? It doesn't justify vigilantism, but the state must also be seen to be doing its part. Denzel, we're going to leave it there with you for now.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Kathy and fellow SAfm listeners, good morning. My name is Tulani Nzema in Croydon. Kathy, the president of Ramaphosa has decided to take Intel into his own office. However, he went to Zimbabwe, met and took so many pictures in different positions with a fugitive. How did the president and his Intel sleep on duty and not know this person that was a fugitive here in South Africa? Now people want to make noise about an Ajay Gupta who had his warrant of arrest withdrawn in 2024. And then we want to judge President Zuma for visiting his friend and brother, who is not even a fugitive for that matter. What are we saying about ourselves? Double standards, right?
Kate and your team, good morning. It's Kosnati speaking here. My sister, look, Mr. Zuma, as a human being, got a right to go anywhere he wants to go. It looks like ANC is the one that got a problem with Zuma. Because if they have a problem with the Guptas, they know in India why they don't go there and fetch them. Because they got a concrete evidence why they don't go there and fetch them, instead of criticizing each and every move of Zuma.
Kathy, good morning. This is Hein Weinhardt from the civil society organization, Cape Forum. Perhaps you can provide clarity as far as we have it. When a former head of state wants to travel abroad, permission should be sought from the current head of state. In other words, President Ramaphosa approves the international travels of his predecessors. And so what was he told in that application about the purpose of Jacob Zuma's visit to India? Thank you.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Fairly decent-sized crash at Galuli's interchange on the N12 eastbound near the R24 split, but it's also having a major impact coming in on the high-volume N12 and R24 routes from Ekurhuleni. So you've got queues on the N3 getting off onto the N12 east to the airport in Boksburg and driving into that crash through Boeing Bridge up towards the airport split, and then coming from the airport and Boksburg, got a heavy queue through Edenvale on the R24, and the N12 already parking back towards Jet Park, certainly back towards Craft Road. So it is worth avoiding. Local routes are pretty open and flowing for Friday, so get onto those. Also, crash on the Mike 1 South near Greyston Drive. Traffic coming from Marlborough Drive into Sandton, starting to clog up into that. N1 doesn't look too bad. Out of Pretoria through Midrand. N4 going into Pretoria, queuing up. There's a stationary vehicle before the N1, so a bit of pressure through from Watermeyer Street. Durban, the M7. If you're bluff bound, there's queues into Bel Air and Wakesley Road. Also, Ottawa through Phoenix, very heavy with the roadworks to continue that side. And Cape Town this morning, not a bad run, a little bit lighter than, in fact, it's pretty good. In fact, the N1 from Belleville, the N2 in from Khayelitsha open all the way through. There is a clog up on the R300 North, just at the top towards the N1 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK and 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, a comedy, children's shows, free performances and work that intersects with tech, the times and stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7:55. Let's move into this story now. Every SIM card in the country is supposed to be registered to a real verified person. At least that's what Rika promised. But we have seen fraudulent SIMs remaining the quiet enabler of much of South Africa's crime, whether it's the scam calls we get, hijacked bank profiles and untraceable extortion messages. This was never supposed to be the case. Nomvuyiso Paki is the CEO of the Association of Communications and Technology. She joins us on the line. Nomvuyiso, good morning to you. So many listeners, of course, recalled their SIM cards years ago, and we all assumed that the system would work. What has been going wrong? Why has it not worked?
Good morning, Katie, and good morning to your listeners. Thank you for having me. Essentially, what has not really worked is that there hasn't been much vigorous verification insofar as the SIM card themselves. And when I say verification, in the sense that in South Africa, it is required by law that wherein you require a SIM card, it's Kathy, your ID number, 85, whatever the situation is, and then you have to be verified if indeed it is truly you. Indeed, in most instances, you will find that that ID, it is the real you, it is assigned to yourself, but in some instances, there is fraud insofar as IDs of people. There are people that somebody might be Kathy, but the face is not yours. Currently, what we have done is to say the verification itself must be done against the database from Home Affairs. That is what we're doing.
Let's talk about the meeting you had with major mobile networks and this framework agreement you've concluded with the Department of Justice.
We have not concluded the agreement with the Department of Justice. The mobile network operators themselves have entered to a framework agreement after having had a number of engagements with Department of Justice insofar as concerns around RICA and the proliferation of SIM cards. Essentially, the RICA legislation currently, just to give you an example, does not have a limitation as to the number of SIM cards that may be registered against yourself as a natural person. And to this end, you'll find that there are a number of SIM cards that you may have recalled and you even forgot about at a particular point in time. So we, the members themselves, have come up with this framework agreement to strengthen that, to say a person, there can't be more than X number, there cannot be more than 20 SIM cards registered under your name. When I say 20, because before there was no limit, you could register up to 100, up to 1,000, up to whatever the number there is in the world. Recognizing that the SIM cards, what somebody would say, why 20? 20 is a lot of lot of SIM cards. You must recognize that we're living in a world of machine to machine, wherein people are using devices. Think of your car. Think of some people have smart vacuum cleaners. Some people have smart refrigerators. Some people have automation in terms of you can lock your house and arm it whilst you're outside the area that you're at. All those systems require SIM card connectivity. So that is why we have limited the number of SIM cards to 20. And that's the first part. The second part is we recognize that the family dynamic within the South African scenario is very complex, wherein I can have SIM cards registered to my children because they are underage, for my elderly parents. And if I may happen to have other people that I want to register SIM cards on their behalf because I pay for them, like the nephews and nieces, because of how we operate, we always have to pay for other people. So we recognize that.
Sure.
But the 20 SIM cards is not the maximum. You can apply and say, look, I have more than 20 people or 20 devices that I want to connect.
Nomvuyo, so the real challenge you're facing, right, is that there is formalization, there's verification on a formal level. So if you're buying a SIM card from a store in a mall, they'll insist on your diary, whereas somebody who's getting it from a street vendor outside the mall, that verification is not taking place, and the industry has not actually done anything about that.
That's where then we come up with this, where in the next 3 months, all our members are required to train their distribution chain, right? And I do not want to use the word street vendors because that's not only where the problems happen, because the distribution chain is quite longer. If you think about it, there is the so-called formal sector, people that will buy thousands and thousands of SIM cards. So we have given them a period of 90 days to actually go out and take the people through what is required in terms of verification, how to go against the Home Affairs data, the Home Affairs system, in order to verify that indeed that this is the person that, let's say, they check your eyes, they check your ID. So it's not something that will happen overnight. Yes.
Nomvuyo Bachi, we're going to leave it there, CEO of the Association of Communications and Technology.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Mfuleni fraud accused faces bail ruling and WHO launches trial for potential Ebola treatments. Good morning. The Vanderbilt Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal will this morning rule in the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Mfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This is Janita van Rienen could see a second attempt to get bail. She was arrested 2 months ago following the brutal murder of the municipality's financial officer, Martha Rantsofu, who had flagged the alleged fraud. Lerato Makola has more.
It is alleged the accused misrepresented herself as an independent agent who could assist residents obtain discounts on their outstanding municipal accounts. Victims would allegedly give her money to make discounted payments to the municipality on their behalf. However, the funds were allegedly never paid over to the municipality. Van Rienen maintains it is interest of justice that she be released on bail. However, the state insists she is a flight risk and that her address could not be verified.
The evidence gathered against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is set to be read into the record at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. The evidence implicates Khan in colluding with organised crime figures and interfering in criminal investigations. Khan, who was shot on Sunday in Houghton in Johannesburg, will not appear before the Commission. His legal counsel informed the Commission on Wednesday that Khan remained unconscious and heavily sedated following the shooting incident. Sibahle Mota reports.
The Madlanga Commission resumes this morning with proceedings relating to General Feroz Khan. Evidence leader Advocate Adela Hassim is expected to read into the record the evidence gathered against the suspended Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence. Khan has been implicated in the Aeroton drug consignment intercepted in the south of Johannesburg in 2021. An affidavit compiled by a Madlanga Commission investigator further details Khan's alleged relationship with businessman Mohammed Said and EFF leader Julius Malema. The affidavit further alleges that Khan shared sensitive state information with Malema.
Deputy Police Minister Castle Matale says different authorities at the Libombo border post have collaborated to monitor and take action against those attempting to cross without valid documentation. It is business as usual at the border post in Komati Port in Mpumalanga. Yesterday, he visited the border post between South Africa and Mozambique following recent protests against undocumented migrants.
I haven't seen a lot of movement for obvious reasons, that we just waked up from people moving away from the country into Mozambique. So we wake up, we can't have the reverse. But I'm not saying people are not coming in from Mozambique. They are. We are going to intensify the work that we have been doing around illegal, undocumented foreign nationals. But what we have been doing have not been enough, because it has even triggered a response of South Africans to march to demand government to do more. And their message was very clear on the 30th.
The World Health Organization, WHO, says a trial has begun of 2 potential treatments for the strain of the virus behind the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There are currently no approved vaccines or therapies for the highly infectious strain of the disease. WHO experts say the trial will take months. Here's the BBC's Anbarasan Ithrajan.
The virus that spreads through bodily fluids has caused more than 1,400 cases, including 438 deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The trial is being conducted by the country's National Institute for Biomedical Research, backed up by partners including the WHO. Health experts said the trial might require more than 1,000 patients to produce definitive answers. The outbreak began in the northeastern Ituri province, where more than 80% of deaths have occurred.
Meanwhile, President Cyril Ramaphosa has reaffirmed Africa's unwavering support for the DRC as it fights the Ebola outbreak. Ramaphosa, as the AU champion for pandemic preparedness, prevention and response, led an AU solidarity mission alongside his Congolese counterpart, Felix Tshisekedi, yesterday. Ramaphosa has stressed that Africa must strengthen local vaccine production and unite in tackling the health crisis.
South Africa remains committed to investing in African innovations and local manufacturing capacity. In this regard, we are supporting our manufacturer, Afrigen, as it participates in efforts to develop a vaccine against the virus of Ebola that has broken out.
Recapping the top story, the Vanderbijlpark Magistrates Court in the Vaal will this morning rule in the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Mfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You may not be able to drop the price of your child's school fees, but switch to OUTsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 36-year-old Jill, who saves a jaw-dropping 471 Rand a month on her 2025 Hyundai i20. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote from OUTsurance to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines, rugby, Cheslin Colby reaches 50 test caps as the Springboks prepare for an Ellis Park showdown against England tomorrow. And in soccer, Coach Hugo Bruce says Bafana's World Cup journey is only the beginning. The AFCON glory is now the next target. We'll have all the details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy delays into Sandton. It's a truck that's overturned on the Mike 1 going south just by Greyston Drive. Traffic's parked back through Marlborough and back towards Woodmead. Exit the Mike 1 at Woodmead. Get onto some alternative routes to avoid that. Very heavy getting through Galulis. A crash on the N12 eastbound near the R24 Airport Highway split now. That's backing you up on the N3 coming up from Germiston, the N3 south from Edenvale, trying to get through Galulis and into that N12 east. And it's causing an even bigger delay on the N12 westbound coming in from Jet Park with the onlooking factor, and on the R24 from Edenvale coming onto that N12 very heavy. Also southern bypass between Kamaro and Reading, so the N12 driving eastbound into Alberton, a crash there causing a big backlog of traffic across all lanes as well. Durban not having the worst run this morning, just the southern freeway going inbound, that's all clogged up from Umbilo, crashed in as you get up towards Victoria Embankment. The M7 bluffbound still queuing up at Bel Air Wakesy. Cape Town having a remarkably easy Friday, and to inbound looking good from Khayelitsha to the city centre. Is a bit of pressure on the R300 north up towards the N1, but that's about the worst of the highway clog around Cape Town. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock. It's the final hour of the show as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. And I guess we'll lean more into the conversation aspect of our offering in the final hour of the show. We're going to continue with a reality check conversation that struck a nerve with many South Africans as we tried to make sense of the fury over undocumented migrants. The question we were pushed to answer: can we name our rage? What are we as South Africans really angry about when it comes to this conversation around migration? Why? Because you cannot fix what you're unwilling to name. So we'll have that conversation within the hour. Nomfundo Mohapi will be joining us. But of course, the conversation really belongs to you. We'll be opening the lines. Why? Because you've asked us to do that. You said 5 minutes is not enough for you to name your rage. So we'll be taking your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
SPAR is giving you the chance to win your share of over 400,000 Rand in Superfan prizes when you spend 650 Rand or more and buy any 3 participating products. Like 2-liter Coca-Cola regular only. Buy 2 for 47, save 11 Rand. Or 80-gram Cadbury chocolate slabs, excluding bubbly. Buy any 2 for 36, save 14 Rand. Price is valid from 22 June till 7 July. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Smart business moves mean more cash flow. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Dr. Fahim from Matrix Dental.
We were with our previous insurers for many years prior to the switch. We found that OUTsurance really understood our business needs. We are happy with our premiums. I wish we had switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Thirteen after 8 o'clock. Well, let's get straight into it. Nomfundo Mohapi has been our contributor for the reality check this week. Nomfundo, yesterday, of course, there's been a broader theme that we've been touching on, right? And it's really about how the psyche of our nation and how we can de-escalate in points of tension, in moments of tension, right? As what we saw this week really reach in some aspects a climax by the protests of 30th June. But something certainly says that we're not quite yet over the moment. And yesterday you asked what is a very simple question, but the response to it has been really overwhelming, which is why we've decided to extend the segment this morning. Before I take our listeners who are going to share their reflections with us and try to respond and answer your question, is there anything you want to say? We will give you a chance at the end to wrap up your reflections for the week, but perhaps a context you may want to set for us.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I think just the thing I wanted to really highlight is that our conversation has been about appreciating that if we are to solve some of the challenges that we have, like this moment, we have to deal with both the hardware and the software of our society. Our default tends to want to focus on the tangible: policy, enforcement, migration, service delivery. All of these are critical, right? But it's really important to also pause and focus on the software and seeing what is happening at an emotional, psychological, relational and social fabric level, and not ignore these issues. We tend to ignore them because they are too soft, too intangible, too uncomfortable at times, because they force us, especially those of us that are in spaces of privilege, to face ourselves and look ourselves in the mirror. So this whole conversation is really about forcing us to enter into that uncomfortable space and engage. And they are very difficult and uncomfortable. And at times we don't even agree with each other. We are on the opposite sides. But can we sit with that discomfort of really hearing each other?
All right. Thanks for that, Nomfundo. So that's exactly what we're going to try to do. I'm taking your calls, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. And on the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. So, Muzi, you are in Secunda. You're starting us off this morning. Good morning. Can you name your rage, Muzi? What are you as a South African angry about?
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners.
Yes, good morning. Go for it, Muzi.
Kathy, I just want to open by this quote. It's a very big month. It's the July month. It's the Nelson Mandela month. I just want to open by this quote. Nelson Mandela told us that if the ANC government does to us what the National Party government did to us, we must do to the ANC government what we did to the National Party government. Those are very significant words, Katie. I think at the core of everything is that South Africans are angry at the system. South Africans are angry at politicians. for not being able to carry out their duties. South Africans are angry at the people who are acting badly to the anger of South Africans. We have every right, Katie.
Yes, Muzi, continue.
Right. We do not have any problems with South Africa, with immigrants who are legal coming into South Africa, whether for work or for doing business. We do not have a problem at all. But we are at a point where we are hurtful as South Africans because government is silent. Government does not do or say anything about this matter.
Muzi, do you believe that the ANC government is doing to South Africans what the apartheid government did?
Correct, Kathy. I sincerely feel that the ANC government is doing to South Africans what the National Party government did to South Africans. Look at it this way: you have immigrants who are asylum seekers holders. Some of them, they are students, but they're operating businesses, right? So we grew up here in South Africa. We knew that in a community, there's about, in a radius of five blocks or 5 blocks of streets, there's one shop. We knew that that is a Nkosi shop, right? When these guys came in, what did they do? They suffocated us out of business. First, with customers. Secondly, with lower prices, right? You get, in my community, there's about 10 shops in a very short radius. 10 shops that are owned by one person. You understand?
Okay.
We used to have 2 shops in the same community owned by locals. Those locals were suffocated out of business. We have grown up now. We are seeing it happening to ourselves. We are owning businesses, right? With the competition, we cannot compete with these people. Mostly, we cannot compete with our African products.
Muzi?
They charge way less than we do.
I'm going to ask you to pause it there. We've got quite a number of people on the line that want to contribute too. So let's try to keep those contributions as concise as possible. Edson, you're in Limpopo. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good, Edson. Go for it.
Very well, thank you. The one thing that I just wanted to say is one of the things that we are not looking at, and which perhaps we might want to look at, is our anger is. Okay. So what I'm saying is that our anger, at the core of it, is we just want to be put first by our government. And what the foreigners might not really understand is this is not really as much about them as it is about our government. We are more angry at our government for not putting us first. We are angry at our government in that we don't stand higher in our own country than the person that's staying into the same country. So that is what we are trying to resolve. And I read a very unfortunate response from the minister in the office of the presidency. I think it was issued yesterday. It states, we are not shaken by the march, even the second and the third march that is played. That is what she said. And I said to myself, when she says, or when the presidency says they are not shaken, what are they asking for? What are they calling for? Because from a wide perspective, if we take action and you say you are not moved by that action, you are actually saying we must intensify. You are saying that we must do more than we did, and I do not think that comes from a very good place. At the core of our anger, we don't want to be treated equally. Yes, we are equal. That is fine. But then if it's somebody that came into this country illegally, and I'm supposed to compete with them for a bed in a hospital that is bought with my tax.
Okay.
That I don't think it's fair.
All right, Edson, let's leave it there. Portia, you're in Pretoria. Good morning. Good morning, Portia.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, morning everyone, morning listeners. Thanks for accepting me. I just wanted to make a short submissions. One, what angers me is if you can look at generally in our government, the SARS, né, is the only function, according to me, is the only functional department in the government. All other departments are dysfunctional. Why SARS is functional? Because we are taking our hard-earned money. And then another fact is that angers me, né, is like the previous speaker has alluded, our government doesn't put us first. This issue of registration of grade 1 and grade 8, they put foreigners first. South Africans were out without space in school, and then when they make investigations, foreigners, kids, illegal to be precise, were inside with only an affidavit, one document, but from South African kids, it's a hell of a list of documents. If you don't comply or you're out with one, you are not registered. That's one example that shows how our government doesn't take us serious.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, I hear you, Portia. Thanks for that contribution. Portia out in Pretoria. Crispin in Durban, good morning.
Morning, Kathy. At one of the local universities, we did a first-year assignment on students writing family histories. The people marking this said, please, they were suffering. And what they were suffering from was just the extent of trauma that was being revealed. And nobody is talking about this except perhaps for your guest, Ms. Mohapi. So people had histories of displacement, histories of dispossession of their land, their property. People had been subject to so much violence, so many deaths in so many families. Now, people don't talk about this history, I think, because there isn't a space to talk about it. So the focus always goes on to who to blame for how we're feeling. And it's also a South African thing that whenever people say we're going to act decisively, what they mean by acting decisively is taking violent action against one or other group of black people. Every issue it is, whether it's crime, whether it's drugs, whether it's this issue of migration. And I see this pattern, and it has to be challenged as to why it always takes that turn. Why are people not talking about the power structure, the economic structure? And the other thing I think is they blame government, but that government is made up of, in a sense, the same people as everyone else in society. The same patterns are evident at a local level that you're seeing in the way government is run.
Okay.
It's not just the national.
Okay, Crispin, let's leave it there.
Good morning, Mushatleko, Wana Sisi Waka. No, the name of our rage is very simple, it's patriotism. And the only solution to this is for South African government to understand the cry from the South African citizens to say everything else must come to the South Africans before it could even be shared with any other person. It's a common thing, Keith. You don't need a rocket scientist to come to this type of a conclusion. Your people must be your first priority. It is as simple as that. Active citizen in Polokwane. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for those contributions. So we're almost at 8:30, but I want to then bring in Nomfundo Mohapi. And Nomfundo, I think, this kind of exercise is perhaps what a national dialogue is supposed to do, but I mean, one wonders if we'll ever get there, and in what framework we'll get there. But what can we do with this anger in the meantime. And I think the majority of people I've spoken to today have said it's actually because people don't feel that they're put first in their own country, that the government does not see them, the government does not care about them.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, exactly. I was thinking here that this kind of platform and the way you've opened it, it's exactly what the national dialogue should have done, to create spaces for us to share about these issues. And what I am hearing, Kathy, is definitely people saying that we have a leadership that makes us feel unseen, unheard. It's almost as if our cries land into deaf ears. We are dealing with system failures, whether we haven't been supported as small businesses or the education system does not support us. But when you want to take money from us, you actually do it. I'm hearing a frustration even that says that even when we do go and talk to you, your response is then almost like a response that does not appreciate, that fuels our frustration. So I'm hearing those pain, and then I'm also hearing, I think Crispin touched on that then it then moves on. Okay, we have all this frustration and all of this pain. Then let's look for a tangible, more visible, and easier to remove target. And then the illegal migrants become one of that. And I really want to be here. I'm not saying, I hear very well the issue of migration, and it is really critical. But if we make it the only thing that we focus on, then we don't put our energies in dealing with all these other issues that I hear. So the invitation that, Kathy, from my side, as I said, is that as we are dealing with this moment, we do need to not just focus. The hardware stuff, it's easy. It's easy for government to say we have migration policies, we are doing this, we are doing this. But what is the emotional? And the emotional undercurrency also has to talk about the kind of leadership that we have. The people that are responding, are they trauma carriers? Are they people that are able to calm the nation up? By the way they respond, they actually fuel it. So 5 things, Kathy, quickly. The first one is we have to deal with accountability and address these root causes in our country. We have to look at the unequal distribution of wealth, what Crispin talked about, dispossession of land, people's jobs not being done, businesses not working. We have to look at this because this is producing anger. And this anger, if it remains, it will look for another new target. We have to rebuild social cohesion, Kathy, and humanize each other. I like that at the beginning, I think it was it Muzi who initially said these guys, but later on he said my African brothers. Even how we speak about each other in the midst of this problem is really critical. So there's a social contract that needs to happen. And Kathy, the 2 things, I'm just going to combine them together because of time. The unfinished business of healing of this country. I'm not just, just an expert speaking to these issues. I work in a community. The level of pain, whether it is grief, it is dispossession, is not having jobs. There is so much trauma in this country, and we underestimate how it is likely to eat up the soul of the society. And that does not mean, and it's so critical, I'm not saying deal with the healing and then don't deal with justice. We have to also still deal with justice, but from a different space, Kathy. And finally, we need to reinvest in what I call the abandoned project of peace building. There are a lot of people in communities who are peace carriers doing amazing work. But after democracy, the people that fund and support this work started to focus on development. We need to go back and support those people to be able to do the work, Kathy. And in closure, I want to just say that we protect South Africa not by turning pain into hatred, but by transforming it into violence, de-escalating, justice-driven, and peace-carrying nation.
Nomfundo Mohapi, let me thank you for your contribution to this program throughout the week. It's just after 8:30, time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, police in the northwest say there's no evidence to prove there's a serial killer in Bui Tekong outside Rustenburg. Residents allege a serial killer has been dumping bodies in a nearby river. The Vanderbijlpark Magistrates Court in the Vaal will this morning rule in the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Imfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This is Janita van Reenen could see a second attempt to get bail. And Venezuela's interim president says almost every official in La Guaira state, the epicenter of last week's powerful twin earthquakes, has died. Nearly 2,600 people are now confirmed to have been killed across Venezuela. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We're looking at heavy delays into Sandton, and it probably will take a while for this sea to clear up. It's a small truck that's overturned on the Mike 1 south of Grayston Drive. Traffic all the way back into the N1 Buccleuch interchange. Just say they've got to get some heavy lifting gear in there, get that truck righted. That operation will keep lanes restricted for some time this morning. If you're coming off the N1 Midrand into Sandton, you could duck down the N3 Marlborough Drive across to sort of Kramerville area, go in that way. You could also come off the N1 and go down towards Ravonia and use Ravonia Road to get into Sandton. That'll work as well to avoid the Mike 1 from Buccleuch down to the crash at Grayston. Collision scene on the Mike 1 North near Smith Street, so heavy traffic through Crown. There's also a crash on the southern bypass, the N12 going eastbound at Reading Interchange. That's a heavy queue from Oakdean side. And that collision on the R24 N12 eastbound option near the split to the airport. Now it's heavy coming off the N3 both ways through Galilees out towards the crash scene. The N12 inbound towards that, backed up to Jet Park, and the R24 through Edenvale very slow. Also coming out of the airport, a crash on the R24 by Barbara Road, causing some delays as well. Durban, the M7 towards Bel Air and Wakesley Road has cleared. There were some backlogs there earlier this morning. It looks a lot better. The M4 Southern Freeway, that crash going into Durban Central by Victoria Embankment has also cleared up. And Cape Town, it's been a pretty clear Friday. You got a nice open N1 inbound from Belleville and a good-looking N2 inbound from Khayelitsha as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan. Okay, so this weekend is a big weekend. Box versus England showdown. And Cheslin Kolbe, he's going to be reaching his 50th test cap.
I like the word big because they said he was too small. Yeah, well, guess what? It's not about the size of the player, okay? It's about the size of the magic. So, yeah, let's talk about Cheslin Kolbe. He has a special milestone this weekend when he runs out for his 50th test cap against England at Ellis Park tomorrow. The double World Cup winner's journey has been one of rugby's greatest reminders that size doesn't impact the measurement of it. After years of being told he was too small for the test arena, Kolbe has gone to become one of the most dangerous players in world rugby. The 32-year-old has been central to the Springboks' golden era, winning 2 World Cups, a British and Irish Lions series, and producing some unforgettable moments on the biggest stage. Let's head now to Bafana. Coach Hugo Broos says the bar has been raised following South Africa's historic FIFA World Cup campaign. After guiding Bafana to the knockout stages of the tournament for the first time, the Belgian says the team can no longer be satisfied with just qualifying. Broos, who has delivered on his mandate of reaching AFCON and the World Cup since taking over in 2021, believes the next step is turning progress into silverware.
This is something that now for the future has to go on, because if you miss the next AFCON and you miss the next World Cup again, then you are again 5 years ago at the same point. Therefore, it's very important that it goes on now and that we even become better, because now with the experience we have from that World Cup, I think we will and we can become better, certainly, and become maybe play a more important role, certainly on AFCON, winning AFCON. I think that has to be now the next goal.
Let's go to cycling. The world's biggest bike race, the Tour de France, rolls off this weekend. All eyes on the defending champion, Tadej Pogačar. The Slovenian superstar is chasing more than history, but his great rival, Jonas Vingegaard, is expected to push him all the way.
I think that there's quite a few guys here that can aim for the victory. competition between me and Jonas, of course, the last few years was spectacular, I would say, and I think it will continue for a few more years, I hope. And yeah, we will see. I think we push each other to the new heights every year. So yeah, we will see how far we go this year.
And finally, Formula One heads to one of its most iconic stops this weekend, the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. The home crowd will have plenty to cheer, with McLaren's Lando Norris looking to deliver in front of his fans, while Lewis Hamilton returns to a circuit where he's enjoyed many successes, this time in a Ferrari. The drivers have described Silverstone as one of the highlights of the season, with its history and the fans, and the high-speed battles making a special one on the F1 calendar. That's your sport.
Zai Khan, Lewis's mom better be with him in Silverstone. We need him to win the race.
Because when she's there,
he wins.
Mum delivers. Hey, go mums. That's your sport. I'm Zai Khan.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl. Who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity? Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30, only on SABC2.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete the payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. No, Kathy. The government was scared and their intelligence was wrong that they have to use 600 million. There was no violence because March and March has been doing this, and we told the government that we are not going to break anything. So, but they failed. Now this Kubuzo Tabeni is saying, no, they are not worried. They were worried, man. Oh, heaven's sake. Kipule Orange Farm.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners. It's Francine Alexander. Zuma is playing mind games, because Ramaphosa our president went to Zimbabwe, met with a wanted person, and now the NPA says the Guptas are not wanted. So who's wrong here? No, the ANC, the politicians in ANC need to think before they talk. Because now Mbalula is talking all of the stories, but he forgets that his own president, last month on May, he was in Zimbabwe with the most wanted person in South Africa. What does they say about that?
Good morning, Caitlin, the team. You see this thing of Fikile Mbalula talking like they are president, they're provoking people. They say there was no shutdown, everything was smooth. There was no shutdown. No, the bomb is ticking. The people, don't make people angry. The bomb is ticking. They must listen to people. Azanda.
Yeah, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. And I think a lot of it speaks to the question of what happens next, right? And maybe the reflections also that have to be taken on by the state. How do the responses actually fan the flames, right? Do they inflict more trauma, as Nomfundo has taught us this week, or do they actually speak the language of peace? And I think what many of our listeners are saying is that the government response, especially the statements that they were not worried and that they were not shaken, that then is triggering, right? It's triggering for South Africans. Ngobo, you're calling us from Durban. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Thank you again for allowing us to heal. I really appreciate you and take my hat off, Chris Nomfundo, giving us words of wisdom. Two things, in fact, briefly, Sis Kathy. Before yesterday, I was angry because of failed governance in the country. Look at what is going on with illegal immigration. But secondly, failure of the ANC-led government. That made me angry before yesterday. Yesterday, I got heartful, Katie, because this ANC government is undermining us with their arrogance. Look what they've done. Bringing back someone who was found wanting, this Dina Pule, and defending that as if we are, undermining our intelligence. In other words, saying to us, we don't care, do what you may. You can imagine how many other ANC ex-ministers were, either they stepped aside or whatever they did, now are going to be in the queue wanting to come back to this government. We're sitting on a ticking time bomb. This ANC-led government is not listening to us. I hope someone else somewhere will tell them that ticking time bomb, if they did not realize what happened on Tuesday, that is something that could happen again. I'm not inciting violence, but I'm saying try the beloved country whilst we're sitting on this ticking time bomb with this arrogance of the ANC government. Thank you, Sis Katie.
All right. Thanks for that, Ngobo. Andy, you're in Emalahleni. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Kathy. Yeah, I just want to inform the public. I'm sure that most of the public members are not aware. You remember that case of Competition Commission against major banks?
Yes, the ruling.
Yeah, the ruling came out on the 30th of June, the famous 30th of June. And do you know how I found out? I saw a small caption at the bottom of the TV screen by Newsroom 405. But what I couldn't understand is when the case was done, it was done live on television. And it was broadcast live. But when the judgment came out, nothing on the media. But coincidental on the 30th of June, very interesting, Kathy. You understand? Secondly, are you still there?
Yes, Andy, I'm listening to you, yeah?
Yes. Secondly, I would like to console that family with the lady who was invaded in a shower. It's regrettable what they went through. The war was
Andy, that line to you not holding up, and I think it's important, right? What you're doing, acknowledging one of those incidents, right, where residents were going around demanding documentation, and there was a woman who was in a shower, and that didn't stop them, and just all of us, anybody being in that kind of situation, you can only imagine what it is that she was going through. So thanks for acknowledging that as well. And I guess, Andy, part of the criticism I would level is towards us, right, as the media. Yes, the week has been a busy one. There's been a lot happening, but certainly more should have been done on that Concord ruling, given how big it has been as far as conversations are concerned. You can remember, even the politicians at the time got involved, and it was about the rand, right? So we certainly could have done better on that. Anonymous, you in KZN, good morning. Good morning, Anonymous.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. I can hear you on the road. It's finally your turn.
Thank you very much. Please pardon me if there's an echo. I'm just on hands-free. I just want to comment on the discussion that took place earlier in terms of what are we really angry about. I would like to argue that we are actually, the issue around the foreign national sentiment is actually a symptom of what we as the people are actually going through. I think we are angry at the government, at the very greedy, selfish, and the self-serving government that is actually leading us today. I would give an example to say, whenever there are opportunities, it is evident that most of those opportunities go to the people that are actually close to the leadership, close to the officials, close to the politicians. And people see this, and people realize this, and this angers people. Opportunities in terms of small businesses, they will talk about monies and funding that is out there. You don't see the outcome. You don't see where does this actually go to. Opportunities of employment, when they say we are going to be employing young people, I can give example as a matter of fact where you find politically connected individuals that actually get opportunities there. Some of them, if you can look closely, would say, actually, this individual does not even meet those minimum requirements. That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm just really angry at the self-serving, selfish, and the greedy leadership.
Sure. All right, Anonymous, thanks for that. Yeah, Willie in Bakersdale, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Kathy, we are a bleeding and an angry nation, to be quite honest. Our leaders recently, one of the leaders once said the South Africans are lazy. Kathy, how do you become a lazy a patriot of South Africa to compete with somebody wherein the payment that you're supposed to get is 10,000 and somebody whom is an illegal immigrant, they are willing to accept 4,000 or 3,000, 10,000 that is supposed to pay one person, and it is unable to be divided into three people. Somebody has the audacity to can stand up and say that the South Africans are lazy. And everything that is happening in this country, it is politically enabled. We've got this illegal mining that is taking place. We've got South African parents to fund public schools, public hospitals, everything. It is like it's too much. In the locations, the villages, the Somalis, the Pakistanis, all these mostly foreign nationals have infiltrated. We can't breathe. So, like hence I'm saying everything is political. If ever the government wanted to make a change, we would have long dealt with this drug issue. Most of the parents, we can't even most of our brothers and sisters are dying on the streets because of these drugs. These people are bringing drugs so that they can kill the youth. And once you kill the youth of every of a nation, you are done with that particular nation. There is no willing the government that is willing to can stand and say that how do we control and protect our children? The rehabilitation center to do much as long as because these drugs they come in large numbers. Look at the Fisoktola program. It's like you realize that program it's making an awareness, but the government is saying nothing about that.
Okay, all right. Willie, unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave it there. But yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. And, Willie says that we can't breathe. We can't breathe. Yeah, one certainly hopes that there are points of reflection that our leaders will have, right? When you hear the things that South Africans are saying. I certainly hope so. Thank you all for your calls and your engagement throughout the show, but I think also throughout the week. I certainly hope that we've provided a moment, yes, not enough, but certainly a moment for you to exhale and for us to really confront some of the things, and uncomfortable as it might be. Robin, your final traffic update for the week. By the way,
for the morning.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, Rob.
Yes.
I'm not looking forward to going outside. Today is absolutely freezing.
It is, isn't it? Just an extra top or something, extra pair of tracksuit pants, something like that. Maybe a dressing gown.
That's me every day, Rob. Now I just
At
need
the
to
shops.
I need to get a blanket jacket. Does somebody
Yeah,
know where I
blanket
can get
jacket.
a blanket jacket?
A blanket jacket, full body type. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, it has been cold this morning. Hopefully it's warming up where you are. Good morning. It's been a busy one around Gauteng, particularly Joburg. We'll blame it on the cold weather. Crash on the N12 going eastbound from Kamaro to Reading Interchange. That's still quite heavy. Crash near the N12 R24 merge, Edenvale area. So N12 coming through from Boxburg. Big queues from Jet Park Craft Road in towards Galulis. Big queues on the N3 North from Germiston up into Galulis and on that ramp to the N12 East towards the crash of the R24 split. Also, if you're leaving the airport, a collision on the R24 Joburg bound at Barber Road. That's ahead of the mess that you're going to hit down at Galulis as well. So well worth avoiding the R24 particularly. And overturned truck on the Mike 1 South at Greyston Drive, still pushing a heavy queue back to Woodmead. Come off at Woodmead, look for some alternative routes either side of the highway will get you through nicely. Pretoria through Joburg Mid-Rand section looking okay today. Another crash at Cliffdale. We had a couple yesterday. This one's on the Durban bound carriageway. All lanes are currently obstructed. So if you're driving to Durban, coming down from Pietermaritzburg, just south of the Hammersdale area, you'll get a big backlog of vehicular traffic, trucks and vehicles stuck into that. Ottawa through Phoenix, still very busy as the roadworks continue on the R102. And Cape Town side, the second collision this morning on Durban Road at the N1 Highway Bridge. We had one earlier this morning coming south from Belleville across the highway. There's a bit of congestion around that scene. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our Built in Mzansi segment where we highlight the South Africans that are making a difference, right, in the work that they're doing every single day. And these are also South Africans that give us reason to hope in our country, that help us see that perhaps it's not all doom and gloom. Why? Because we've been called to shine as South Africa, right? Let me welcome Dr. Nehemiah Latola, who's a phytochemist and a postdoctoral research fellow at Nelson Mandela University. Now, the work that he's been doing is around impacting African communities, and this is through the integration of traditional and modern medicine. Nehemiah, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. So let's speak then about the work you've been doing and how you're aiming to create affordable and culturally relevant treatments to combat breast cancer.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your audience. Thank you for having me on such an uplifting section. The work that we are doing is really trying to go back to our ways of doing things as Africans, particularly as South Africans. And we're looking at it from a perspective of plant treatments to treat breast cancer. But I think what's so innovative about what we are doing is our approach, where we are adopting this approach of co-creating with community. And I realize a lot of the work then has nothing to do with the science, but more about building trust with communities. So we have agreements with traditional healers, associations in the city, in Port Elizabeth, in Gqeberha, where I'm based. And we are working towards finding these contextual treatments that are contextually relevant, but also create equity for these bodies that they are able to own this information.
You know, Nehemiah, one of the things we've seen, especially when it comes to the treatment of diseases such as cancer, you know, there's what those in the science field say, right? And it's all about modern medicine. And that has created a hierarchy of sort in terms of what people turn to as mechanisms for healing when facing such chronic illnesses.
Oh, definitely. There's definitely the hierarchy of quote unquote Western sciences or modern sciences and our indigenous knowledge systems. Our approach is very radical in a way that we believe that these are actually complementary frameworks, right? And so a lot of the medicines that we are taking are actually complementary to the Western medicines. They have protective properties on a cellular level where they actually work in tandem or synergistically with this. And the research that we are doing is really shining a light that this is possible and this should be explored more.
And how are you finding to be people's response to it? Because you're saying that we have to have healthcare that is culturally conscious.
Yes. I think that in South Africa, I know at the university I'm currently at Nelson Mandela University, we recently opened a medical school, I think 4 years or 5 years ago. And the mandate of the medical school there is to integrate culturally conscious or cultural ways of doing into the medical system. And so we have partnered with them in this project. And I think there's various examples in other countries like China and India where these ways have been integrated and are used in tandem. And I think we can learn from them as South Africans and move towards that to become more culturally conscious about how we treat illness and disease.
Dr. Nehemiah Latola, a phytochemist and a postdoctoral research fellow at Nelson Mandela University. And of course, if the treatment program makes sense and is culturally sensitive, it means that people will actually take up treatment and stay on it longer. So the opportunity to save lives just increases so much more. That's why we leave it on the national briefing. Up next is the daily discourse, but perhaps let's leave you just with something to lift your day.
Faced a process more than a decade ago. She was sanctioned by that process and she accepted the consequences. She stepped aside before we even made it policy. In government, she was sacked. In parliament, she stepped down. She did not want to be defined by a mistake in the time. She went back to the ground and worked to uplift thousands upon thousands away from the limelight. That is what accountability looks like.
In our top stories, claims of a serial killer in the northwest ruled out and Mfuleni fraud accused faces bail ruling. Good morning. Police in the northwest say there's no evidence to prove there's a serial killer in Boitokong outside Rustenburg. Residents allege a serial killer has been dumping bodies in a nearby river. 5 bodies have been found. Provincial Acting Police Commissioner Rhino Naidu says post-mortem results show most victims died due to drowning.
At this stage, as I indicated, the cases are being pulled together mainly because of the location and similarities of issues. We have not yet found any evidence to indicate that there is a serial killer or if they were all murders. So the fact that we're pooling it together, should there be any commonalities or any forensic evidence that links these to indicate that there is a serial killer. But at this stage, nothing to suggest that it is a serial killer. But I understand the timelines and the location, it drives the concerns of the community.
The Vanderbijl Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal will this morning rule in the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Imfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This is Janita van Reenen Kutsia's second attempt to get bail. She was arrested 2 months ago following the brutal murder of the municipality's financial officer, Martha Rantsofu, who had flagged the alleged fraud. Lerato Makola has more.
It is alleged the accused misrepresented herself as an independent agent who could assist residents obtain discounts on their outstanding municipal accounts. Victims would allegedly give her money to make discounted payments to the municipality on their behalf. However, the funds were allegedly never paid over to the municipality. Van Reenen maintains it is interest of justice that she be released on bail. However, the state insists she is a flight risk and that her address could not be verified.
The World Health Organization, WHO, says a trial has begun of 2 potential treatments for the strain of the virus behind the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There are currently no approved vaccines or therapies for the highly infectious strain of the disease. WHO experts say the trial will take months. Here's the BBC's Anbarasan Ithirajan.
The virus that spreads through bodily fluids has caused more than 1,400 cases, including 438 deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The trial is being conducted by the country's National Institute for Biomedical Research, backed up by partners including the WHO. Health experts said the trial might require more than 1,000 patients to produce definitive answers. The outbreak began in the northeastern Ituri province, where more than 80% of deaths have occurred.
Meanwhile, DRC President Felix Tshisekedi says his government is doing its best to contain the Ebola outbreak.
The Democratic Republic of the Congo has mobilized so far $50 million, American dollars, intended to strengthen the national response. These resources are supporting the deployment of medical staff, strengthening the labs, purchasing medical inputs, surveillance at border points, management of patients, protection of health care workers, monitoring of contacts, and community awareness campaigns.
And finally, Venezuela's interim president says almost every official in La Guaira state, the epicenter of last week's powerful twin earthquakes, has died. Nearly 2,600 people are now confirmed to have been killed across Venezuela. The BBC's Jacob Evans reports.
Speaking to reporters, Delcy Rodriguez attempted to calm growing criticism over her administration's response to the devastating double earthquake. Thousands of people are still reported missing, but she rejected accusations officials were slow to react. Ms. Rodriguez said almost 200 buildings were totally destroyed, but that rescue efforts were continuing. As well as updating the death toll, Ms. Rodriguez reassured Venezuelans that there would be no mass graves. It follows claims bodies were building up in morgues and accusations that the government is downplaying the level of destruction.
Recapping the top story, police in the northwest say there's no evidence to prove there's a serial killer in Boitekong outside Rustenburg. Residents allege a serial killer has been dumping bodies in a nearby river. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Well, hello. Welcome to the show. John Carrick in for Joanne. It's good to be along with you today. Daily Discourse, it's really early for me. 7 minutes past 9 o'clock on a Friday. At last, the weekend, baby. Hard luck to the Proteas women yesterday, being beaten by England. So that means England against Australia. We can talk sport at the start of the weekend, right? Springboks in action this weekend as well. There's the ticket prices issue. We can talk about that if you want. But let me tell you why there's some strange noise in the background. You might notice we're at an outside broadcast today. We're at the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit. From Collapse to Confidence is the headline. Strengthening public and building safety, asset management and infrastructure delivery. Very important. We've seen a number of times where these lovely infrastructure projects are happening, but then we're also seeing building collapses at the same time. We're seeing walls collapsing. We're seeing people losing their lives because of some poor construction. So Public Works have got behind it. They're having this summit where they're hosting a number of people here, and the conference is just about to start now, in fact. And they're brought in delegates. There's government officials. The minister is here. The deputy minister we're going to be talking to in a moment about why this event is happening. We're going to talk to KwaZulu-Natal's Public Works MEC as well, just after 11 o'clock today. And we're going to get an update and get a feeling of what is happening. Why have this summit? What the future is going to be, and at the end of this, what is the point? Because so many times we hear about these things where there's just a talk shop. Everybody gets together and they say these great things. But at the end of today, there should be something hard coming out of this. And there's network opportunities as well with a host of individuals. So that's why we're here. That's why there's a bit of background in the noise, but a bit of noise in the background. There we go. It's early, I told you. But also, this show is going to be same as always. We're going to have a little open line this morning after our first conversation. So opportunities for you to have your say on anything. If you want to talk about the Proteas, you want to talk about the World Cup, that's okay. But if you want to talk about news events, you want to talk about maybe the big issue that's coming out of the Western Cape. This is the big Court ruling against the city of Cape Town for the Tafelberg land. We're going to take a couple of views on that today. Just after 10 o'clock, we're going to talk to the Sea Point activist for affordable housing in Cape Town. Also, the Socio-Economic Rights Institute Senior Communications and Advocacy Officer, Edward Malopi. We're going to have a conversation about what that Concord ruling means for the city of Cape Town, but also the bigger picture. This has huge implications because it comes from the Concord about where people should be living. This is spatial planning. And it's taken this long for something concrete to happen, and what this means for low-income housing, easy access housing close into the city. And if you're in Sea Point, I'm sure this will affect you a lot as well. So that's coming up just after 20 past 10 today. Then there is the ongoing issue about undocumented migrants in South Africa. Today we're going to hear from the General Industry Workers Union of South Africa. They warned of deepening jobs crisis in South Africa, also calling for working class unity over xenophobia. So we'll have a chat with Guy Wusa, the president, Marmetle Sabiye, later on in the show. That's around just before 11 o'clock today. Then there's a worry in Gauteng about how many reported shootings there have been and how few arrests and even fewer prosecutions have happened or are happening. So we'll talk to the chairperson of Public Interest South Africa who's raised this issue. There's calls for urgent police reform as Gauteng shooting arrest rate stays low. And then we will talk about the recall of very expensive cars. Jaguar and Land Rover have recalled a host of cars because of an oil leak. It's actually got to do with the detection of something on the engine. But we'll talk to Prudence Moilwa, who's the head of complaints and investigations at the National Consumer Commission. We will find out exactly what this means. Jaguar, Land Rover, big expensive cars, and there might be problems with them, and there are a recall, but we'll see what that means. As always, phone lines are open, 086 000 2032. You're welcome to give us a call, 086 000 2032, and the WhatsApp voice note number is 0614 104 107. Keep them around 30 or 40 seconds so we can squeeze as many as we can in. There will be an open line in a moment, talking to Zihle Sekelala, the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, about why we are here this morning.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let's get into it. First of all, Deputy Minister, thank you very much for coming in. Wait, I've got to switch your microphone on. There we go. Now we can.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, and greetings to all listeners of SAFM.
Public Works and Infrastructure Summit, from collapse to confidence. What is that?
Collapse to confidence. We have seen number of buildings, construction sites, collapsing, killing number of people before even they get finished. We in South Africa believe that buildings must be constructed with quality material, sound and professional plans, and completed, but live and endure for decades. So, beside that, this has claimed lives, but it posed danger to the industry. We have been doing studies and various researchers from by different institutions. We are implementing now interventions from those researchers. One of that is that we must tighten compliance. Whether it is a private or public building, they must be compliant, and CIDB, the Construction Industry Development Board, must be in charge. We are establishing the Office of the Engineer General to ensure that engineering standards are upheld. So these forums seek to present these interventions with a desire to build some kind of a social compact that will take us forward. But on top of that, there is a strain on public infrastructure, especially where you will be dealing with bulk services, your water, sewage, and we are, as the department, opening up for private sector to invest in this sector so that we are able to meet the demand. The demand is caused by the decay. The demand is caused by the influx of people into urban areas, which we are not going to stop, because various studies tells us that more than 50% of the population in Africa in 2050 will be in urban areas. Sure. So we have to have a clear plan to meet the demand.
As soon as you say the word private, a couple of people will have their backs up. How are the private sector getting involved in this?
They get involved through partnering with government, ensuring that one, they embrace the transformative policies and prescript. Two, they are compliant.
Right.
But three, they get involved in financing, because in some cases we are going to need finances, and we must be able to work together. Some will come and say we will build and have rebate going forward. So we are working on various methodologies when it comes to that.
So the private sector are here and can have that conversation with you?
Yes, they are here. They will be part of one group that will be discussing a dedicated approach and the role of the private sector.
You spoke about compliance. One of the big issues is compliance inspectors. And we've seen that a number of times where buildings are going up without plans being approved. Is that part of the conversation?
It is
as well?
part. Hence, you also see that we are here under the Council of the Built Environment, which look on professional standards. But we have also municipalities, as well as SALCA, who are the people who should be, one, ensuring that they certify the design and plans, but two, inspectors comes from them who should be inspecting these buildings.
You've got the provinces here as well. So it's not just a national government talk shop.
No, it's not a talk shop. We've got provinces are here, the local municipalities and the SALCA, they are here. We've got the private sector. We have the academia, and they are all participating.
In construction sites, you've got private sector construction, you've got government construction. Do they all fall under the same umbrella?
Well, not necessarily. The public sector is guided. There is a requirement that we must meet the standard and the regulations of the Construction Industry Development Board. They tell you that for this particular work, the grade of a company that can do this work must be grade so and so. While in the private sector, that does not necessarily a requirement. And therefore, we have to ensure that those requirements cut across. Compliance is the same.
And it's Are you including private sector in building government buildings, or are you just including them in the whole safety and security issue?
Even in building government buildings,
right?
They build government buildings. We don't have a capacity as yet to build on our own schools. We have a capacity to act as a implementing agent, but the actual contractors come from the private sector.
Right.
I'm making an example. So both the buildings that come from public and private are eventually constructed by the private sector. And therefore, it is important that they are capacitated, meet standard, and comply.
I want to come back to safety because that's the issue, right? We've seen these buildings collapse, and I'm thinking of the George building in particular. How are you overcoming that? Is the minister coming down quite hard and fining and punishing people that are breaking laws?
Yes. In George, you will know that there is aspect that falls under our department. That is about engineering and compliance. But labor issues fall under the Department of Employment and Labor. But there is synergy that we're building between the two. And we can confirm that with specific to George, already the Department of Labor has taken a decision of prosecuting, ensuring that there are criminal charges against those who were involved. We equally believe that that will happen in cases such as Emoyeni and other buildings that have collapsed.
At the end of the day, what do you hope to get out of this? And will there be a written document for somebody to follow?
There will be a written document that will be signed by the minister and all stakeholders. And we expect that that will be not just resolutions, but a plan that takes the whole industry forward. What is important is to ensure that everyone is on board and that we move together.
All right, Deputy Minister, I'm going to let you get in there. The meeting's about to begin. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister of Public Works, Zihle Segalala, joining us here on SAFM. We're live, as you heard, from the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit, from collapse to confidence. You heard why they are there. We're going to continue this conversation with a number of other people that are at this conference as well. We'll be bringing you updates from inside the meeting area as well. We're going to talk to the KwaZulu-Natal Public Works MEC. We hope to hear what KZN are doing, so stay close. We'll have open lines. Take your calls and your messages after this.
Hey there, need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat. Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
John in for Joanne. Good morning to you. It's the Daily Discourse on SAFM. We've got a little bit of an opportunity to take your calls. 9 minutes or so till we go to news headlines. Let's start with, is it lowered in Alberton?
Good morning, John. Are you well, dear brother?
Always well. Go ahead. What do you have to say this morning?
Good. Yes, my brother. It is unquestionable that our former president, Mr. Jacob Zuma, has got an utter disdain, disrespect, and against the incumbent, that is President Cyril Ramaphosa. Because most of what he's doing He is demonstrating that he does not like Ramaphosa at all. But, John, I want to share with my fellow listeners, if I may, what one of the scholars named Ken Peters, who is a professor of economics in the Czech Republic, has observed about the president, Mr. Jacob Zuma. If I might quickly read it, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
The danger to South Africa is not Jacob Zuma, but a citizenry capable of entrusting a man like him with the presidency. It will be far easier to limit and undo the follies of Zuma presidency than to restore the necessary common sense and good judgment to a depraved electorate willing to have such a man for their president. The problem is much deeper and far more serious than Mr. Zuma, who is a mere symptom of what ails South Africa. Blaming the prince of fools should not blind anyone to the vast confederation of fools that made him their prince. The Republic can survive a Jacob Zuma who is, after all, merely a fool. It is less likely to survive a multitude of fools, such as those who made him their president. I close that observation. I won't elaborate on that, my brother, yes?
And do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that. And then I'll seek my fellow listeners to ponder and to reflect on in that observation. That is what is happening with Mr. Jacob Zuma. And I know that the apologists, they are going to defend him. We all know that. But we are living in a global village, which means that people are watching us in South Africa. Likewise, we are watching them outside there. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Lowered in Alberton, thank you very much. Yeah, in case you missed that, former President Jacob Zuma met with alleged state capture architect Ajay Gupta at a trip to India. Anti-corruption campaigners have slammed the visit. Reportedly taking place in late June this year. Now there's an investigation by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation as well. He's included a stop at Ajay's hometown before concluding his visit to the subcontinent with a sacred ceremony. In a video shared by India, is observing a religious Ajay and Zuma were together, led to several questions directed at Ronald Lamola, DIRCO minister. Lamola has confirmed an investigation into Zuklal's presence during the visit of the Guptas as well. Let's go to Musa in Durban. You want to talk about March and March? Musa, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm very much worried about so many good things are said about the marchers, but and then there are two words which are applied to it, xenophobia and Afrophobia. But I think the most fitting one is necrophobia, because a vendor boy was assaulted because he was very dark. The media is saying nothing about that. Government spokesperson are saying nothing about that. And I personally, my sister overheard people talking about me. Where is he from? Mozambique or what? And I'm born and raised in the area near White Mfolozi River. Because I'm so dark, I do not qualify to be South African. And my colleague also, who was born and raised at Umlazi, was called this ugly word, ikwerekwere. So now, therefore, we must be very clear and call it by its name. This is necrophobia. We South Africans hate the black skin. And someone from Mozambique...
This is one of the issues, Musa, that's been raised, is that March and March speak and say what they say, but we can't also put this all onto March and March. It might just be a group of individuals that are experiencing this phobia of which you speak and are taking advantage of the situation. And they have been warned, and March and March have raised the issue as well to say that if there are these incidents, then it might be just other actors that are getting involved in this. But this is part of the worry, right? Is that if you're what are you basing it on? Are we going to have to look at ID documents of every single individual? Who do you choose to investigate? If you are dark-skinned, must you now carry around your ID document to prove that you are South African?
There you go. We are right there. I was about to say that I can't remember the year. Someone whose song is speaking was killed in Gauteng because he was dark, and they thought he's a Mozambican Shangan, so they killed him, only to find when he was dead that he's South African. So we must call the thing by its name. Thanks a lot.
Musa, I've got to go on. Yeah, Musa is talking about negrophobia, an intense irrational fear, hatred, or disdain towards black people. Let's go to Tapelo. Quickly, Tapelo and Kuruman. We've got 3 minutes, and I've got to get Labisa in as well, so go ahead.
Hi, John. How are you?
Lekker, thanks. Go ahead.
Fikile Mbalula. Fikile Mbalula, he thinks that he owns South Africa. The press conference that he made, I don't know who gives him the right. He says that they thought, they said there will be a shutdown, and there was no shutdown. The country stood firm. Who told him that there was a shutdown? Who told him that people that were marching, they wanted a shutdown? He mustn't make press conferences and behave like he's the president of the republic. Nobody said that there was going to be a shutdown. And I don't know if he even aware that people that were on the march, some of them are members of the ANC.
There was talk that it was going to be a shutdown. I had seen the shutdown word used a few times.
But the group of March and South Africans, us who've been calling on SAFM, we said that there was not going to be a shutdown. We were marching because of illegal immigration in our country. Why are people talking about a shutdown?
Okay. So, and what are your views on what he was saying about Dina Pule?
That is just proof that the ANC has lost touch with what's happening. Because now he's saying that the minister, the now deputy minister, has paid her dues because she stepped down and whatnot. But now, why do you bring her back into parliament?
All right, Tapelo and Kuruman, let's go. Last one before we go to news headlines. Lasiba, you want to talk about Zuma's visit to India as well? Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Very good, chilly good morning to yourself, John, and your listeners, and thanks for taking my call. Really, we are very disturbed as the people of South Africa about that visit, because it's just an ordinary visit. This is a former president who's visiting the fugitive. We all know that what the Gupta brothers have done to this country, what the Zondo Commission report is saying about that. But for former president to go there and visit, it really showing that report, the 1 billion rand that is spent on Zondo Commission and middle finger. So what is disturbing more? It is because the man in KwaZulu-Natal is having a very highly political influence. His party, Mkondo Wesizwe, is working around the clock to recapture KwaZulu-Natal as a province. Imagine, John, if tomorrow NFP support Mkondo Wesizwe and take over the provincial government, immediately the Guptas will be in charge of that province. And that province is not surviving alone. It's surviving because of the national treasury. All the provinces were being suffered, especially Limpopo. We had a disaster. We couldn't have money for that disaster relief because the money was spent in KwaZulu-Natal. Once we continue to spend money in KwaZulu-Natal, it means the Guptas will be able to have access to the finance of the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal. Lastly, the issue of the general secretary. I just want to
Sorry,
show
Lasiba,
that
I'm out of time. I'm out of time. So if you can, in fact, hold that second part. We'll take you after news headlines because I've got to go to news headlines at 9:30. You wanted to raise the second point. I'm going to let you do that first. Let's get news headlines. It's 9:30.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, some legal experts say South Africa has no obligation to pay for losses stemming from public unrest. This as the Nigerian government formally seeks compensation from South Africa for properties and businesses some Nigerians have lost following protests against undocumented migrants. Police in the northwest say there's no evidence to prove there's a serial killer in Boitokong outside of Rustenburg. Residents allege a serial killer has been dumping bodies in a nearby river. And 9 people have been killed in a bomb attack inside a crowded cafe next to a courthouse in the center of the Syrian capital, Damascus. 20 others have been wounded. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAFM.
John in for Joanne. It is the Daily Discourse on SAFM. 29 minutes to 10 o'clock. Lasiba wanted to raise a second point. Lasiba, giving you an opportunity. Your second point?
Yes, John, my second point was about the issue of Jacob Zuma having dismissed the Secretary General Floyd Shivambu. Remember, Floyd Shivambu morally was also wrong to visit Shepard Bushiri. Immediately upon his return, Mkondo will sit down, take him through the disciplinary process, and he was dismissed from the party. But the same can be said with Jacob Zuma. These are some of the things that we must condemn, including this one of President Ramaphosa having to visit somewhere in Zimbabwe. We must condemn this because these people are not just ordinary members of the community, are the leaders of the community. They have to see themselves, how they behave, what kind of the message they're carrying around morally. It was wrong for all of them to do that.
All right, Lasiba, thank you very much. 086 000 2032. We've got a little bit of time before my next guest. In a moment, we're going to be talking to Bantu Holomisa, Deputy Minister of Defence. The Interministerial Committee on Migration wrapped up a visit to the Beitbridge border post. There's a host of issues happening up there, including a temporary repatriation centre in Musina, where the government says it's intensifying efforts to manage undocumented migrants through a coordinated, lawful process. So we'll talk to the Deputy Minister about that issue in a moment. In fact, we're struggling to get hold of him, it seems. So we might have more of an open line. 086 000 2032. We haven't played voice notes yet as well, so you can send us voice notes on 0614 104 107. Let's go to Brajo in Gqeberha. Go ahead, Brajo. What do you want to talk about?
Good day, how are you?
Lekker, thank you.
I'm kicking and screaming. Listen, I am in Gqeberha, and the municipality is struggling, mate. I mean, the last week or so, we've had electrical failure of the grid in various areas, multiple issues. But guess what the people are most frustrated about? It's not that the switch is gone. They are frustrated about the level of communication from the municipality to the people. And if you look at the balance sheet of the municipality, I mean, we're spending more than 5 million rand a year on public relations in Eastern Cape, or in PE. But yet that capacity of communicating between the municipality and the people is a total failure. I was on their website and
Are they on social media?
They are on social media. No, if you go to the Nelson Mandela Bay shop, right, you look at a guy called Brajo MDG. That's me. I posted the schedule that they're not adhering to in all their posts. Like in the last 5 posts that they've had on TikTok, on Facebook, and let's make noise so they can know. We don't say that they cannot go down, but talk to us. Create a schedule and maintain the schedule because we're going to hold you to it. And
public meetings as well.
At that level. Yeah. No. They don't do public meetings because they're afraid that we might just go crazy on them. So they don't do public meetings. Like, that means meetings it doesn't do.
All right,
I attended an ANC city hall thing. So it was a total failure because people are upset. They are totally upset with the level of service they're receiving. And it's just bad.
All right. We're out of time, Raja, but thank you very much for raising that. Communication by government to the people. What's the best way to do it? Is it just put stuff on a website? You put stuff on the social medias, on Facebooks? I know councillors are pretty good at doing that, putting updates on Facebook, putting updates on Twitter. WhatsApp is a thing as well. There are these WhatsApp groups now, aren't there? Let me have a look at WhatsApp updates. And you can follow government vacancies. I'm just looking at mine. Government vacancies, BBC News is there. Knysna Municipality has a group. What else we got? City Power. I follow City Powers for updates on my power failures. What's the best way for the government to get hold of you? 086 000 2032. Quick break, and then I'm going to talk to the Deputy Minister of Defence.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cause, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
John Gericke in for Joanne. It is Friday, the 3rd of July, Daily Discourse on SAFM. Let's go north now, where an interministerial committee on migration had a visit to the Beitbridge border post, a temporary repatriation centre in Musina as well. Find out more details about how that's going with the Deputy Minister of Defence, Bantu Hulumisa. Deputy Minister, thank you very much for joining us this morning. What did you see? Let's start with that repatriation centre first of all. What are the conditions like in that centre?
The center is looking good. It was built within a week, and it's functioning. The Department of Home Affairs and Public Works have done a fantastic job there, in the sense that people are now sleeping in whilst they are waiting to be repatriated. Sleeping in big tents and with the mattresses, and the NGOs are helping to feed the people, and the transport is there to ferry the people across, so it's working.
So just talk us through the process, right? Because there are people having to be repatriated from eThekwini. There's people that are coming from the Western Cape as well. Do they then stop at this temporary repatriation centre?
Yes, they stopped at that temporary repatriation centre. There is an administration block there where they are registered, and like the process of Home Affairs. So it's working. It's working.
Have you got numbers for us, Deputy Minister? How many people have been able to work through the process?
So far, about 37,000 people have passed through that center.
And the question arises is why now? Is it because of the pressure that the government has been experiencing?
Well, you will recall that there have been complaints about the illegal immigrants in South Africa, and the president has made a statement to the effect that those who are undocumented or illegal here, they must leave. That decision, if you were to get the minutes of Lekgotla, was taken last year and early this year in our Lekgotla meeting. And of course, there have been pressure from the public of South Africa. So we are just processing that. We are reacting to all those demands.
Are there measures in place up north there near the border as well to ensure that everything is done lawfully in accordance with the Constitution, human rights obligations as well?
Well, the UN and other international agencies have been there. They are satisfied so far with what is taking place in the center. But generally, the area there is, the borders are porous. There's no need. You can't hide that. So The government has already, that is the military this time, military side. We've already designed a plan, developed a plan, and the question now will be who will fund the program. And let's hope that the cabinet will prioritize the need to upgrade the systems in that part of the world.
Because, Deputy Minister, what stops you repatriate people, they make their way across the border, what stops them from crossing the river tomorrow afternoon? Right, we seem to have lost the Deputy Minister of Defence, Bantu Olomisa. Deputy Minister, are you there? No, we
Yes,
seem
I'm
to have
here.
lost him, unfortunately. All right, what stops, the question was, what stops you repatriated persons, they go into Zimbabwe or whichever country they go to, what stops them from coming back over the border tomorrow illegally?
You can only stop them if you upgrade the borders itself. That means you put a fence or wall like it's in other countries, but there's nothing there. So if we want to address this issue seriously, the Minister of Finance must take a trip there, must visit that area and see it for himself and his team.
The fact that this is an interministerial committee, is that going to make bigger changes? It's not just one individual minister or one separate department that are working on this. You guys are all working together and trying to find solutions, but you still don't have the money, which is a problem. So obviously not enough ministers in your interministerial committee.
The money is there. What is needed is to reprioritize the programs of South Africa in general. I mean, you can't tell us that you are going to defund the security cluster. What are you okay upstairs where you say you are going to cut the budget of the defense, police, intelligence, and so on. So the security cluster must be reprioritized once more again. Not this nonsense we are seeing.
That's been one of the arguments by... Sorry,
If
go ahead.
you were to visit the borders right now there and see the conditions of the soldiers, how they are looked after, it's a nonsense. So the government must take a decision. Do you want to put wall around that area or fence? What type of fence?
That's been one of the issues raised by the demonstrators. They've been saying that it's now up to the public. The government is not doing their job in securing the borders, first of all, then making sure that people who are here illegally are being deported. So you're raising the same issue as the protesters.
This is a fact. We're not raising it. We're just confirming what is known. Billions of rands in this country have been used to rescue the SOEs. Where are those SOEs? Billions of rands in this country have been used wrongly, as per the Auditor General's reports. So it's time now to say the people of South Africa want security to be upgraded. They've just demonstrated so.
So what sort of messages has government been sending up until now, it seems, Deputy Minister, about their approach to migration and law enforcement?
Come again?
What sort of message has been sent by the government up until now that I'm talking to the Deputy Minister of Defence? What sort of message has been sent by the government about its approach to migration and law enforcement?
Well, the government is talking to neighboring countries. In the meantime, the government is saying those who are here illegally, they must go home. So it's the police. What
Deputy
would you
Minister, we got a
expect
caller.
them to say?
We got a caller who wants to ask you a question. Tebogo in Matatiele. Tebogo, go ahead. Ask the Deputy Minister a question, please.
Good morning to the Deputy Minister and SAFM listeners. I
Morning.
just want to find out, honestly and practically, that the Deputy Minister thinks that rebuilding fences around borders is the solution towards this migration problem. For instance, take Lesotho. If you can say you will build how much, no matter how secure your fence is around Lesotho against South Africa, does that really becomes a solution of people not crossing to each country? I mean, on such conditions as, I mean, in Matatiele, looking at those mountains, can you really say you will make fence that will make the country secure on that? For me, security in terms of fencing is not a solution. Rather to say how both countries can actually build a soft boundaries to say how can people live together, rather than the issue of fencing and saying that's the only way you could stop illegal immigration towards
Tebogo in Matatiele, Deputy Minister.
No, he's quite correct. We are not going to fence the whole country. We have been living together with people, for instance, Swaziland. We are sharing borders with Swaziland, Lesotho, and so on. But we never had these problems because the two countries cooperate on how to deal with migration. But the issues coming from the Bight Bridge, the whole continent and other people from Far East using the same area to get to South Africa, that needs to be attended urgently.
It's also international affairs as well that have to get involved in here. DIRCO needs to get involved to have communication with all the other countries, because there are problems in those countries that are leading people to want to find a better life and coming to South Africa. So is DIRCO getting involved in these conversations?
Yes, they are part of these conversations, and the Minister of International Relations have been engaging his counterparts, especially in the SADC region.
Still thousands of people need to be repatriated. You're talking about budgets, you're talking about money being spent. Are we able to do this? Is this just going to be a temporary thing that while this is in the spotlight until the next news cycle moves on? Is this an ongoing process, Deputy Minister?
I foresee that this is going to be an ongoing process. Remember that these people didn't arrive yesterday. They have been here almost for the last 30 years. Most of the people who were engaged yesterday, they said they've been here for 10 years, 15 years, but they've opted to go home. So it's a problem, but we have to deal with it.
This might not fall under your ambit, but we had a caller a little bit earlier saying that they're experiencing problems just because of darker skin, and people are challenging them. We've seen the death of people just because their skin is a different color. What is South Africa doing about what was referred to by the caller as negrophobia?
Well, I would be lying if I respond to your question. I'm hearing that for the first time, that there is such a thing. But even if it is there, people must report it to the authorities immediately so that they can be addressed.
All right, so don't phone a radio station, phone a police station.
Well, they can phone both.
Phone the police station first, then phone the radio station. Isaac in Limpopo, you have a question for the Deputy Minister. Go ahead, Isaac.
Yes. Hi. How are you, Deputy President?
Deputy Minister.
Deputy
Bantu
Minister.
Holomisa. Go ahead. Go ahead, Isaac.
Yes, I'd like to ask the Deputy Minister about what does he say about the corruption of the officials in the Big Bridge, like officials of SARS and Home Affairs, and you have also highlighted us about the condition of the soldiers, how they are living there in the borders. You see, now I want to know what the government is going to do with the corruption. Listen to the radio.
Thank you, Isaac. Deputy Minister?
The SIU is already investigating these allegations. I'm sure you saw that the SIU published or arrested a number of people in the Department of Home Affairs, chain head office of Home Affairs up to the borders. So yes, it's being addressed.
And the condition of the military personnel?
The condition of the military personnel, I've already said that I'm not happy what I saw yesterday. It's bad. And the Department of Defense and National Treasury have to do something, because the reason why they're old tents there, and it's bad. It's bad. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Sure. Wow. That opens the door to more corruption, right? If somebody's struggling and they're living a difficult life, somebody comes and offers you $500 to turn another way, it's so much easier to take that money.
Yeah, well, it's natural. Next question. I'm running out of time.
Okay, well, let you
go.
Deputy Minister.
A meeting.
Go sort out the problems. Deputy Minister Bantu Holomisa, thank you very much. Deputy Minister of Defense, thank you very much for joining us here on SAFM. Bantu Holomisa, not a happy man. Eh? I've never heard a minister be that honest about the situation that they are facing. And it's refreshing to hear a government official that high being that honest about what the situation that they're facing. What do you make of that? 086 000 2032. Yeah, that's going to open a can of worms or two. Let us know what you think. 086 000 2032. Let's take some voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, John. I hear that the leader of the DA wants to hold the ANC accountable. I would suggest to him that he must hold his own party accountable first. Earlier this year, there was a judgment that their waiting list there in the Western Cape discriminates against black people. And another judgment now that they sold land illegally for business interests. And their ministers are going around with blue lights, traveling with their partners. He must hold his own minister accountable. There was a tender that went out at the education department. So he must focus on holding his party accountable first before anybody else. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ikurule.
Good morning, Mr. John Bongo Sondisa Mbuisa. What Jacob Zuma did was very disgraceful. Going to the Guptas, even though they stole like billions and billions of friends from South African taxpayers' money, and then they ran away. Yet he still goes and visits him, and it was under his administration. I think like he's getting something out of this guy. Secondly, Mr. John, Fikile Mbalula said they went to Nkanza and then they lied. So I want to know, with the money that was paid back from the state, I think it was 7 or 8 million rands, was it not lesser charged? Didn't he pay back lesser amount? Because remember, they lied. So which means there's more that Jacob Zuma was supposed to pay back to the state. Can they investigate?
Good morning, John. You are speaking to Dumi from Potchefstroom in Mashisini. John, I want to speak about the leader of the MKP, Mr. Jacob Zuma. I thought Floyd was removed because of his visit to visit a fugitive, Shepherd Bushiri. But I am surprised if the leader himself visit another fugitive, AJ Gupta, and there is nothing wrong with that. This MKP, there are no consistencies. Thank you. I will never waste my vote and vote the MKP. Thank you. Do me.
Morning, SAfm. Arnold here from Pretoria. The hypocrisy of MK is very interesting. I mean, they fired their former Secretary General for having gone to Malawi to attend the church service of the fugitive pastor Bushir, and their president, their leader, did the same thing with this visit to India to visit Ajay Gupta. What a miscalculation from Jacob Zuma. Yeah, he's worse.
Good morning, John. John Mataboge. John, we have people in South Africa that are defending or arguing things that cannot be arguable. I mean, the issue of shutdown was everywhere in the news, everywhere in the newspapers, on social media. And the guy in Kuruman calls to say that there was no intention to shut down, whereas this was coming from them. Why did they not correct it before the 30th of June? Because if they were not intending for a shutdown, they should have corrected the country that, look, this is not a shutdown, but just a march. Thank you.
Yeah, it was national shutdown confirmed for South Africa. This was the 10th of June in Business Tech. The anti-illegal immigration group March and March said it will proceed with its planned national shutdown on the 30th of June. On Facebook, 30th of June national shutdown will be checking documents of suspected illegal immigrants, is what it says here on this Facebook post. The government says 30 June will be a normal working day, warnings of any intimidation, but the headline is not a national shutdown. 30th of June will be a normal day, not a shutdown. Nova News, 30 June shutdown. Here's what's happening. Congress of South African Trade Unions, online rally against the 30 June national shutdown. So, yeah, maybe I could have sworn that I had seen that it was a shutdown. So, are we going with shutdown, or was it just a march, a protest against undocumented migrants? This is, but Fikile Mbalula is referring to it as a shutdown. You with SAfm, John in for Joanne today after the news at 10 o'clock. We're going to be talking to the chairperson of Public Interest SA, calling for urgent police reforms. There's been a low amount of shooting arrests. Some of the numbers are horrifically low, and we're going to find out exactly what the issue is. Panyaza Lesufi telling the provincial legislature police had made 609 arrests. It sounds great until I give you the rest of the statistics. That's coming up after the news at 10 o'clock.
SAfm.
In our top stories, Secretary of Limpopo Legislature suspended over alleged misconduct, and Northwest community fears of a serial killer ruled out. Good morning. The Limpopo Legislature's secretary has been placed on suspension following allegations of misconduct. Dr. Timothy Make is suspected of financial misconduct, including involvement in tender irregularities. In a statement, the Speaker of the Legislature says the suspension of Make is necessary to protect the integrity of investigations. He is expected to appear before a disciplinary hearing. Some legal experts say South Africa has no obligation to pay for losses stemming from public unrest. This as the Nigerian government formally seeks compensation from South Africa for properties and businesses that some Nigerians have lost following protests against undocumented migrants. Nigeria has told citizens to document assets they've left behind. South Africa's International Relations Department says it will assess Nigeria's request for compensation. Lynette Sherry Singh is a lawyer.
Success of any claim would depend on whether the loss resulted from a breach of a legal duty owed by the state. The state is definitely not vicariously liable because they did not perpetrate the damage themselves they would have to actually go against the perpetrators. But look, the difficulty is that these perpetrators are either unidentified, insolvent, or impossible to trace. It would be quite a task for them to actually prove the damage against any particular individual or individuals.
Meanwhile, President Cyril Ramaphosa says addressing issues of migration requires cooperation beyond South Africa's borders. He also says South Africa remains committed to protecting everyone from violence, irrespective of their immigration status. He was speaking during a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo yesterday.
We will be sending out envoys to the rest of the continent so that we can have proper discussion to discuss the whole issue of migration on a balanced basis. And we've also said that we'd like to operate all countries that may have their nationals in South Africa. The issue of migration cannot be handled by one country alone. We need to work together as African sister countries to address it and find solutions.
Police in the northwest say there's no evidence to prove there's a serial killer in Boitokong outside of Rustenburg. Residents allege a serial killer has been dumping bodies in a nearby river. 5 bodies have been found. Provincial Acting Police Commissioner Rhino Naidu says post-mortem results show most victims died due to drowning.
At this stage, as I indicated, the cases are being pooled together mainly because of the location and similarities of issues. We have not yet found any evidence to indicate that there is a serial killer or if they were all murders. So the fact that we're pooling it together, should there be any commonalities or any forensic evidence that links these to indicate that there is a serial killer. But at this stage, nothing to suggest that it is a serial killer. But I understand the timelines and the location, it drives the concerns of the community.
And finally, 9 people have been killed in a bomb attack inside a crowded cafe next to a courthouse in the center of the Syrian capital, Damascus. 20 others have been wounded. The Syrian Bar Association says 6 of the dead and 7 of the wounded are lawyers. Muhammad Al-Hassan is the owner of a shop next to the cafe.
We were inside the shop when the explosion happened. We saw the dead and the wounded. After that, we went outside and they closed the shops around us. In 5 minutes, the security forces and the medics were here.
Recapping the top story, the Limpopo Legislature Secretary has been placed on suspension following allegations of misconduct. Dr. Timothy Make is suspected of financial misconduct, including involvement in tender irregularities. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
SAfm 106.1 FM in Bombela. Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAfm.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
John Kerrick in for Joanne. Good morning to you. It is 6 minutes past 10 o'clock. We're live at the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit this morning. The headline from from collapse to confidence. They're all in a conference at the moment. They're having their discussions, opening plenary sessions and speeches. The ministers here, you heard from the Deputy Minister a little earlier on. We're going to have those conversations after 11 o'clock today because then they'll come out for their tea breaks and we'll be able to get hold of them. So that's all coming up in the show. Also coming up in this half hour, in fact, we're going to talk about this big Constitutional Court ruling against the city of Cape Town. This is for the Tafelberg land. We're going to take a couple of angles on that. Sheila Marikane is the Sea Point activist for affordable housing. And then Edward Malopi is the Social Economic Rights Institute Senior Communications and Advocacy Officer. So we'll focus on what this means for Sea Point and Cape Town, but then we're going to expand it a little bit because this has bigger. It's not just a City of Cape Town issue. It's a big South African issue as well about affordable housing, about where affordable housing is as well. Also, there's a host of pieces of land that could be used for affordable housing. We'll see if this makes any change as well. And then later on in the show, there's a deepening jobs crisis. We know about the unemployment here. Also, calls for the working class unity over xenophobia. We're going to talk to the president of the General Industry Workers Union of South Africa. But in a moment, we're going to talk about crime in Gauteng in particular. South Africa's expressed concern over the low arrest rate in Gauteng shooting cases. So it's a busy show. As always, we'd love to take your calls, 086 000 2032, and we'll also take some voice notes as well, which you can send throughout the morning on 0614 104 107. Let's go to calls first while we wait to get hold of the chairperson of Public Interest SA. Let's start with Sam in Durban. You want to talk about the fuel price? Sam, go ahead.
Hi, John. Hi, how's it? I just want to make a comment about the fuel price. You know, it's so easy and so quick for the government to increase these prices, understandably, during the war, between the U.S. and Iran. But like $10, $12, but for the fuel price to come down, it's such an effort, John. Mm-hmm. At the rand dollar at the moment, hovering around 16.20 and coming, maybe it'll come down to about 16 or even break the 16, but the oil price is at 70 and hovering around 69 at the moment. So there's no excuse for beginning of the month or beginning of next month, August, for that fuel price to at least come down by 7 rand a litre. There's no excuse at all. And then the government also needs to review the fuel tax levy on the fuel. Because by rightfully, we should be paying around 14 rand a litre.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that. There was that increase that they withheld for a couple of months. They've put that on now, didn't they?
They balanced it out. That 3 rand a litre.
Sorry, I missed you there, Sam. Sorry, say again?
So I think that 3 rand a litre, they already balanced that. Remember, they were carrying us for 3 rand?
Yes.
I think that was balanced off last month.
Okay, yeah,
all I'm
but
saying
you're right.
is
No, you're 100% right. These things, it's like anything. They go up. Yeah. Things go up very quickly, but they take a very long time to come back down again. Are you confident? You see, is it also? I'm no economist, as you know, but is it not? Also being a little cautious. Nobody's really sure what is happening in the strait there. This weekend it's a war, next weekend it's not a war. It's all very confusing. Is it not rather safe than sorry, maybe?
After the agreements, I think it's going to be sustained at that level. And after all the agreements, etc., that's been signed between the warring parties, I think there will be some sort of stability, So, but whatever it is, we're always being screwed over. That's that's how it was.
Yeah, bring it down. Yeah, and there's a host of taxes and things, and a number of organizations have raised that issue about the taxes on the fuel levies and the road accident fund levies and all the other levies that we pay. And it costs more. Everything costs more because of the petrol price. Every single thing. And I think that's still coming. I think we're still going to feel that pain. Len, also in KwaZulu-Natal in Hillcrest. You want to talk about the border, Len? Go ahead.
Yes, John, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry I've missed General Holomisa, but he might be interested in what I'm going to say. We can send the troops to the Congo, we can send troops to Cape Town to fight gangs. Why can't we place them on the border, which is an international border and should be protected presumably by a defense force? Is it too late to ask him that question, but I'll leave it with you.
Good point. All right, good point. That's what the army does, right? You defend your borders against individuals who want to get into your country illegally, be they an army, be they individuals. Yeah, good point. Len in KwaZulu-Natal, thanks very much. You were there, SAfm, 11 minutes past 10.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
Public Interest SA has expressed concern over the low arrest rate in Gauteng shooting cases, saying weak witness protection and delays in forensic processing are undermining justice. The organization believes these shortcomings are discouraging witnesses from coming forward and allowing offenders to evade prosecution. Chairperson of Public Interest SA is Tebogo Kas. Tebogo, thank you very much for joining us. These numbers are worrying. 609 arrests sounds a lot, but then you realize how many reported shooting incidents there are. Give us these stats. Tebogo, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, John.
All right. Welcome back. Give us the stats. These numbers are really worrying.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you consider the fact that it's only about 20% of the amount of cases which involve where firearms were used only being reported, but also if you look down to it in terms of the prosecution and the ultimate, positive findings or outcomes of any such prosecution, the whole thing is worrisome, and it doesn't inspire confidence to start with, because if you look at it at a macro level, you can see that not very much success is being made insofar as firearm-related crimes which are committed.
Yeah, so I'm looking here. There's 609 arrests. Sounds a lot. 21% from the 2,802 reported incidents. 425 cases then going to the NPA. We know how the NPA are doing it. How do we turn this around?
Well, first you have to look at where the issues are, or what is actually are the contributing factors to such low successes, whether from the arrest perspective or even from the successful prosecution. At the heart of it all, the blame lies in the SAPS itself, the forensic science laboratory, the capacity. There's been reports, even from SARS itself, that mention that there's been capacity issues insofar as having the requisite personnel to be able to analyze the ballistics or the DNA that has been submitted to the lab, and that doesn't affect only the firearms related cases, also rape cases or drunken driving cases where DNA needs to be analyzed. We find that the backlog says that it impacts everything, but the question is, having known where the problem lies, what is SAPS doing about it? What is SAPS doing to mitigate that? To make sure that it improves services insofar as that is concerned. This is the issues of budget allocation. This is the issue of poor work ethic. Where are the issues? That much is still open to conjecture. And also, more importantly, we also cannot ignore the fact that, as we have seen through the Madanga Commission, that there's also misconduct within the forensic science laboratory itself, where some of the officers are found to be interfering or contaminating the evidence to point to a certain angle, and thus frustrate the prosecution and the successful prosecution of individuals who may have been arrested for those firearm-related crimes. And it is something that is systemic, if I may say so. It points to systemic issues, weaknesses within the system itself that needs to be rooted out, and it only SAPS who can actually do that. The list goes on and on, but the question going back to the issue of witnesses not availing themselves, I'm not sure if that's where you're still going, but if you are...
Yeah, that was going to be my next thing, witness protection and witness issues.
Absolutely. That also is an issue, because even supposing that the analysis have been made and proper determination of outcomes have been positive insofar as identifying the weapons used and the provenance of that weapon and who's responsible for it, you will find that witnesses do not necessarily avail themselves to come and testify. And largely, in most instances, it could be out of fear. We know what happens mostly to witnesses. especially in crimes that involve violence, such as the use of firearm. There is no protection for witnesses. Not so long ago, we had a witness in a criminal matter in El Dorado being shot and killed outside while smoking outside court. You ask yourself what needs to be done, what can be done, and to the extent that even where witnesses are known, I mean the perpetrators are known to the witnesses themselves, you find that witnesses may not necessarily freely come out because they know that once they're at home, they'll be left to their own devices. It now talks to what and all of society, that we as members of society also must bear some responsibility in terms of what we can do to ensure that those who want to speak out actually feel protected, because you cannot expect policemen and women to be at every corner or at every house where such crimes have happened.
Toboko, we heard Bantu Olamisa earlier bemoaning the budget for the military. This is a budget issue for the police as well. It's why the forensic, they take out the criminality. It's why forensics is slow. It is why there isn't proper witness protection. Can we throw it onto the budget issue?
It is political will. It is. You'll sit within the criminal justice system cluster. You look at the public protector. There's complaints that they are not properly funded, or they don't have the necessary investigators to pursue certain investigations. But also, it is also the use of the budget. In most instances, the budget gets allocated, whether it's from a CARA fund, criminal asset recovery fund, or anywhere else. But you find that it is misallocated or misspent, and therefore the efficacy of that budget use is not being felt. And also the issue of, over time there has been a reduction in real spend or real budget allocated to the police, and we are faced with a growing population and ever growing need for policing, but you don't see the intake of an commensurate number of police to plug the gap to make sure that we meet the global standards in terms of how many policemen per 100,000 citizens. So it is a political question whether there's a political will, because we can hear year in and year out the president at the State of the Nation address talking about policing and beefing up policing, but you cannot do that if you don't give them the resources or the tools. In some instances, even things like forensic bags, or you've heard that Madanga, that some of the police didn't have forensic bag to actually make sure that the chain of custody is fully secured. And if you don't do that, chances are those matters are going to fail when it comes to court. Because of how the evidence was handled, small tools, whether it's forensic lamps or whatever. So we do not provide the necessary tools to those who are responsible for investigations.
Do you think that the Madlanga Commission raising these issues will be able to make a difference? That it's so in the spotlight now?
In some instances, in most instances, the Madlanga Commission will make a difference. But in this instance, again, John, it points to the issue of whether government will take the plunge and make sure that it allocates resources. The Madlanga Commission cannot hold a gun on the appropriations on national treasury or those responsible for appropriations and say you must give police so much. It will take the politicians themselves to say we have a problem. We already know about the issues about the porous borders. It needs money to employ the tens and thousands of necessary inspectors, as well as the border management agents. And it will take government saying we are going to allocate money. But where is the money? Some of the money can be found in not witness protection, in VIP protection, where you find politicians squandering millions just to be protected. In essence of protection from what? From the citizens or from what? Those are some of the monies that could actually be allocated or diverted to us. And we just learned now that actually there was 600 million for one day, for 30th of March. If that political will could be there, so it means that there is money, or that money can be found. It is just the political will to be able to allocate it accordingly.
All right, Toboko Kas, thank you very much. Chairperson of Public Interest SA. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. We're going to talk about what the Constitutional Court decided yesterday after this.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
In case you missed it.
So after someone says yes when they really want to say no, what emotional psychological patterns tend to show up afterwards?
When you are a kind person, you are giving from a place of fullness. You are, giving from a place of no expectation. So I don't give you my yes because I want to be validated by you. I want you to always be excited for me. But I give you from a place of wholeness. To say, if today my response to you is a no, it's really from a place of wholeness. It's really from a place of kindness.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludig.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists like Thandiswe Mzwai, Mzaki, Concord and Kabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Youth Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, and free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at thenationalartsfestival.co.za. I'll say that again. Book now at www.nationalartsfestival.co.za.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
All right, let's a big decision by the Constitutional Court, a landmark judgment ruling the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government have a constitutional obligation to provide affordable housing in and near the city centre, stems from the unlawful sale of the former Tafelberg school site in Sea Point, bringing an end to a decade-long legal battle by Ndafuna Nkwazi and Reclaim the City. It's being hailed as a major victory for spatial justice and housing rights in South Africa. Let's start with Sheila Madikane, Sea Point activist for affordable housing in Cape Town. Sheila, good morning to you. What does this mean for the people who are desperate for housing close to the city?
Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, everyone, this morning. First of all, I just want to say thanks to God that wake me up and he wake my colleagues also up so that we can see the new life and the new day for us as activists of Reclaim the City. It was because of his will and the Funukwazi's life that they put on the risk for us as activists to assist with everything what happened. I want to say this morning to the people that there is always a will that God put in front of us and a plan that God planned out for us and straightened it out. Because of the ruling of the judgment of the Concord was not because of it wanted to rule in our favor as activists of the land justice, but because of they were sticking on the truth. We went to all the courts and it was a failure, but because of they did know that the justice it's meant for us as Reclaim the City people, as people that are fighting for land, not for profit, because of the profiting of the people, that the land justice was made for people, and the Tafelberg side that we were fighting for it for a long time, for years. And now we are so happy that the Concord did fight and stand on the truth that it is the need for people that are poor, the poorest of the poor, have to stay also in the inner city, not because of they poor, that the rich must only stay in the inner city.
Sure.
The Concord did rule in our favor.
What do you hope will happen to that Tafelberg site now? There are a number of options. One of them is for social housing for households earning between 3,500 and 22,000 rand a month. What do you, as an activist of Sea Point, want to happen there?
What I want as an activist of Reclaim the City in the Sea Point area CBD I want the ruling of the court as it happened. They need to build social housing for us. But we know that social housing doesn't work out for all of us. And we want affordable housing in the inner city where we can also live nearby our jobs, nearby the schools for our kids. So it needs to be affordable. That because we will say social, but then the social housing that it doesn't afford each and every one of us. There are people that are not earning such a lot of money because when you are renting a social housing, you rent till you die. And when you can't rent, you need to be chucked out and they're putting you out. If they can make it for us as affordable, that each and everyone can afford, although they will start at like 2,500, it's affordable for us because of it's for activists and people that are poor and people that are nearby their work to enter into their work at the CBD in Seapoint.
All right, Sheila Madikani, Seapoint activist for affordable housing in Cape Town. Let's talk to Edward Malopi now, Social Economic Rights Institute Senior Communications and Advocacy Officer. What does this mean, Edward Malopi, for not just Seapoint, because it's now a constitutional court ruling. What does this mean now for the affordable housing across the country?
Yes, no, thank you, John, for the invitation and good morning to the SAfm listeners. As you quite correctly point out, this is a decision that comes from the apex court of the country, which means that it does have jurisdiction for every part of South Africa. And so what it means is that one, the court has, made directly the implications that the state has, both at local and provincial level, to ensure that the legacies of apartheid that we saw that excluded the vast majority of poor and marginalized people from the city center, that in the policy that government makes, that it seeks to redress that spatial injustice. That spatial injustice is a goal, is something that we need to get rid of, and we need to make steps towards that particular goal. Another important element that the court made was in relation to public participation processes, where when policy is being developed, that individuals and the public have an opportunity to shape public participation, to shape the policy through the public participation processes. And those public participation processes cannot merely be a tick box exercise, but they should actually be done so with a manner of ensuring that the voices that come through are able to shape policy.
Very quickly, it's interesting you raise public participation, because what happens in a situation, I'm not saying, I think we all agree the spatial planning is an issue in South Africa, but if a community decide actually we don't want low-cost housing in our vicinity?
Well, so yes, that's precisely, I think, the elements of it, that it's to take all the views that are put on the table and to weigh them against all the other priorities that we have as a society to redress legacies of apartheid and where we are going in line with the Constitution. And so if the views don't align with the Constitution, or they don't align with a vision of a better future for all, then on that case, they could be disregarded. But where they align with the provisions that the Constitution gives, and also the goals that that we have as a society, then government can't simply do as they wish or as they please without taking into consideration the views of the public,
including everybody. And that's the point, right? And then so there are goals as set out, and as long as everything falls within those goals.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense in my head. Okay, thank you very much. Edward Malopi, Socio-Economic Rights Institute Senior Communications and Advocacy Officer. This is an ongoing issue. I'm already seeing social media celebrating, but obviously social media, welcome to it. There are people who disagree with the whole thing, and they're reading the Constitutional Court in a completely different, the ruling in a completely different way. Love to get your views on that. Social housing in Seapoint, which costs millions. I was just looking the other day, just for fun, if I wanted to retire in Seapoint, how much it would cost me, and forget it. It's not going to happen. For what is it, like the size of a hotel room, you're paying millions. So this is a great news for people that want to work and have to work in Sea Point instead of traveling an hour and a half from outside the city to come to work. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. It's 29 minutes to 11 o'clock.
Thank you, John. On the news headlines, 4 people have been killed in a collision between a truck and a car on the N1 outside Mukubane, Limpopo. The Provincial Transport Department says the deceased were occupants of the car. Fatigue is suspected to be the cause of the collision, which police are investigating. More than 700 Malawian nationals are stranded outside the decommissioned repatriation site at the Old Durban Drive-In in KwaZulu-Natal, and the suspended secretary of the Limpopo legislature is expected to appear before the disciplinary hearing soon. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, you're late, but that's okay. Welcome to it. We're at the Public Works Summit. It's happening out, where is it? East of Johannesburg, northeast of Johannesburg, right? I haven't been to the east of Johannesburg for a long time. Technically, it depends on which GPS you're using. It says Sandton. I can see Sandton, but I'm on the other side of the highway. So we're going to go with Modderfontein, we're East Rand. But it's still in Johannesburg. It's not quite a Kuruleni, right? Okay, just making sure. The point of the summit is to address some of the challenges experienced before an asset, a building, becomes a building. And there's a host of conversations that are going to be happening. The summit theme is from collapse to confidence. So we're gonna talk to a number of people that are at this conference a little bit later on in the show after 11 o'clock. We're going to get their views. You heard from the Deputy Minister earlier highlighting some of the topics that they're going to be raising. It's got a lot to do with building safety. It's got a private-public partnership that's going to be discussed as well. So we're going to have all of those conversations later on in the show. So welcome to it. It's good to have you along. John Carrick is my name, in for Joanne. She's taking the day off. And I'm in the cold, which is fine. I don't mind sitting in the cold. There's a lovely breeze blowing from my left to my right as we sit here. And sometimes you'll hear a beep in the background. It sounds like a truck reversing. It's a metal detector. So sometimes people are walking through a metal detector and it goes off. It's not a truck reversing. I do have to keep checking every now and again. It's the metal detector that's picking people up. There are people in the background, as you can hear as well. So that's the joy of an outside broadcast. Let's go to some voice notes. A number of topics that have been raised this morning, including the honest leaders for Kila and Mbalula is going to be spoken about, and Gayton McKenzie on the Bafana coach. So let's hear what your views are on a number of topics this morning.
Good morning, John. Good morning. Woolly Gate, man, John. Woolly Gate. Hey, John, I don't know if Gayton McKenzie has got this ministerial book. Maybe he must ask for it. I don't think he's got one. Because he just thinks being a minister of sport, you can now tell who must be the coach and who mustn't be. You know, he says Peter Busman must be the coach. But Helman Mkelele has been working there with Hugo Bruce. What is he saying about Helman Mkelele? So the guy, he thinks his feelings is a South African feeling. He must just read this ministerial book. And coming to the issue of President Ramaphosa, you know, when I heard he reshuffled the cabinet, I didn't know he brought back Diana Pule. Indeed, this is the dying of the ANC. Good morning, John. Marumo Maike.
Good morning, Mr. John Kirk. This is Agimateo Bola. On Balula, yesterday's press briefing, he's undermining South Africans. How can he say that schools were open, his kids went to school, shops were open and all that? I felt like it was Sunday when in that morning of 30th June until 9 o'clock matches start. It means he didn't see anything. The impact of the people who were crying about immigration crisis in South Africa. Mbalula is so ignorant like his own government. I think the government of DS, GNU and the ANC is arrogant to the people of this country. Good morning, John Kirk. This is Agimatebo.
Good morning, John, and morning to the SFM listeners from Durban. John, I really appreciate people, honest people, and I think this is what the government of national unity was missing. Just the people that are going to be honest about our situation and look to actually fix it instead of pointing at all the shortcomings.
Even if the message was saying that it's a shutdown, John, but the thing is that, yes, the march, they need to be strong. The strongest must come out so that the government can consider. The government of South Africa works like that most. In order for you to take you into consideration, you must act very decisively. So that message was good to draw the attention of the government, because this government doesn't work if you don't do something.
All right, so those are some of your voice notes. 0614 104 107 if you want to join the conversation. Plenty to talk about. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about Bantu Holomisa and his views on the funding. Is that going to get podcast? That'll be podcast soon, and I believe it's going to be part of the promo as well. We're going to run that promo through the weekend. Bantu Holomisa decrying the budget that is being given to the defense system and the security cluster. And it's something that was being raised by March and March. Suddenly they found 600 million rand for protection during the 30th of June. And Bantu Holomisa saying we need the money. You look at the condition of the army and the military personnel that are up at the border. And you could almost hear the frustration you could hear the frustration in his voice of just, where's the money? We need the money. We need our personnel to be looked after. So I'd love to get your views on what you heard of Bantu Holomisa, and that should be podcast up soon as well. So be sure to listen to that in case you missed it. But yeah, he was not a happy man, and we'll be doing a little bit more on that, I'm sure, in the next few months. You at SAfm, John in for Joanne. It is the Daily Discourse. We're going to be talking about jobs. We're going to talk about security, anti-immigration protests as well. We're hoping to get the president of the General Industries Workers Union of South Africa. We'll try and get them on the line in a second.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
All right, GIWUSA, the General Industries Workers Union of South Africa, says the loss of 80,000 jobs in the first quarter of the year should be the country's primary concern. Worsening unemployment and declining worker incomes are fueling social instability, they say. They also say that attention has shifted towards anti-immigrant protests instead of addressing the economic crisis facing working class communities. Well, Mametlwe Sibiya is the president of the General Industries Workers Union of South Africa. Mametlwe, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's start with those 80,000 jobs. It's just a continuing downward trend when it comes to employment.
Absolutely, John, and happy to be here. Just to say that you remember that the 80,000 follow about over 360,000 jobs that were lost, I think, in a quarter before this. And of course, it is a jobs bloodbath that is linked with a decline and, of course, the industrialization of the country, as reflected in the epidemics and waves of factory closures, of mine closures. And every major industry at the core of the economy is in decline, and that is a source of the catastrophic levels of unemployment. But it's not just jobs that have been lost. In the first quarter, workers lost over 43 billion rand. That is about 7 billion as a result of wages lost alongside job losses. But even more than that, over 36 billion, and as a result of employers slashing bonuses and 700 million in overtime pay. This doesn't mean that there is less overtime. It just means workers are not being paid for it. That is a plunder. That is an impoverishment. That is an assault on the standards of living of the workers, their families, and their communities.
Why is there this unindustrialization that you spoke about?
Well, there are a number of factors, right? Firstly, we have got to accept that capitalism globally is undergoing an organic crisis that is deepening. The curse of overaccumulation evident in the overcapacity, overproduction in all major industries. Just one example. Steel, for instance, China today has capacity to make more steel than three times the world demand. The consequences of that has been a dumping of a cheap steel from China, from India, that has decimated high-field steel, that has decimated ArcelorMittal, which has been retrenching workers in mass. That is true of every major industry, right? But there are also obviously domestic factors. The energy crisis that we had meant, 56 out of the 60 smelters, that is the processing and beneficiation of minerals in this country, were closed because these are intensive energy users, right? And I can go on and on. The fact of the matter is the ruling class in this country has no solution, because even the kind of investment that we are getting, by the way, because we hear these same people attracting investment after investment. Look at the takeover of Clover as an example. One of the biggest investment that took place, recently. It was bought by the Israeli consortium Melco for 3-point-something billion. As a result of that takeover and that investment, about 5 factories were closed in small towns where these factories were the lifeline of the economy. Hundreds of workers lost their jobs. And that is because the overproduction and overcapacity means multinational companies are raiding South African assets, not in order that they invest and grow them, but in order that they can destroy them as competition, to clear and use them as an access point for the imports of the produce in the manufacturing hubs of these multinational corporations in China, in Europe, in America, and all of these places. And this is the result of the policy, the neoliberal policy framework of this government, for which they must be responsible, just as the multinational corporations are responsible for this.
All right, so what is the solution?
Well, ultimately, we've got to start with the idle capacity that we have. We cannot have a situation where in hundreds of mines, thousands, over 6,000 mines in this country are derelict and owners, right? Hundreds of them are still having substantial resources. We can't be waiting for investors when we have minerals, when we have mines, and mass unemployment. Government must expropriate this, must expropriate many other factories that have not been closed because there is a lack of need for their products, to ensure that they are recapitalized, given to workers and communities, so that we reclaim jobs and we are able to investment create many more jobs out of thousands of these factories and mines that are closed. That's the first thing that needs to happen. We also call for, obviously, nationalization of the mineral base, the mining industry, to ensure that there's local beneficiation. This country industrialized when we had a vertically integrated state-owned companies that own, for instance, iron ore mining, that was part of ISCOR, was a mining owned by the state-owned company that beneficiated into what today is ArcelorMittal. That is from iron ore to a final steel product. Jobs were created in areas like Pretoria West, but you would have cities like Vanderbilt and others that were created by the state-owned mining company that beneficiated. The same thing with coal and so that beneficiated into oil. So we need to be able to make sure that there's local beneficiation and reindustrialization. But I also think that there's something to be said about the fact that as technology advances, reality is more and more workers are going to be redundant. We've got to think about a job sharing scheme where we reduce the working week in order to distribute millions of jobs among the millions of unemployed people in this country. Because some of the industries, look at an example about agriculture, right? Which has been increased in terms of productivity, and I think the same thing as well with mining. But when you look at agriculture, decades ago, it used to be employing over 2 million workers. Today it's employing about what? It's employing less than 1 million. Mining itself, just in the past 5 years, it has almost more than doubled or tripled the value of their production. But hundreds of thousands of workers have lost jobs to mechanization and labor displacing technologies. So as technologies are advancing, I mean, when you look at South Africa, we're already in the 4th industrial revolution in the world. But most of the technologies, even of the 3rd industrial revolution, if they were to be implemented, we will have even many millions more unemployed. So we've got to think about how do we share the existing work among the workforce that we have. We can't have 30 million people unemployed while very few people are being overworked. In Clover, that I gave an example about, employer increased the working shift from 9 to 12 hours. Workers are working on holiday, on Christmas, on Sundays. At the same time as in Tembisa, tens of thousands of young people are unemployed. We can't have that. It's not sustainable. And of course, we've got to be able to find solutions to that.
And you say the focus is all in the wrong place at the moment. It's everybody's focusing on the immigration issue rather than focusing on the job creation issue.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because when you look at, these job losses that we've had, right? Where does a migrant come in, right? The job losses before it, where do they come in, right? If anything, the fact that the trade, that is your restaurant, your hospitalities, and so on, took more hitting, should tell us and should be a warning. Because these are consumption industries. And what is the logic in consumption industries? In fact, it says the more people, the bigger the market, the merrier, right? So the idea that the crisis in this country is because of too many people, because too many migrants, it actually means the logic that part of the problem with this continent is that the colonial balkanization of the continent means that there is simply not a single country compared to those in Asia like China and India and others that has a big enough a market to allow investment on industrials that can function on the economies of scale, because that is what is lacking in this continent. And that is a problem. And the idea that we should be reducing, we should be, taking more people out of the country, it actually just doesn't make sense. Because China lifted over 800 million people out of poverty during my and your lifetime. And that tells you that we have no population problem, but also that the country is, overwhelmed in terms of what? Too many people physically. It doesn't make sense. Germany, the biggest country in Europe, has over 30 million more people than South Africa. But South Africa is 3 times the size of that country. So it just doesn't make sense from every angle that the crisis is migration when it is evident that the deindustrialization, but also that the mass unemployment that follows from this, the levels of poverty, the inequalities are also the reasons we have, out of this desperation, criminality and violence in our community, which cut across nationalities, tribalism, racial lines. And we can be able to have conversation about criminality, about violence, which is unacceptable, intolerable, without being xenophobic and anti-migrant.
Okay, Mametwe, don't go away, please. We've got a comment from Lala, but I've got to go to an ad break first. So let's take the quick ad break. My guest is Mametwe Sabiye. He's the president of the General Industry Workers Union of South Africa. Lala and Polokwane, we'll let you ask him a question after this.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAfM.
All right, let me tell you about the National Arts Festival. It's live at Makandla until the 5th of July. It's featuring artists like Tandiswa Mazwai, Mzaki, Concord, and Kabinda, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Youth Artists. Expect new theatre, new dance, new visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, free performances as well, and work that intersects with the tech, the times, and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
John in for Joanne. Lala in Polokwane, you have a question for my guest. Mametlo Esabia is the president of the General Industries Workers Union of South Africa. Go ahead, Lala.
Good morning, John. John, I just want to ask your guest. I strongly believe that the issue of immigrants, more especially the illegal immigrants, it has been an economic sabotage to the working class. In this way, if in South Africa we're following all the labor laws, and we know that there is a minimum wage, the immigrants came to South Africa, they started accepting very low wages, and that as a result, today we are having the so-called the unequal society because the rich are getting more richer and the poor are getting more poorer, and the black South Africans are now out of work. What is she thinking about that? Because that is not xenophobic for us to raise that. Thank you very much, John.
All right, Lala Mametlo, what do you have to say?
Well, there is the reality that employers and the capitalist class are weaponizing the migrants, because this is a section of society that is marginalized, disenfranchised, and therefore condemned in conditions where basically their labor has been devalued below the conditions that are there in law, below that of the collective agreement. But what is the solution, right? We have a lesson in this country. You see, in the beginning of the last century, that is the 19th and the 20th century, the most powerful unions were actually the white unions. When there was the Rand Revolt, which was the most powerful historic movement of the white workers, they went on a strike because they were saying black workers were actually accepting wages below that of the white workers. Instead of fighting for the rights of the black workers, so that with the rights and of course regularity, right? The Tomba system that was making them, easy for exploitation. They decided to actually promote policies of labor aristocracy, wide reservations of white jobs, exclusions of black, and that led to a defeat from which the white working class have not recovered. The point I'm making is, we've got to say, how then do we build the unity of the working class and not repeat that mistake of the trade unionists that led to the defeat of the Rand Revolt, which had hundreds of thousands of black workers going to work as they were striking and allowing that defeat? What is some of the things that we can do? We've got to be fighting to ensure, one, that we have centralized collective agreements, and those collective agreements are extended in every sector of the economy, that through that and the agency fees that we must insist, they must be part of those conditions, where our unions can be able to employ more organizers and inspectors right? Not just rely on the state, so that we ensure that each and every employer lives to those conditions. Migrants want better wages, better conditions, better life, like all of us. The idea that they are accepting these conditions because they have a different logic to us is not, it's just not true. We have got to find a solution on the basis of unity, solidarity, and struggle.
Zama, you want to you got a comment for the guest? Go ahead, Zama in Durban.
Hi, how are you?
Lekker, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment, and I feel like this is a very tricky subject considering where it's gone so far. But speaking as a South African who is currently unemployed and doesn't qualify for the 350 grant that is supposedly available for all South Africans, it puts me in a very tricky conversation, even on the job front, because on the job front, you're required to have experience in order to acquire a job, but there isn't any experience. And I feel like we're getting lost as a country or as a people because charity begins at home. But as far as it's gone in South Africa, charity seems to be reserved for the people that are incoming and not the people that have lived and fought through all of it. And I'm not disputing the fact that they leave their countries because of struggles and so forth and so on. But you've got people who acquire documents illegally that are benefiting from the grants that are all over the place. And the only way that I am, as a South African female, supposedly going to get any grant from the government is if I fall pregnant in order to qualify for a 350 grant or whatever it is that it is. The thing about that is we are getting lost in what we were supposedly promised, and the government is balking at us, saying to them, you have not kept up your end. I cannot, as a child of this country, say, I don't qualify for grant. Every time I reapply, I'm being told I'm employed because maybe my cousin's given me 1,000 rand for whatever, for upkeep. But when the system looks at it, it says that 1,000 rand is some kind of a wage. So the odds seem to be stacked up against the South African who is eager to follow the law and go through all the paces in order to qualify. Whereas you've got people who come from their country just purely because it's uncomfortable. I mean, it's uncomfortable for me, but I'm not going to step over the fence and go to Botswana and say, hey, guys, my life has sucked and I can't have any opportunities in South Africa. So I'd like you guys to adopt me and pay me for being in the country and give me a stipend. It's all of these things an average South African cannot get in their own country or cannot even leave to go elsewhere to acquire. And then we've got a work pool that is inundated with people with no documentation. And the people that have the means to employ are so picky, they're so lazy, they come to work drunk and whatnot.
Zama,
and someone said, you know
Zama,
what?
I need to cut you short. Zama, I'm sorry, I need to cut you short. I'm running out of time. Mametwe, that's what you're talking about, right? These are the issues that you're raising, and we're hearing one specifically from a young person in Durban who is struggling to find a job. These are the issues that you're raising.
Exactly my point. And the situation she's describing is horrendous. We can't have the entire layer of youth, millions of them, who are not in education, not in employment, basically waking up each morning without anything to look for, and they have no future, no hope, right? And the reality is, and you know, the issue of migration is diversion, right? And this is a point that I'm trying to raise, right? Even if you have to remove all the migrants, the restructurings that are taking place in the industry, it doesn't mean she's going to find a job. We need to address her situation, right?
All right.
And our point
Mametle, I'm out of time, unfortunately.
We need to redistribute jobs to ensure that we simply abolish unemployment by sharing all the jobs that are available with the 13 million people that are unemployed in this country. That's the only way to go about it.
Mametlo Sibiya, thank you very much. President of the General Industries Workers Union of South Africa. Yep, it's a huge issue. You were there, SAfm. It's 11 o'clock.
SAfm.
On the top stories, Advocate Hasim explains the evidence gathered against Feroz Khan and Malawian national stranded outside Old Durban Drive-In. For SAfm News, I am Ondilambana, and a very good morning. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry's evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassim, has sought to explain what the evidence gathered against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan will include. She says it will cover issues relating to tenders, alleged abuse of authority, former Ekurhuleni City Manager Imogen Mashazi undeclared 3.35 million rand private jet trip to London in 2022 for a 3-day shopping spree, and financial disclosures. Advocate Hassim is reading into the evidence gathered against Khan, who is still in hospital. A shooting incident last week has left him in a critical condition. Advocate Hassim has told the commission in Pretoria that parts of the evidence against Khan will be heard in camera because it is sensitive and relates to ongoing criminal investigations.
And the reason for this is, there are at least three reasons for this. The first is some of the evidence concerns ongoing criminal investigation, and it will require us to traverse contents of SAPS dockets which we cannot disclose publicly. It will jeopardize the investigations, it will jeopardize individuals. The second is that some aspects of the evidence contain sensitive material that also can't be led publicly in any sensible manner.
The Limpopo legislature says the suspension of the Secretary of the House is necessary to protect the integrity of investigations against him. Dr. Timothy Make's suspension was confirmed earlier this week following allegations of misconduct. He is suspected of financial misconduct, including involvement in tender irregularities. Dr. Make is expected to appear before a disciplinary hearing soon. 4 people have been killed in a collision between a truck and a car on the N1 outside Mokopane, Limpopo. The Provincial Transport Department says the deceased were occupants of the car. Fatigue is suspected to be the cause of the collision, which police are investigating. Mashudu Mabata is the department spokesperson.
Preliminary information suggests that driver fatigue may have contributed to the crash. However, the exact cause of the accident remains the subject of an ongoing investigation by the relevant authorities. The department extends its sincere condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of the deceased during this difficult time. Motorists are advised that law enforcement officers remain on the scene managing traffic and conducting investigations. There is currently no traffic disruption, and the road remains open to traffic. However, motorists are urged to exercise caution, reduce speed, and obey the instructions of traffic officials when traveling through the area.
More than 700 Malawian nationals are stranded outside the decommissioned repatriation site at the Old Durban Drive-In in KwaZulu-Natal. The group includes men, women and children from areas such as Marion Hill, Chatsworth and Phoenix in Durban, as well as the Eastern Cape. The Malawian says they have nowhere else to go after landlords told them to leave, fearing intimidation and possible fines for employing undocumented migrants. They are appealing to the South African government to provide them with transport to the Musina Repatriation Centre. Edward Master has been camping outside the locked drive-in for 2 days.
That's why we missed this date. But when the government brought an ultimatum that, okay, each and every landlord who is keeping an undocumented person, you're going to get a 10,000 fine. That's when these people get frightened. They got frightened and they told us all of a sudden that, okay, you see now, I don't want to get a fine, you can go. That's why you have seen maybe these people, they have come here from yesterday. Like for me, I was given only 20 minutes to pack.
The United Nations Human Rights Council will hold an emergency session on Sudan shortly. This as fears grow over the paramilitary Rapid Support Force's imminent attack on the city of Al Obeid. Group members that the UK is leading requested the session. The BBC's Thomas Mukwana reports.
RSF fighters have encircled the city and launched weeks of drone strikes against civilian infrastructure. The offensive has caused a humanitarian disaster with more than 500,000 people facing shortages of water and food. Sudan's parallel government, allied to the RSF, has dismissed calls to stand down an invasion of the city. Several Western governments have warned the conditions in El Obeid are similar to those in El Fasher in Sudan's Darfur region when it was seized by the RSF last October and thousands of civilians were killed.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry's evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassim, has sought to explain what the evidence gathered against suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan will include. I'm Undulambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Good morning, John in for Joanne. It is the Daily Discourse. We're into the final hour, 6 minutes past 11 o'clock if you're watching the time. It's a cold Johannesburg today. Having a look at my weather, saying it's 12 degrees outside, going to a high of 18 in Johannesburg. Where else? Cape Town. Cape Town's also a little chilly day. 14 in Cape Town, going to a high of 16. And they've got the wind in Cape Town. You've got the wind down there. And in a moment, we're going to talk to the KZN Public Works MEC, who I think would wish that he's in KwaZulu-Natal, because Durban's going to a high of 24 today. Yeah, I'm actually gonna. I'm gonna tell you right now. One of the questions I'm gonna ask him is a very personal one, because I'm driving down to Durban next week. In fact, I'm taking a little break. I'm driving down to Durban. I want to know what those roads are like, because there's some. You talk about public works and infrastructure. What they are doing down from just before Maritzburg, in fact, all the way down to Durbs. It's a huge amount of work. Raising bridges and widening highways, and they're changing things. If you're down in KwaZulu-Natal, you know exactly what I'm talking about. In fact, if you've been on holiday for the last couple of years. So we'll talk to him about, first of all, why he is here. We are having the Public Works, or we are live at the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit. It's from collapse to confidence is the headline. Strengthening public and building safety, asset management, and infrastructure delivery. It's the second one, and we're going to talk to the KZN Public Works MEC in a moment. We're also going to talk to the Minister, Dean McPherson, and we're going to ask him about that, and we're going to have conversations about why they're having this summit. It's the second one, so we'll find out what happened from the first. Will it be continued into the second? So plenty of conversations to be had in this final hour. As always, we love to get your views, especially if you're in KwaZulu-Natal. How is that public infrastructure? Give us a call. You can call us on 086 000 2032. But let's take some voice notes. Plenty of voice notes coming through this morning. You start a conversation about Bafana, you're going to have to finish it, hey? Let's see what you have to say about not just Bafana, but also immigrants. And we want to talk about trying to address all the issues at the same time. A host of conversations that you're bringing up on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, John. Yeah, it's for the first time I hear Mackenzie, Minister of Sports, speaking sense. Pitso Msimana must be given a chance to lead Bafana. That guy must replace a current coach, Hugo, if we want to see a success of our country. It's Keshnam Kansi in Guyana, Limpopo.
Good morning, John. The 30th of June march was nothing but a march against the illegal immigrant. It was not a shutdown. Nobody said that it was a shutdown. The media might have said it's a shutdown. Political figures like Fikile Mbalula and the EFF and the people who are supporting those cult organizations, just because they don't like it when South Africans stand up against illegal immigrants in their country. Nobody said it was a shutdown. Yes, the media said that, and political figures who don't like listening to South Africans, and the people who are supporting these cult organizations.
Good morning. Our president is always running away. He doesn't want to commit himself to anything that's regarding South African citizen. He doesn't want to do that. We are trying to, by all means, to take all those illegal foreigners outside the country. He is the one that is stopping us. You'll hear him say the police officials or all those security sectors, they can't do with criminal alone. We as the citizens are supposed to help them. So we are trying to help them. They said, no, we are not supposed to do their job. So we only have to do what they want us to do.
Good morning, SAFM. Sir, the gentleman that you have there from this union, workers' union or whatever, he can speak as much English as he wants. The real problem is the illegal migrants. For instance, just by this much and much, most of them have left their jobs and more people are getting employment now. One restaurant took more than 30 people. I believe the trucking industry is looking for 300 drivers because the illegal immigrants are under pressure. So he can talk as much as he wants, but they are trying to avoid by all means and trying to be politically correct by not mentioning the illegal immigration. Thank you. It's Gauteng, Cape Town.
Those are some of your views. 0614 104 107. We'll have an opportunity for you to have them, we'll play more of those a little bit later on. But now I'm joined at the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit by the KwaZulu-Natal Public Works, MEC Martin Meyer. MEC, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
How are those roads? I was saying earlier, you went around. I'm driving down to Durbs, so I just want to find out how those roads are going.
The road, the N3, unfortunately, is a very busy road, and that's why bringing back proper railway infrastructure in KZN is a priority for us as a provincial government, working for the national government. So always working an extra hour. The road works between Pietermaritzburg and Durban can be quite hectic. The other day it took me 3 hours to get to my office.
Sure.
But yeah, it always just adds in a little bit of time, but it means we're fixing it. That's the important part.
When you talk about infrastructure, you think of buildings and things, but bridges, and we've seen some of the bridge issues we've seen in Johannesburg over the last couple of weeks. It's very expensive.
It is, but a big part of the problem is that currently still infrastructure is very fragmented in South Africa. So the national government is responsible for certain things, provincial government for other things, and then within government, we unfortunately fragmented it as well. So roads falls under one department, and I do something else, while my department is called infrastructure. So I think there's a big move now and a look, and this is why conferences like this is important, to see how can we defracture, declutter the infrastructure space and streamline it a bit more. But it's a lot of money. I mean, on this week, if you look at the building infrastructure, for instance, we're starting our first big project in a long time, is building a psychiatric hospital in Port Shepstone at 120 million rand, and it's big money, that we're talking about for these projects.
That's the point of these conferences, right? So now everybody's going to get together in a room. I know there's a big focus on private because it's in the list there, but is it inter-government as well, and not just sort of KwaZulu and all the provinces, but all the other big departments that are working together?
Absolutely, and it's also why in KwaZulu-Natal we've now set up the Premier's Infrastructure Council that is chaired by the Premier, and I'm the permanent secretariat of it, to better coordinate all infrastructure across the three spheres of government, because people don't realize that more than 80% of infrastructure development actually happens on local government level. It's actually your municipality that's responsible for the most infrastructure that you use. The roads you drive on, the lights you switch on, that comes from your municipality. But what we've also noticed in a province like KZN is, like many of our smaller municipalities, we're a deeply rural province. I know people look at Durban and think we're a very urbanized province, but we're actually not. And what we saw is that these municipalities don't have the skills. They don't have the architects and the engineers, so they have to pay exorbitant fees for people to come in and do it. And so we as a department went and says, no, we've got all the engineers, all the architects, we're making it for you available free of charge. And since we've started doing that, municipalities are now able to fast track their infrastructure development. And they're doing it, saving a loads of money. There was one project for the Department of Human Settlements, for instance, in eThekwini, that we said, no, we'll come and do the plans and everything for you. And they saved 3 million rand just on the planning phase of that project. So by better coordinating between the three spheres of government, we can be more effective, more efficient, and cheaper.
That's outsource. Is the term that's being used.
Well, it's actually insourcing in government. It's just between the three spheres of government. So we're saying, instead of going to a private company, use another sphere of government, because we have the expertise. I have wonderful engineers and architects and quantity surveyors in the department, and we don't have enough work for them because things have slowed down a little bit in the economy. I'm saying, but there's still so many projects. So use the provincial government. Let us help the local government and get these projects started.
I'm just saying, the local governments where elections are happening soon. So this is very important. This conversation, because the roads outside my house that's what affects me tomorrow, as opposed to a lovely building that goes up.
Absolutely. Bread and butter issues, and people care in local government elections is the potholes on my road, is the light on my pole there, and if I turn the tap. And again, this is why I'm talking about the fragmentation, because water skips provinces. So water has the national government and your district municipality. Province plays no role in water, and I said, but that's a problem. Because KZN can't have one. You can't have one water plan for South Africa because KZN Northern Cape has very different water needs, and that's why we're putting in something like the Infrastructure Council. Say no, let's coordinate even things like water that doesn't necessarily fall directly under the province, but we do have a role to play, and we want to play a bigger role in that.
This conference, from collapse to confidence, what does that mean?
So I think there's two sides of it. One side of it is that we know that there's been a terrible time in the construction industry with safety, building collapses and things like that. But there's another side of it, in that public works departments across the country has been collapsed themselves. When I came in office 2 years ago, we were 900 million rand in debt. We're now clean. We had over 700 million rand of unauthorized expenditure. It's now at zero. And it's a department, but I use this example that 2 years ago, people building a mall in Empangeni in KZN came to meet me, said they need our help. They're going to start building. They need us to help them with some of the issues to sort out. And a year later, I was invited to the opening of that mall.
Wow.
In that year, I haven't built a school. It takes us 4 years to build a school, but they can build a whole mall in a year. So then there's a problem with us. And we've collapsed as departments. And I think we're rebuilding trust in public works. We're bringing people back to public works and saying, but we can and we need to do better, and we're already starting the results. So I think that's also part of it, is this also rebuilding these departments of public works, the 9 in the provinces and the national one, to say, but no, we need to build trust back into our departments that we can deliver good quality infrastructure to the people of our country.
You just said, though, you've got these great architects and engineers. So where is the gap from these great engineers to bricks and mortar on the ground?
So there was many problems. As you know, in KZN, we struggled with the so-called construction mafia. I don't like that word because it makes them sound very fancy. They're just petty criminals, or scabengas. That was one problem that delayed projects. Another part is that many of our contractors bid. There was a big issue with our bidding process. They bid, and then they don't actually have the skills or the money to complete, and then we have to go to a second bid and a third bid, and projects get delayed and delayed and delayed. And then there was a big problem from our side. We weren't paying our contractors. There were contractors that haven't been paid for 4 or 5 years, and then the work stops because you're not going to work if you're not getting money, and that's quite rightly so. And the issue is because the budgets don't come directly to us. So if we build a school, the budget goes to the Department of Education. They must pay us. We must pay the contractor. And so when I came into office, the various government departments owed us almost R1 billion.
Wow.
And we cleaned that up. We took a very hard stance against our sister departments. They said, no, you have to pay us. And now it is this month, 10 months, that all our contractors are paid within 30 days.
There's also opportunity for a lot of brown envelopes in all of those chains
That's a big part. And then the other one that I touched on earlier is the construction mafia, where we've gone from 60 incidences a month to less than 5 incidences a month. So we're moving in the right direction.
Let's talk about this summit. What does KwaZulu-Natal hope to get out at the end of it?
I think KwaZulu-Natal, we're firmly trying to position ourselves as the new growth province for South Africa. We know that the worldwide economic growth is on the east, and we're the east-facing province. And through our harbour and everything, we've always been sort of the third child in line of the Western Cape and Gauteng. And I said, with all due respect to my colleagues from those two provinces who are here, but KZN is trying to say that, but we have so much to offer, and the economic growth of South Africa is going to be in KwaZulu-Natal. But we need the infrastructure for that, and we need to partner with the private sector to come in, trust us, and rebuild what is still the best and most amazing province in South Africa.
I've got 2 minutes and I need to wrap this up. You've got that, the airport King Shaka, you've got that whole precinct around there. Is that very private, or is there public participation there as well?
That's also a triple P type situation as a public-private partnership, and we're really moving forward for public-private partnerships. 3 years ago, there was only one triple P in the whole of KZN, and that was the Albert Luthuli Hospital. Now we're really going to launch quite a lot more of those, and I think it's going to be to the benefit of the people.
Martin Meyer, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
A host of other things to get involved in. KwaZulu-Natal Public Works MEC Martin Meyer joining us here on SAfm.
It's Elimination Week on the Tastemaster Professional this Sunday evening at 7. Faced with one of the world's most popular dishes, our chefs must create a pizza that rises above the rest. With big flavors and bold ideas needed to impress the judges, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will earn a slice of success and who will get boxed out of the competition? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional, Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC 2.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I'm always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account in under 2 minutes and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists like Tandiswa Mzaki, Concord and Kabinde and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual arts, comedy, magic, children's shows and free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAFM.
John in for Joanne. It is 22 minutes past 11 o'clock. We're at the Public Works and Infrastructure Summit. From Collapse to Confidence is the headline, joined by the director of the Brol Property Group, Batibile Chime. Batibile, thank you very much for coming. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited.
Your reaction to the first, hour and a half so far of what's been happening here?
No, I think the minister is definitely taking leadership and leading the direction in terms of the conversation on infrastructure in this country, and really how and why it should be prioritized. We spoke about some building collapses and really how the industry is taking this forward in terms of compliance management, making sure that, this doesn't happen again. I think the department has a big role, and as the private sector, we're here to partner with them and take the journey.
I wasn't able to get into that. What were some of the highlights that he was telling you, which then you will get in? It's not just a one-way conversation. There will be two ways. So what did you take from what he said first of all?
I think the most important thing is that government can't do it alone. There's a lot of partners around this room who want to take the journey in terms of preserving public infrastructure. There's a big conversation around how that infrastructure is managed. We sit in a services business, and so when you think about maintenance and how government thinks of maintenance of government buildings, it's almost a sore point. And so how do we move from reactionary to predictive and actually preserving these assets?
The word assets is used a lot, and I think it's just the industry you're in. So just explain for me, a radio guy, what is an asset?
So buildings, government buildings,
Right.
So courthouses, border posts, office buildings, libraries, schools.
Right.
So anything that constitutes a state-owned building, those are the assets of the state.
Okay. So what are the challenges that, the one thing you wanted to highlight is the challenges experienced before the asset becomes an asset.
Yes.
So what's that? The building and the planning?
That's the construction phase.
Right.
Yes. So traditionally in the construction phase, what you're finding, a lot of guys are taking shortcuts. And so there are a number of different reasons for why the buildings fail. Some of those reasons are because they were built in areas that were never supposed to be built in. So that's an approvals and a planning issue. Some of the problems are related to actual skill and engineers signing that off and not having those approvals in place. And then some of those problems are around building plan approvals. So those plans were never approved, and people are taking the liberty and putting these structures up. And so that journey from construction, and then we've got to maintain. So once it's up,
Right.
once it's approved, once the engineers have signed it off, what do we do with it? How do we look at the long-term value? How do we preserve the long-term value so that government is actually not throwing money away and actually constantly investing in these assets?
Having to condemn a building for
Correct.
waste.
Correct.
I wanted to ask Martin Meyer, but I didn't have time. Access to the department,
Yeah.
as far as the private sector, is that something that's easy to do?
Absolutely not. It is quite confusing. I think government, the way they've set themselves up, is a little bit of a minefield for everyone who's not in government. I think if you are in government, it's quite easy and you understand the structures, the DGs and all the acronyms. But I think for private sector, we're straight to the point. We want to get it done. You want to speak to this person to get it done. And so sometimes that red tape actually limits how they're able to implement and actually be effective. So ultimately, they need to deliver services, and that's where it gets complicated, because you start a process and you almost don't know where to go to fix something. You've got an issue with a leaking water meter. Where do you begin?
Sure.
And so I think for a lot of people, navigating the government space is actually quite challenging.
Yeah, you obviously didn't hear it when I was talking to Martin May. He was saying, well, roads are sometimes national, sometimes they're regional.
Yeah.
Water skips provinces completely, and if you need water pipes into your buildings, it's just the confusion about how things work. There's not one person to do that.
Correct. It's different departments. It depends on where you are. It depends on, what's certain or region you'd fall into. So those are some of the areas that need some clarity around the normal person to say, how do I get this done?
Sure. I've said this before, when private sector get involved, and we spoke to a union a little bit earlier on, people's hair in the back of their neck stands up. Why private? We should be doing this internally. So from the private sector, why should government be including you?
So I think there's a lot of professionalization and skills that we can bring on. There's also capacity, right? I think the expectation that government must be everything to everybody at the same time is actually, it's a fallacy. They just can't do it. And so there are skills and services that we can partner together to say, we've got these services, we've got this skill set, you've got this problem, how do we take it forward? And I think the governance is important around how that happens. And that's why the governance is from a government perspective. But it's definitely around a skill sharing and a capacity building exercise that the two must partner.
You're in it to make a lot of money.
Well, not quite. I think it's more around public services. Government's mandate is service delivery. And so they've got to deliver against the services and the issues of government, right? And so with that in mind, it's around planning projects around that.
Sorry, the bell is ringing. They want you to go back into the conference, but I'm going to hold you for a couple more minutes.
Sure.
How do you collaborate more effectively? Is that the point of these kind of conferences?
Correct. I think it starts with a conversation in these rooms. And it's not just about conversation. It's about how do those conversations turn into projects? How do they turn into recommendations? And ultimately, how do they turn into implementation? And so I think a lot of criticism on government conferences is that it's just talk shows, right? There's no implementation. It's another conference. But I think what we've seen from having this one last year is that the recommendations that came from this conference went to Parliament around how to manage the national state assets, and that's where it becomes effective. So those conversations become policy, and then policy becomes implemented.
And will you be listened to?
Yes.
That you can have all the conferences you want,
Yeah.
and if they just put out what they want, well, it doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah.
If they've already got an agenda and they just put out that agenda, what's the
and I
point?
think that's why it's important to have the private sector perspective, right? Because we're holding them accountable. So one of the conversations we had at the beginning was, what have we done and achieved from last year's conference? And so there's a very clear implementation mandate around this conference, and I think that's what makes it different to others.
All right, Matabile, I'm going to let you go back in. I can
Okay.
hear the callers, they're shouting for you to get back in there.
Thank you.
Matabile Chime is the director of the Brol Property Group with SAFM. Now, you've heard from the private sector, you've heard from the governments, you've heard from the unions. What do you make of what's been happening here at the conference, and what do you make of public infrastructure? I love that analogy that Martin Mayer, or that explanation Martin Mayer was giving about a mall being built within a year, but they still hadn't built a school. Yeah, those are the kind of things that's real life a real life example of just how slow things can be. Hopefully these summits will speed things up. You're with SAfm. We've got a half hour left in the show. More from this conference coming up, and we hope to hear from another couple of MECs from different provinces. But also, the National Consumer Commission has announced that Jaguar and Land Rover vehicles are being recalled. We're going to find out why. You're with SAfm. It's 11:30.
On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry's evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassim, says historical SARS records point to alleged fraud and corruption involving tobacco manufacturer Cannelinks. Some of the Malawians who arrived at the old drive-in in KwaZulu-Natal after repatriation ended say they only fled after threats against undocumented migrants escalated. And 4 people have been killed in a collision between a truck and a car on the N1 outside Mukubane in Limpopo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding. Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You're with SAfm. I'm John Gericke in for Joanne. 29 minutes to 12 o'clock. The midday, the updated noon team will look after you from midday today, bringing you all the news you need. But I'm not going to be able to do the sport, unfortunately. So we should talk sport, but no, we can't. We're talking about a host of other topics as well. We're taking your calls, 086 000 2032. You can send us a WhatsApp as well. WhatsApp voice notes. We get a little bit of time for that on 0614 104 107. A rare opportunity to have your say on national radio. You can talk about the infrastructure, Public Works and Infrastructure Summit. We are hoping to get the Minister, Dean McPherson, in the hot seat in a moment, so we'll talk to them, or talk to them. We'll talk to the Minister later on this morning. We're hoping to talk to that, but we're also going to get an update on what's happening with these cars. A host of cars recalling because of selected models sold in South Africa between 24 and 27. So we'll talk to the Acting Commissioner of the National Consumer Commission, Hardin Ratishu, in a moment, and we'll get an update on what's happening there. I'm hoping we got some voice notes. We got some voice notes to play. I think we should be able to have some of those. In fact, there were a couple that we didn't play from earlier on. So let's take some voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Joan. A simple question to the union representative there. I mean, what's it about them as leaders that they seem don't want to listen? Right now, he's using this March and March issue to raise his own concern, and as if that whatever other people are raising is not important, and the only important issue is what he believes in. I mean, can't these issues be raised both at the same time?
Good morning, Mr. J. Your guest is totally wrong when he says foreigners are not the problem. They are just one of many problems that we have in South Africa. He cannot justify how comes foreigners are working at KFC, garages, restaurants, and everywhere, including security. They are not the problem. They are the problem because they are working in South Africa. South Africans are not working. So they're just part of the problem. They are not the only problem. Pastor Cape Town.
Some of your voice notes, 0614 104 107. Quick break, and then we're going to talk about this car recall. We're going to find out what the issue is.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
The question to you on social media is, does the gym intimidate or inspire you to take charge of your health?
So the big thing is 65% of women fear being judged. Then the second fear is that you feel that you're not fit enough to begin. And you're already telling yourself that in your mind. It sees it as a social threat and sees it as a danger. The buzzword at the moment is gym intimidation.
That was Liesel van der Westhuizen, mental fitness and burnout business coach.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
Hey there! Need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat! Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfM.
John in for Joanne. It's the Daily Discourse on SAfM. Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure getting his headphones switched on. There we go. Dean McPherson, Minister, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, John. It's great to be with you.
Second offering of this summit. What did we learn from last year's, first of all?
Well, I think that we learned that public works really sits at the center of so many South Africans' lives. They may not realize it, but you know, we are the single largest landlord in the country. We are responsible for a number of key infrastructure projects. We have some really important entities like the Independent Development Trust that leads the building of social infrastructure in many provinces. And so the inaugural conference was really about setting that scene that public works is important, that we've got to jack up our work, that we've got to be better at what we do, and really creating a public platform to be held accountable for that work as well.
The headline is From Collapse to Confidence. Why that, and what do you read into that?
Well, you will know that over the last year we've suffered a number of tragic building collapses, dating back to the first one being the George building collapse on the 6th of May 2024. And I have really wanted to pursue that relentlessly to make sure that people who we entrust to build our buildings are held accountable for when those buildings fail, but B, also that we learn the lesson so that it doesn't happen, and that we create a better culture and environment for buildings to be built, both for workers and for people that use them. And so we wanted to draw a hard line in the sand that says, you know, this has happened too many times. We need to intervene. We need to work with municipalities, provinces, other ministries as well, and actually present a credible pathway to safety. And that's why I've announced that I'll be issuing a set of regulations that at least try to plug the gap between the legislative work that we need to do, so that we can, you know, get that ball rolling, but also then issue a public index that people can measure the work that we are doing. So we want to hear from them. We want to know what they think about the work that we're doing. So that's part of the transparent effort that we're also trying to put in.
The issue was inspectors, and this always comes up. And you can make all the policies you want in the world, but if you don't have somebody on the ground inspecting, is that being addressed?
Absolutely. And the problem that we find is that building is so fragmented. So we are the custodian of the built environment. So, and quite rightly, people look to me and say, this building's collapsed. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
But often, you have local planning laws. You have building inspectors that reside within local municipalities. You have labor inspectors that reside under the Department of Employment and Labor. And so it's very fragmented. And our view and what we are going to be taking to Cabinet is a holistic memorandum from myself, the Minister of Human Settlements, and the Minister of Employment and Labour that says that we've got to try and pull these various strands together so that we can see the whole picture and not parts of it. Because when those parts are working in different ways, that's when you see opportunity for disaster to take place. And that's what the reports really say, is that there's no oversight. I've said this so many times. George could have been prevented 9 times. There were 9 opportunities to stop that collapse, but there was no legislative requirement or no person overseeing that to actually stop it there and then, and that's what we want to stop.
One of the issues that's been raised is just is different. You got national, provincial, local. Is that part of this? Everybody working together again. And a great example, one of the MECs of KwaZulu-Natal was saying, water's national and local, and you're skipping province.
Yeah.
So how does all of that work?
So I mean, look, we also have a constitution, and that determines the functions of different spheres of government, and local government is very independent in terms of the constitution, and so our approach has not been to say, well, let's sort of force our way through the door, let's invite our way in, and let's incentivize them to partner with us, and let's because no local municipality wants to have a building collapse. So let's help them, let's work together, and I find that we get a much better response on that basis. So on the issue of water, I mean, I think that there's an argument, that provinces should be involved, and but that's got to be done by partnership, because the reality is that the Constitution, devolves that to district municipalities. I don't want to get into the argument about district and local municipalities, whether they work or not. But I think that there's a conversation to be had about how do you strengthen partnership, and then incentivize it as well, so that it's not just a nice to have, but there's actually something in it for everyone.
Let's talk about public and private collaboration. That's part of what this is about. And I've said it 3 times already. It does make some people worried when private starts getting involved in public. Just explain your thinking.
Well, I disagree with that. I think that from what we are doing, we are the largest owner of land and buildings in the country. And, I'm not afraid to say it, but they're falling apart. They're not doing what they should. And so, we need to work with the private sector. They've got the money. They can invest. We can get something out of that. We can save money by this massive leasing portfolio that we have, private leasing. We pay 6 billion rand a year. I'd rather invest that into our own assets. But the private sector have to come alongside us. And, I don't think that there's anything to be worried about. If the terms and conditions are transparent and open, and everyone gets something out of it, that's, what we should be aiming to do. How do we save money? How do they make money? How do we create an environment that, benefits communities? That's, the incentive at the end of the day.
Does that include leasing and construction?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that government, everyone should be in government buildings. I know that that's not realistic. There are some instances where we will continue to private lease. But, government doesn't construct. We say this is what we want. We put out the terms and conditions, and then the private sector construct it. Tomorrow I'll be in the Eastern Cape. I'll be launching the Sarah Bartman Centre for Remembrance, which has been delayed over 10 years. And tens of, I think it's about 150 million rand has been spent there, and it's still not finished after a decade. And we are using our government entity, IDT, in conjunction with the private sector to get that project over the line. That's a good example of what public-private partnerships can do. So I'm very excited that we'll be doing that.
When you started, you ruffled some feathers, just the way you were handling the public works and the buildings and the rentals and all those kind of things. Is that over now, or is it still an issue when you start mentioning how many empty buildings?
No, it is an issue, and I'll tell you why it's an issue, because particularly in the leasing portfolio, that is 500 million rand a month, every single month that goes past we spend on leases. And we've already established that some of those leases are unlawful. The court has told us that they're unlawful. Public Works signed the lease for the Medicare, which opened the door for Kat Matlala to get the tender from the SAPS. That lease was totally unlawful. We have a lease where we have signed for a department that no longer exists. So, I'm going to continue to provide oversight. I'm going to continue to make sure that we restructure how we do business as a department to make sure, A, that we get value for money, B, that it is transparent, and 3, that it actually achieves a long-term objective. And that long-term objective is to try and get as many government departments into public buildings and make sure that we save money at the end of the day.
Does housing fall under you as well?
Well, no, it doesn't. But what we are not wiping our hands and saying it's got nothing to do with us. So we are working with Operation Vulindlela on the new housing model and to make land and buildings available. And I use this good example. And I mean, if you want to talk about ruffling feathers, here's a good one. In Cape Town, they have 5 military bases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think that that's an extraordinary amount of military bases for a metro to have. We also have hundreds of thousands of people living in the N2 in tracts. We cannot have empty military bases and large pieces of land and allow that status quo to remain while having people living in undignified conditions. I'm saying let's use that land, let's rationalize what we have there, let's use that land. We can build 20 to 40,000 units depending on how we do it, in conjunction with the Human Settlement Department. But that's got to take political will and political decision to get it done. And I'm determined to get it done, to make sure that we use our land and buildings in support of Minister Samalani's work that she's doing, in support of Operation Vulindlela that the President is doing, and that we are going to be active contributors to that work. So we might not build the houses, but we're certainly going to provide the land and the empty buildings for those human settlements to take place.
Minister, what do you hope to get out of today's conference, and then when we look back in a year's time, if you haven't fulfilled those obligations?
Well, you must be careful what you say on public, because I'm sure someone will record it and say in a year's time you said this. So what are we looking to do? We're looking to have a finalized framework on safer buildings and a regulatory regime, for lack of a better word, that actually helps people be professionally registered, that we are able to guarantee that when people walk into buildings that they are safe and that they are constructed to minimum standards, that we have a holistic approach to construction in the country, from local municipalities to provincial government, that we're all pulling in the same direction, that we also have an amendment bill on the table to make sure that the Council for Built Environment is able to ensure that we don't have these mavericks signing off engineering reports that actually aren't engineers or did 1 year in engineering university. So that's really the focus of what we want. And then, as I said last night in an event with our sponsors, is that partnerships are so key to me. And so I'm inviting the private sector to come in, to work with us, to support us, and they really are, and they're excited about the work that we are doing. So that's where I hope that we'll be in the next year.
And be listened to.
Of course. I give my number out to anyone because I want to hear from them. I don't, I'm not an engineer. But I'm good at bringing people's ideas and people's thoughts, sifting those through, and then saying, how do we put that together, and then driving that action. So I don't claim to be an engineer. I'm not a construction expert. I know certainly a lot more than I do now. So the next time I do my bathroom renovation, it'll end better. But what I have been is I have been an open door to the industry.
Right.
And that's really important to me, because if I don't listen to them, and if I don't collaborate with them, then actually no one's going to achieve their objectives.
Parting shots as you make your way back into the conference. What do you hope? What are you hoping for in the? I mean, it's local elections coming up. We can talk politics. What are you hoping for South Africa?
Well, I think that we've got to fix local government. I think we've come to the end of the road in local government in some places. And, when I look at the capital budgets of some of these metros, they're horrifying. To budget 8 billion rand is not enough in capital expenditure for infrastructure. So we've got to fix local government. But at the end of the day, that also comes down to political choices as well. And so, people need to make the right political choice. I know which political choice I will be making in the local government elections. But there is a direct correlation between the political choices that you make and the outcomes of those municipalities. And the party that I'm in, the DA, we're not perfect. We know that, and we don't get everything right. But by every measure, the performance of our municipalities is better than ANC-run municipalities. The mayor of Umgeni told me today, Christopher Papas, that the Gini coefficient in Umgeni has actually gone down, which means that inequality in a rural municipality that only has a budget of 600 million rand a year has decreased. I can guarantee you, John, there's not a single rural municipality that equates to Umgeni that will have achieved that same thing, and he's done that in 4.5 years. Why? Because he's implemented DA policies in those.
Dean McPherson, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you
Enjoy
so
the rest
much.
of your conference. Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson, joining us here on SAFM. We got, 10 minutes or so? Now we're going to talk cars.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It's the leading cause of natural death in our country, really? By what percentage?
So it is a leading cause of death. So we know every year 10,000 people are dying from diabetes. So we equate that to 27 people a day. This is a big problem, and I think learning from other epidemics, we're coming from the scourge of HIV. Again, we left it until it was too late. Each and every one of us knows someone who's living with diabetes. That shows the magnitude of the epidemic.
Zame Imbalati CEO of the Healthy Living Alliance.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
John in for Joanne. We're into the last, 9 minutes of the show. It's been fantastic to be along with you, but let's get an update on what's happening with these cars. Jaguar and Land Rover vehicles they're asking for you to go get your cars inspected. A safety defect linked to a potential oil leak has been identified. It doesn't sound all that bad. Let's find out from the acting commissioner at the National Consumer Commission, Hardin Rachisusu. Thank you very much for joining us, Hardin. How dangerous is this, first of all?
Good morning, John and the SFM listeners. We have indeed received a recall from Jaguar Land Rover affecting a lot of their cars. So that's F-Pace, Defender, Discovery, the Range Rover Sport, and the Range Rover Velar. What we have noted with this is that, and of course you are talking about it as an oil leak, which comes after some failures of the pulleys or related belts and so forth. What's crucial here is that for us, where there are defects that lead to leaks like oil or any fluids, the risk for the user of the car is that such a motor vehicle can easily catch fire. So you really need to take this very, very serious. The Jaguar themselves or Land Rover are taking this matter seriously as well. So they assessed this last year and now have resolved that this is a serious issue that poses a risk and to the safety of the users, the drivers of these cars or any passengers. So it's a very serious matter.
I'm also imagining it's a hazard for other vehicles on the road as well if you're spilling oil along the road.
Exactly. So this is a serious issue that not only will affect the driver of that particular vehicle, but it would affect other users as well. You are right. It depends on the magnitude of the leak, of that particular oil. It could be quite huge, and if that happens on the road, it could cause a lot of hazards for other road users as well. So we do urge the owners of these cars, and these are the model years 2024 to 2027, that they must visit Land Rover. So if they see a leak, they should immediately report it. But also at the same time, they must visit the website of Jaguar Land Rover to verify the VIN numbers. So they've made available the VIN numbers of those specific cars so that those cars can be assessed immediately.
I guess it doesn't hurt to go anyway, just to be safe and sorry. Just pop in and go, how's it? This is my car. Does it need to be looked at?
Yeah, better safe than sorry. You are right.
How is it just me, or are we seeing more of these recalls? I remember there was a brake issue on a manufacturer. It's not the first time we're seeing a major recall like this.
Yes, there have been a lot of automotive recalls. In fact, in this past financial year, they almost doubled in the country. And we have now taken a step to engage the association of NAMSA, which is the Automotive Association, because we want to get to the bottom of this. At the same time, we are engaging with individual manufacturers because, firstly, we would like to see these cars being attended to. So there is a risk usually with recalls that these are notified, these are announced, we notify the public, but the cars are never recalled and the cars are never attended to, or the defects are never fixed. So we are monitoring that actively as the National Consumer Commission. And we have identified a few other cases where we were notified quite late by the OEMs, and we are engaging separately to see how we can attend to those lapses.
And the reason for it is are car manufacturers cutting corners and endangering our lives by cutting corners to cut costs because of the competition that they're experiencing now, especially from China?
This is a very important question we've been asking ourselves, because if you look at it, the cars that we are talking about, these are fully imported vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So these are cars that should go through the EU standards, for quality. And we are still looking at this. We are engaging with other regulators as well, because for us to reach a conclusion that the manufacturers probably are cutting corners, I think requires a little bit more assessment. We are getting individual explanations, but we need to connect the dots ourselves. And then it may be that there is a need to either strengthen regulations, but this cannot just be for South Africa, because these products, as you say, some are manufactured in China, some are manufactured in other places. I mean, for the products that are being manufactured in South Africa, the cars that are being assembled here, we have not picked up very serious safety concerns at the very least. The majority of the cars that we are experiencing problems with are mostly the imported ones. So I think this is where we would need to engage with our counterparts in other parts of the world.
All right, Hardin Ratchisusu, thank you very much. Acting Commissioner at the National Consumer Commission. Just to remind you of the cars that have been recalled, and it has this oil defect, oil pressure and temperature sensor. If you're driving a Jaguar F-Pace from March 24 to January 25, also Land Rover Defender, Land Rover Discovery, Range Rover, Range Rover Sport, and the Range Rover Velar. Yeah, these are all well beyond my budget, but you can, if you bought them between March 24 and April of 2026, then go into your dealership and make sure that can get repaired or get fixed, or at least have a look at them. They are saying from 2024 to 2027, so rather just be safe. 2027 is next year, so they won't have those cars. Won't be for sale yet. But if you bought your car between 24 and 26, it's a Jaguar F-Pace, a Land Rover Defender or Disco, Range Rover, Range Rover Sport, or a Range Rover Velar. Go and make sure your oil pressure and temperature sensor is correct. We've got a minute or so to wrap up the show. I was hoping to play a voice note or two. Let's see if we can squeeze. Can we squeeze one more in before we have to go to the news at midday?
Good morning, John. I think we are also being dishonest. There's no way the leaders of March and March have said that there will be a shutdown. They said there will be a march and giving illegal foreigners until the 30th. This was a word coined by the media saying that there will be a shutdown. Can someone say who exactly said that, being a leader of one of the marches, that they said there will be a shutdown? I've only heard them say there will be a march. Thanks.
All right, we're gonna leave it there. Yeah, let's leave it there because the updated noon team is standing by. I'll be back again with the Midlanga Rap between 6 and 7 this afternoon. Thank you very much to the team for putting the show together. Have yourself a great weekend.
It's just after 12 o'clock on Friday, the 3rd of July 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwana, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, let's sell some masks, please. General Khan replies, okay, bro, I will speak to them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed replies, perfect, bro. General Khan says, everything in good time.
Evidence against Major General Feroz Khan is being read into the record in the Matanga Commission.
What has been challenges and still persist is the issue of the economic growth, which the economy is not growing as it should, and also the issue of unemployment. At the broader level, now it's sitting around 43%.
Today marks 2 years since the formation of the Government of National Unity. We'll reflect on that here on the show. Share your views, 41391. SMS are charged at 150. Caller 086 0002032. Send us your voice note 082692 3909. Post your comments on X at SABC News_radio. Reach us using the hashtag #UpdateAtNoon. All these and more coming up in the next hour. But first, though, Yonde Lambana is on standby with the latest news.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, woman accused of defrauding Mfuleni municipality denied bail, and Malawian nationals stranded outside the Old Durban Drive-In. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. The final Bill Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal has dismissed the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Mfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This is Janitha van Ryn Kutsia's second failed bail attempt. She was arrested 2 months ago following the brutal murder of the municipality's financial officer, Martha Ransofu, who had flagged the alleged fraud. This is how Magistrate Ivi Mamburu delivered the ruling.
I am therefore satisfied that there are no new facts and that I need not to entertain the question of bail anew. Therefore, the following will be the ruling. No new facts exist warranting the revisiting of the question of bail, and therefore the application is therefore dismissed.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry's evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hasim, says historical SARS records point to alleged fraud and corruption involving tobacco manufacturer Carnelinks. She's reading into the record the evidence gathered against suspended crime intelligence deputy head Feroz Khan. He's still in hospital after a shooting incident last weekend left him in a critical condition. The evidence relates to issues including Khan's implication in illicit tobacco trade. Advocate Hasim says that Carnelinks co-founder Adriano Mazzotti acknowledged in an affidavit in 2014 that the company had acquired tobacco unlawfully.
He accepts that Carnelinks acquired tobacco unlawfully and wrongfully of 2 tons per week over a period of time. He goes on to explain further contraventions of the law, and he says the unlawful conduct. And here is where he deals with payments to legal advisors. And Chair, what's important about this is that we're no longer talking about tax non-compliance. This affidavit has moved off tax non-compliance at this point. It's talking about fraud and corruption.
Some of the Malawians who arrived at the Old Durban Drive-In in KwaZulu-Natal after repatriation ended say they only fled after threats against undocumented migrants escalated. More than 700 Malawian nationals are stranded outside the decommissioned repatriation site. The group includes men, women and children from areas such as Marion Hill, Chatsworth and Phoenix and Durban, as well as the Eastern Cape. This woman from Marion Hill says her landlord initially told her to stay, but later asked her to leave.
We are staying inside until from 29 June, 30, 1 July. We are worried. The people are talking outside. They said, why you stay in? You will never come out. You must go now. If you still staying here, we're going to kill you. That's why we came here to stay. We need a help because we are worried. We can't go everywhere because we are afraid.
4 people have been killed in a collision between a truck and a car on the N1 outside Mukupane in Limpopo. The Provincial Transport Department says the deceased were occupants of the car. Fatigue is the suspected cause of the collision, which police are investigating. Mashudu Mabata is the department spokesperson.
Preliminary information suggests that driver fatigue may have contributed to the crash. However, the exact cause of the accident remains the subject of an ongoing investigation by the relevant authorities. The department extends its sincere condolences to the families, friends and loved ones of the deceased during this difficult time. Motorists are advised that law enforcement officers remain on the scene managing traffic and conducting investigations. There is currently no traffic disruption and the road remains open to traffic. However, motorists are urged to exercise caution, reduce speed and obey the instructions of traffic officials when travelling through the area.
A BBC investigation has found that Meta is profiting from paid adverts promoting child sexual abuse material on Instagram in India. This is despite company policies prohibiting such content. Meta says it has fought child exploitation on its platforms. It owns and operates several prominent social media platforms and communication services including Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp and Messenger. BBC's Dia Arya reports.
Meta says sexual or sexually suggestive content is not allowed in adverts on its platforms. But we found ads on Instagram, which it owns, using terms such as rape video or child video to direct users to messaging apps where child sexual abuse material could be purchased. We flagged one ad to Instagram's moderation system, but Meta said it didn't violate community standards. A former Meta insider turned critic said the company's advertising algorithm operated as, in his words, a careless machine. Meta said it fought child exploitation on its platforms, removed ads that violated its policies, and reported such content to the authorities.
Recapping the top story, the Vanderbilt Magistrates Court in the file has dismissed the bail application of the woman accused of defrauding the Amfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. I'm Mondolambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thank you very much, Ondela. We'll catch up with you for the news headlines. There's a few stories we are watching. Remember, it's the second anniversary of the, if you would, right? You could say anniversary of the Government of National Unity, second, and now a lot of questions being asked about, have you noticed any changes as far as governance is concerned? What are some of, your key takeaways thus far, and where could they be looking at strengthening? And then also the cabinet briefing there earlier on by the minister in the presidency, Kumbujo Nchabeni, will bring you some of that, and also look at the protests coming out of Heidelberg in Rotanda. This is as a second person. Some of the residents there are saying that a second person has died due to injuries after protesters and police clashed on Wednesday. These are some of the stories we're tracking, but we want to take you to the Matlanga Commission, where Advocate Hasim is actually going through the transcripts of WhatsApp messages that are regarding a PPE tender. And this all involves the Major General Firoz Khan, the Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence, who is not able to give evidence currently, but they're reading the evidence into the record and what would have been some of the questions that he's likely to, just face. So let's take that and we'll be back straight after.
I use my words carefully, but problematic. And we'll see that in the next conversation that we're about to get to. And that one deals with an IT contract. Is that 2022? Commissioner Khumalo, the date at which Molefe Fani joined the SAPS was 1 August 2022. August 2022, and he was a divisional commissioner for supply chain management in the SAPS.
And I guess this may be relevant to one of the streams that we are dealing with, that because you said it was a promotion, which means he was not promoted from within SAPS, but when he moved from Treasury to SAPS, he became a general.
That's indeed my point. So he was a senior officer in Treasury.
But not at SAPS, that's my point. So he didn't rise through the ranks.
He didn't rise through the ranks,
SAPS.
It was a transfer.
It was a transfer from Treasury, and then when he went to SAPS, he was given the rank of a general.
And he was put in charge of supply. He was a divisional commissioner.
I'm more interested in the rank.
Oh, the rank, yes.
Because it is relevant to the other stream we are dealing with.
Yes. So he was given the rank of Lieutenant General.
In fact, Chair put it to Mr. O'Sullivan when he was here, that it often happens that people are appointed by SAPS and they are given a higher rank, so they don't start from the very bottom when they join SAPS.
Yes.
So I was asking it in that context.
No, I understand, Commissioner Khumalo. It's also why I refer to it as a promotion, because it's such a senior position. That's why you acquire the rank of Lieutenant General. It's because of the seniority of the position that he's given. So anybody who would come from another institution or organization, whether it's within government or outside of government, but outside of SAPS, you would be placed at the level, you would be given the rank that is commensurate with your seniority in the SAPS, and that's what happened here. So he didn't come through the ranks in the SAPS at all.
But you may only call it a promotion if you are sure that it's not equivalent to the position he held in the National Treasury. But if the two are equivalent, it's not necessarily a promotion. It's just that he didn't start as a constable within SAPS.
That's correct. What I will confirm was whether he was in a similarly senior position in procurement in Treasury.
Do you think we need to get there? I don't think so.
Well, no, Chair. It really is to explain why I considered it yes, he was a chief procurement officer in Treasury and a director. And then he moved to SAPS. In SAPS, he was divisional commissioner of supply chain management. That was where he was appointed. And therefore, because of the seniority of that position, he was awarded, or I don't know how one gets these ranks, granted the rank of Lieutenant General.
Yes. No, thank you. I think that's enough for our purposes, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. Mr. Valley, just in case by 12:30, we are deeply engrossed in whatever it is we'll be doing at that time, please indicate that we should adjourn.
I will alert you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you
for the sensitivity.
Thank you.
You're listening to Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, we apologize there for that break in transmission. We're trying to get you back to the Matlanga Commission as it reads into the record the evidence of Major General Firoz Khan. Let's take you back.
Please restart.
The next contract concerns the relationship between General Khan and Mr. Sayed in relation to an IT contract between the National Treasury and a company called Siberia. And for that, we begin in June 2021. And what we will see is, again, the involvement of General Khan through General Fani. Now we know he's General Fani at this point in time. He becomes General Fani along the way. The involvement of both of them in this contract. If we could begin at 12 June 2021, which is at page 5974. At the top of 5974, Mr. Sayed says, "Did Fani confirm a time to collect the docs yet?" General Khan says, "I haven't heard from him yet." Mr. Sayed responds, "We seemingly good to go. Obviously, I have not yet negotiated anything or spoken to Fuad. Farid has reverted with the docs and Fuad willing to fly in next week." And then he shares a document that's titled National Treasury and Siberia Master Contract. The attachment on that page is in your annexures bundle, and it's at page 41. So you'll see that that's a copy of a master contract, an agreement between National Treasury. It's signed by the Office of the Accountant General, and it's with Siberia, and Siberia is represented, you'll see on page 41, is represented by the Managing Director, Mr. F. Udemans, who, if you look at page 45, at the table under paragraph 1.6, you'll see in the row Siberia, Director, Fuad Udemans. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's the Fuad Udemans is the Director of Siberia. This is obviously a contract with Siberia to be the project manager for the rolling out of a rather complicated IT system, in fact. The second document that's attached on page 5974 is the Siberia letter to Accountant General. And that's at page 74 of your bundle. And it's dated 26 January 2021, and it's addressed to the Accountant General. It's in relation to the implementation of the master contract, and it's signed by Dr. F. Udemans at the bottom. You'll see that on page 75. So these are the documents that Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan. And after he sends his documents, he says, "Josie sent me." So it seems that he's forwarding these documents from the person named Josie. That's 12 June 2021. On 15 June 2021, page 5989, enters Fani again. And General Khan says, "Salams, bro, we're going to meet Fani at 4. And if you scroll down to page 5990, it straddles the 2 pages. On the same day at 11:41 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, first he said at home, and then he says, "Must I ask Josie to join?" And General Khan says, "Yes, at home." And then he asks to speak to Mr. Sayed. On the 23rd of June, they set up a meeting. And if we start at page 6020, you'll see at 2:13 p.m., Mr. Sayed says, "What time are you coming?" General Khan responds, "Still busy," and gives his location. Scrolling down to 6021, Mr. Sayed says, "Okay, Brew, pilot still sitting in the car. I need you here." The next reference is on 30 June 2021, 6072. And at the bottom of that page, and commissioners, you'll see there's a lot of other stuff that are in these chats that I'm not dealing with, and I'm deliberately not commenting on it. 30 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, "Salam Brew met with Fuad. This is big. You will please make sure pilot comes, otherwise meeting fruitless without him." And that was at 4:30 a.m. At 4:37 a.m., General Khan responds, "Okay," and picture of the breakfast that he's eating. The next interaction on this contract is 13 July 2021, and that's at page 6126. It starts on 6125. Again, it straddles 2 pages. It's at the bottom of 6125. You'll see it's 13 July 2021. It's at 11:50 a.m. General Khan says, "DG just called an urgent meeting now at 2 at the office to procure and find programs for disaster recovery related to this unrest. I'm driving through to Pretoria. Can we meet tomorrow, anytime after 2? And then the next message says, "From pilot." So what's happening here is that he's forwarding to General Khan is forwarding to Mr. Sayed a message he gets from pilot, who's explaining that he's busy and what he's busy with. And he's proposing that they have the meeting tomorrow, rather, at any time after 2. He forwards this, he says it's from pilot, and Mr. Sayed says, "Okay." And then still on 13 July 2021, at 6127, in the middle of the page, sorry, it's not 13 July, it's actually 14 July. At 8:55 a.m., Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a name. And the name is Bobby Marke. And he says to General Khan, "Ask the pilot if he is a friendly force or should I grab him?" Fuad's matter, he is strategic, suggesting that he was, well, the way I read this is that Bobby Marke was strategic in Fuad's matter. And he is now asking for advice from Pilot, who we know is Fani, about whether he's a friendly force or whether he should be grabbed.
Have we sought to find out who is Bobby Marke insofar as he may be a person from a government person?
Yes, he is a Treasury official. At the time, yes. This was in 2021, and at that point in time, Mr. Marke was a Treasury official. And then the next engagement on it is at page 6206. Where Mr. Sayed at the top of the page says, what time is the pilot seeing the guys from MTN? 6206. So it'll become apparent why MTN, I mean, this is, again, just to remind you, related to this master contract and the implementation of the contract, or particular aspect of the contract. And it is an IT, it's not just IT related, it is also about procuring handsets and data bundles and the like. So here Mr. Sayed says, what time is pilot seeing the guys from MTN? General Khan says, I'm going to ask him, and Mr. Sayed says, okay. That's 26 July 2021. On the same day, at 6207, Mr. Sayed says, please confirm, Brew, I'm sitting with Josie. And General Khan says, I am waiting for him to respond. And it seems that the him there is Pilot, Fani. Mr. Sayed responds, okay, and then sends him a list of names. I'm not going to read those names, but I believe one of them, and that would be number 4, to be Josie. General Khan then just says the following, and this is, as we'll see from the context, a forwarded message. He says, just met them. SMARDA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, excellent, Brew. And then he says, them means more than one person. Will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. So the way, sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I think you have a question?
I don't know if you can answer this. I was just pointing out that at 6207, right at the top, there's a request for names of people for the water wells. And then you've got that list of names. I don't know if you can clarify anything.
And no, I'm afraid I can't assist Commissioner Baloy. The reason I didn't go there was because I don't know enough about it to be able to give you a credible interpretation of it.
I guess what I have in my mind is that list could be a reference to the names of people for the water wells or the SMARDA people for a different transaction. It doesn't say on this page. I guess I'm just being cautious about it.
at least number 4 is involved in the SMARTA arrangement, the SMARTA entity.
That's sufficient for me.
But I'm not sure exactly what the meaning of the other names are, whether they are partners or whether it's related to something else. And so in the absence of more information, I just wouldn't say too much more about that. But what we see is that what General Khan forwards to him is a message saying that he's just met them. And in the context, in the context of speaking to Pilot, it appears that Pilot has now met with the relevant people in MTN, and he says, this is facilitating SMARTA's access to MTN, saying, I just met them, SMARTA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. He responds to say, them means more than one person, will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. And then it continues from there, and this is important. Because he then says, any news, and then he says something about the contract. What he then does, because we get to the contract a little later, and the relevance of this becomes clear with reference to the contract. Apologies, Chair, it's 12:30.
All right, that is the Madlanga Commission. Advocate Adila Hassim there is taking the commission through some of the transcripts as far as the messages regarding a PPE tender are concerned. And the conversations would have been conversations that the Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence, Feroz Khan, would have then participated in. So the Commission reading into the record some of the evidence there that and the questions that he would have then asked. They are adjourning at 12:30 because the legal team that is representing, Major General Feroz Khan has asked that they break early. It's Friday. They want to go for their prayers, and the Commission will then resume at 2 p.m. to continue with some of the questions and the evidence that they would have put through to the Major General Feroz Khan. It's 12:31. Let's quickly take the news headlines. Ondela is on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, the Fanabile Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal has postponed to the 23rd of this month the case of the woman accused of defrauding the Mfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry's evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassim, says historical SARS records point to alleged fraud and corruption involving tobacco manufacturer Canalinks, and Iran is preparing for several days of public mourning and funeral processions for its supreme leader. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, as we close the week, let's take a look at the markets. So we speak to Isaac Wardendal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth. Isaac, how are things looking?
Hi, good afternoon. So the Rand currently trading at 16.20 against the US dollar. For the cricket fans, the All-Share Index is on Nelson, 111,000 points. And then the oil price, which of course we've paid very close attention to over the last 3 or 4 months, that's sitting at $71 a barrel. That's Brent crude oil. Obviously, that is way down. In fact, it's pretty much where it was before the US launched the war on Iran back in late February. So we've come full circle in terms of the oil price. Obviously, this week we saw local petrol and diesel prices coming down. I think if the Rand stays where it is and the oil price stays where it is, we could look forward to some more petrol price relief in August. Now, all in all, it's been a fairly quiet week on global markets and local markets. There wasn't really much of a market response to the anti-immigrant marches in South Africa, and really it's been paying attention to global factors, and specifically there's just one thing I'll highlight, which is we had some data Some employment data from the US yesterday, weaker than expected jobs numbers out of America. And that, of course, changes the outlook for interest rates. People were worried that the Fed might be raising interest rates soon. That expectation has now been shifted away. Hence the stronger rand today, also a slightly stronger gold price around 4,170. So yeah, as usual, it is typically more the international factors driving the market than specifically the domestic factors that we have here in South Africa. So yeah, wishing everyone a very good weekend.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Isaac, and a good weekend to you as well. Thank you for speaking to us. That's how things are looking on the markets front.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
The Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, says Cabinet has welcomed the peaceful protests held across the country on the 30th of June. The demonstrations organised by the Civic Movement March and more than 20 other civil society organisations called for the removal of undocumented foreign nationals and stricter enforcement of immigration laws. Cabinet also commended the National Joint Operations and Intelligence Structure for ensuring the protests remained peaceful and praised the Interministerial Committee on Migration, chaired by Justice and Constitutional Development Minister Mamoloko Kubai, for its comprehensive approach to managing migration as announced by the President. And here's the Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni.
Cabinet extended its appreciation to South Africans who participated in peaceful protests against unregulated migration and commended the National Joint Operations and Intelligence Structures, commonly known as NOID joints, for enforcing peaceful protests on the 30th of June 2026. The NOID joints have briefed on the details of incidences, and therefore Cabinet will not repeat those details. Cabinet also commended the work of the Interministerial Task Team under the chairship of Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Ms. Mamoloko Kubai, for the sterling work in the implementation of the comprehensive approach to managing migration as announced by the President on the 7th of June 2026. Cabinet received an update on the implementation of the 5 pillars of the comprehensive approach, which progress include under the law enforcement pillar, increased labor inspections at companies suspected of employing undocumented foreign national under the guidance of the Deputy Ministers of Employment and Labor, Mr. Jomo Sibia, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Njabulo Nzuza, and Deputy Minister of Police, Dr. Paulie Bushielo. Ensuring orderly and lawful deportations with the re-establishment of Immigration Specialized Court in Durban that worked to process deportations that were being facilitated at Sherwood in Durban, the Immigration Court at the ORTI, OR Tambo International Airport, sorry for the abbreviation, ORTI, that's what we call it, and the reactivation of the court at the Lindela Repatriation Center in Krugersdorp. Also, the progress includes the swift response to support repatriation initiatives, and we must note, it's repatriation initiatives of home countries to ensure coordinated and dignified repatriations.
And that is the Minister in the Presidency there, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni. Let's stay with this particular story and speak to political and economic risk analyst Marisa Lorenko. Thank you so much, Marisa, for your time. You write in an article that was published on the 26th of June that the immigration debate in the country overwhelmingly focuses on what happens when migrants arrive. Politicians argue about deportations and documentation. Activists focus on xenophobia and human rights. Journalists report on violence and vigilantism. But there is a question no one asks. What is that question?
Yeah, so I really wanted to write that article to emphasize, that migration in South Africa is not a South African problem. It's a regional problem. And if we ignore that fact, then we're not actually going to get to the root causes of migration and some of the challenges that it has been bringing to South Africa. But what actually really inspired me to write that article was, obviously with the xenophobic violence really heating up recently, there was a lot of criticism directed at the South African administration by the Nigerian and Ghanaian governments. And I thought that was quite unfair because I don't think that the South African government has handled xenophobic violence well over the last 3 decades. But I also feel that as the region's most diversified and developed economy, it is attracting a lot of migrants that just don't have the same opportunities elsewhere in the region, mostly because of weak governance and corruption in those countries.
And the movement of people, as you say, happens all the time. And if some of these factors aren't being addressed, as we heard even from, for example, the Minister in the Presidency at the Interministerial Committee saying that this is not just, going to be a South African problem. Now the continent needs to share the burden. But is the continent having honest conversations about this? And I ask because we've seen weak governance in some of the instances. We've seen instability. I'm thinking of the DRC in parts, for example. So are the leaders having the honest conversations around this?
From what I can see, no. Like you mentioned, the DRC, there's a lot of conflict and insecurity there that has been going on for decades as well. And that's not really, I think, spoken about in a really robust kind of way. If we look at Zimbabwe as well, I think, the reason why there hasn't been proper political change there is because South Africa is able to absorb a lot of the political and economic chaos in Zimbabwe. But getting these governments to admit their own failures and why there is so much migration out of their countries, migration is not inherently a bad thing. It's, it happens all over the world. It's just that a lot of the time, migrants from other African countries are not coming to South Africa because they want to, especially because it's really risky because of the way xenophobic violence flares up and the way it can often result in death. But, for these governments to admit that, they would have to admit that they are not doing enough for their own people. They would have to admit that there is extreme poverty, there aren't opportunities, there is conflict. There's also political repression. And I don't see those kinds of conversations happening. And as a result, there's a lot of attention on what South Africa should do. And again, I think South Africa needs to approach this differently. And I'm also not excusing what the government has ignored, I think, at various points over the last 3 decades. But definitely we need to have more regional coordination on this. And that's just something that we don't have at the moment. And I don't think it's going to come either.
So when South Africa approaches this differently, what does that different look like?
So I think at the moment, I think what I found really concerning about, this national shutdown, this deadline, that these groups are, kind of just imposed. These are not groups with any kind of mandate to enforce deportation. I also think, obviously in South Africa, we, really try to enshrine democratic rights as much as possible, and it's in our constitution. But I think when you've got groups that are trying to take on the role of the state for deportation, but they're also focusing on legal migrants as well. And as the government, you let them march, you let them have this deadline, which it didn't shut down the country in the way that there wasn't widespread violence like in July 2021, but a lot of businesses pared back their operations for the day, which results in huge losses. But it's because I feel these groups are holding South Africa hostage at the moment. And I think that there needs to be a firmer stance against this kind of vigilantism. It's hugely damaging. I mean, people have their livelihoods destroyed. But I also think that, I think South Africa needs to be a little bit more vocal with other African governments about the responsibility that they need to take. And quite famously, during the Mugabe chaos in the early 2000s with the land reform agenda, our former president, Thabo Mbeki, didn't want to put pressure on Mugabe because, he's very concerned about sister liberation movements criticizing each other. But that kind of ideological approach needs to go because we're sitting at a crisis now.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us, political and economic risk analyst Marissa Lorenko there, speaking to us just at the back of that cabinet briefing. We quickly go to the death toll, right, from the Ratanda service delivery protest in Heidelberg in Gauteng rising to 2. The unrest triggered by prolonged water shortages, leaving several others injured and hospitalized. And there was, of course, the family of 23-year-old Katleho Mokoena that was alleging that he was shot multiple times during clashes with police on Wednesday. And now protesters have blocked roads with burning tires as police fired rubber bullets at some point to disperse the crowd. So let's speak to SABC reporter. That's Tato Letsaba. Tato, good day to you and thank you so much for your time. So we're now hearing there's a second victim. What happened?
Good afternoon to you, Sis Bongiwe. Absolutely, there is a second victim who has been confirmed dead by the Independent Investigative Directorate, the IPID. This follows a protest action that started on Wednesday. We know that there was a clash between demonstrators and the police law enforcement agencies, where we've been told rubber bullets have been, shot, and subsequently people were taken to hospitals. And Paul, we haven't confirmed his surname, ultimately took his last breath last night, but we're waiting for the officials to confirm his passing.
And when it comes to, because I can hear a bit of noise in your background, are those the protesters? What are they saying?
Yes, indeed, these are the protesters. I'm going to speak to one of them now who's comfortable to speak, but they'll speak in their African language. Sissy, we see you are protesting. What problems are you facing? You can talk in your own language.
A whole month without water.
And of course, there's another person stating their grievance. Yes, Sissy Kuluma? And of course, saying there's no water, there's no electricity. We know that the Rand Water has spoken to SABC News in a statement stating that indeed they've cut water supply in Heidelberg due to, non-payments. We understand that the Lesedi local municipality is owing more than 20 million rands to Rand Water.
And Tato, let's talk about something that they said, right? I want you to ask them, because one of the things that one of the ladies said, but in passing, is that they are paying for the services. So let's get clarity on that. They're paying for the services to the municipality, and it seems that now the problem is the municipality. Am I correct?
Let me speak to her. Sissy, you did mention, Ugutu, you pay water and electricity. To whom do you pay the water and electricity to, and how much?
500 per month.
That is the lady saying they pay an amount of 500 rands to the municipality for water and electricity.
Yeah, and Tato, when you look at what has happened here, I remember you were in conversation with the family of Katleho Mokoena. Let's talk about the circumstances that led to his passing, and what are his family members saying?
So we've been told that Katleho Mokoena was part of the protesters, where we saw police firing rubber bullets and the community were also throwing stones, and he was caught up in the crossfires. The mother, crying hysterically, said that her son was shot 5 times, and this might be sensitive to the listener. We've been told he's been shot in the lower bodies by his private part.
very distressing. So let's speak about those who have been injured. What's the latest?
They are still receiving medical attention, those who are in hospitals and have been taken to different hospitals across Gauteng. And we understand that those who were arrested amidst the protests have been released. Subsequently, they appeared in court this morning and the court case has been struck off road.
And as a final one then, Tato, has any official from the Lesedi municipality come out to speak to the protesters?
The mayor spoke to the community on Wednesday, but we are expecting him, that is Mluleki Nkosi, the current mayor, to address the protesters at around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. His team spoke to us and did say that they'll be making their way here to address the community.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Tato. Appreciate that update there. Our reporter, my colleague, Tato Letaba, there live for us in Ratanda, that is in Heidelberg. This is where the protesters have now blockaded the roads. We're now hearing the mayor is going to be addressing the community at around 1 o'clock, and it'll give us a sense of what exactly is going on here.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Now, today marks 2 years since the executive members of the South African Government of National Unity took their oath of office at the Cape Town International Convention Centre in a ceremony presided over by former Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. The GNU was formed after the 2024 elections, and of course, no political party, you'd remember, secured an outright majority, ushering in a new era of coalition governance. And political analysts are saying that the GNU has delivered mixed results, but remains one of the most significant shifts in South Africa's democratic history. So Professor Zwelinzima Mandevu is the director of the School of Public Leadership at Stellenbosch University. Prof, good afternoon to you, pardon me, and thank you so much for your time. Perhaps we start with just your overall assessment in terms of leadership, from a leadership perspective. Did anything shift significantly when we saw the GNU coming into play?
I think I was one of those who did not give this arrangement of the GNU a chance when it came about, especially in terms of leadership, because of knowing how our political leaders are and how they can grandstand and play for the crowd or the public rather than doing things efficiently. But what we have seen over time is that political leaders are starting to talk to each other. They are starting to give the country this leadership that we've always wanted, where they would show support for programs that have a national interest, where they will rally together if there is a need to rally together, as we have seen them going to Washington, D.C., in the White House and all of those things. So I think the leadership aspect has really shifted and brought maturity into the space.
And we've seen now, the swearing in of new members of the government, the executive, one can even put it that way. But when you look at the change in leadership and also just the impact that would have been made by the different departments, are we seeing things shift from a service delivery perspective, or does it look like the bottlenecks that we often see in government are still persisting?
I think at the leadership level, we still have some people that are appointed in the executive that, in my view, are not competent and should not be appointed in those positions. But nonetheless, we are seeing a shift in some of the departments in terms of how they work, the efficiency in terms of those institutions, the turnaround in terms of service delivery, that we are seeing pockets of excellence. And that is encouraging at that level when you see that. But I think much needs to be done and much can be done to change this by getting people who have the right mindset, who are willing to contribute for the sake of society in general and not for their small political parties.
When you look at the political parties that came into the GNU, there was a bit of concern around, some of the different ideologies. For example, I'm thinking foreign policy. It was one of those big ones. And have they been able to, in your view, from what we've seen in the public, because I remember at some point they would release different statements that would be confusing to the country to say, whose voice do we take? Have things kind of improved there? Do you think there's a bit of harmony? Or is it still the different positions, but now trying to find synergy within the Government of National Unity?
Unfortunately, it's one part that they have not been able to work on. We still don't see one position. We still see them working not against each other necessarily, but working past each other around this in terms of the policy positions and the party positions. So they tend to lean, most of them, into the party position rather than the government position. And that is worrying if they cannot find each other, because it has spillover impacts to economic. The economy is not growing because we're sending different signals or mixed signals to investors, and therefore that impacts on service delivery, on creation of sustainable jobs, and so forth and so forth.
So when then we look at, for example, quickly before I let you go, it's a local government election year. We're likely to see this play out, the arrangement that is at local government level. Some lessons that need to be taken by different councils in order for us not to find ourselves in limbo.
It seems that if you have a strong foundation on how you want to work together, this helps in ensuring that that glue doesn't dry off too quick, or it doesn't dry off at all. So I'm hoping that even when you go to local government, once the results have been announced, the focus would shift to focusing on the citizens and delivering in terms of service delivery. But what we are currently seeing, or the early signs, are that the message would be similar amongst different political parties. So the biggest role player that we might see in this local government is the voters deciding on to vote for, because the message would be similar amongst almost all of them.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us. That's Professor Zwelinzima Ndevu, Director of the School of Public Leadership at Stellenbosch University.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the Coalface with Martin Creamer.
All right, it's that time again on a Friday when Update at Noon presents another update from the Coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor at Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Good day to you, Martin, and thank you so much for your time. So, a U.S. company this week taking steps to buy South Africa's big aluminium smelter in KZN.
Yes, so a U.S. firm has agreed to buy Hillside Aluminium Smelter, which is the biggest aluminium smelter in the Southern Hemisphere. And it's interesting that a U.S. company is interested in investing in South Africa, which is a great plus for us. But what they're going to do is they're going to buy all the aluminium assets from a company that's listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange called South 32. So South 32 has got aluminium assets in Australia, aluminium assets in Brazil, and aluminium assets in South Africa. And they want to concentrate more on mining certain metals, and they want to dispose of this. And Alcoa, that is buying this, concentrates only on aluminium. So many feel that this is going to be better for South Africa, because you're going to get a company that is only a pure playing aluminium company owning our biggest aluminium asset, which is likely to mean that there's going to be positive developments there, greater expansion, and obviously the jobs are a big thing. There are more than 3,000 people that are employed there, and if you look at the downstream activities, we take that aluminium and we also make things from it in South Africa, which gives rise to a lot of other jobs. So many are enthusiastic, and the Americans, listening to them, they are really keen to buy this, because they say that Hillside is very cash positive and they feel they can do a lot with it.
Now, action being taken to create new long-term demand for South Africa's valuable platinum group metals. Tell us more about that.
Platinum group metals are very important for South Africa. And the demand over the next 10 years, they feel quite comfortable with. But going beyond the next 10 years, they feel there could be structural changes in demand, because most of their demand has come from cars that have auto catalysts in them that stop polluting, big cities. So these exhausts, emissions are prevented from polluting with the help of platinum group metals. But many cars are going over to electric vehicles now. And with the electric vehicle era, you won't have that same demand. But between now and 10 years, they feel there'll be hybrid vehicles as well, which will give good demand. So in the meantime, they've got a lot of researchers going now. They're paying a lot of companies to research to make sure that they will have demand. And they don't quite know what that demand will be. Will it be higher demand? Because if they go into green hydrogen, they could find that they've got to really supply a lot more. Or if that doesn't really work, will it be a declining demand? So they're in a certain stage of crossroads at the moment, but cleverly they're paying a lot of people to do research to make sure that there is demand.
Quite interesting. So South Africa's DRD Gold spending 8 billion rand to grow its gold from mine waste business by 40%.
That is a wonderful investment. So you've got DRD Gold listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and it takes mine dump material and it extracts the gold from it. And because they don't have to go underground, that is always lower cost. So it's very encouraging. So they've got the Ergo out on the East Rand and the Far West Rand, they're developing new activities. But over the next, till 2028, they call it Vision 28. By Vision 28, they will have 6 million tons of gold coming from these mine dumps, which is really exceptional. So we're hoping that the model can also then move to other materials, particularly platinum group materials. A lot of people are saying we've got platinum dumps. We can get the platinum from those. And I think that will also be something that DRD Gold will focus on in the future.
All right, so thank you so much, Martin. Appreciate it. Martin Creamer will be back at the Coalface at the same time next Friday. It's 1 o'clock. It's time for us to love and leave you. Andela's on standby with the latest news. I'll see you again tomorrow, bright and early.
SAFM.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, Nchabeni reacts to Zuma's meeting with the Guptas, and a woman accused of defrauding Mfuleni municipality denied bail. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Nchabeni, says former President Jacob Zuma has undermined the laws of the country over his meeting with the Guptas. Zuma's trip to India has drawn widespread scrutiny following the media reports from that country that he met with Ajay Gupta and South Africa's High Commissioner to India. The Zondo Commission identified Ajay Gupta as a central architect of South Africa's state capture. International Relations Minister Ronald Lamula also says his department is seeking clarity on the High Commissioner's involvement. Nchabeni briefed the media in Pretoria.
You recall that South Africa has applied for mutual assistance to bring the fugitive Gupta brothers back into the country. Therefore, it's a level of disgrace that our own employee, the representative of the government of South Africa, hobnobs with the criminals instead of doing his work to ensure that the fugitives are brought back into South Africa so that they can face their criminal. It is for that reason that the Minister of International Relations and Cooperations has not only requested for a report from the official, but has indicated that drastic steps will be taken.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry Evidence leader Advocate Adela Hassim has revealed WhatsApp messages implicating suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan. The messages show that Khan shared information on COVID-19 procurement with businessman Mohammed named Mo Sayed. The messages, which are being read into the record, include provincial mask requirements and quantities that various government departments had required. Advocate Hassim says the Commission is not focusing on ordinary procurement irregularities, but on whether Khan acted as a conduit for private, commercial or criminal interests.
I would like to clarify that what the purpose of us going here is. It's not a roving inquiry into ordinary procurement irregularities or garden variety tender fraud. It's directed at whether a SAPS officer, a crime intelligence officer, a senior member of the service was a conduit for private, commercial or criminal interests.
The Vanderbilt Park Magistrates Court in the Vaal has postponed to the 23rd of this month the case of the woman accused of defrauding the Emfuleni local municipality of more than 400,000 rand. This after the court dismissed Janita van Rijn and Kutsia's bail application, which was her second attempt. She was arrested in May following the brutal murder of Emfuleni municipality's financial officer Martha Rantsofu, who had flagged the alleged fraud. Magistrate Ife Mamburu says the defense failed to present new facts to justify granting the accused bail.
Your matter is postponed to 23 July 2026 at 8:30 court for further investigations. You are in custody, no bail at this stage. As I had already indicated, bail on new facts did not succeed.
Malawian nationals are still arriving at the Old Durban Drive-In, where a temporary repatriation site was run until Monday night. By Friday morning, there were 700 people outside the site, but numbers are growing. South Africans are dropping off a number of people that they employed them as gardeners, domestic workers or handymen. The employers, who wanted to remain anonymous, say they know the site is closed, but they are dropping off the Malawians because that's where they are gathering. The employers say the South African government should step to assist them. Malawian national Otis Nahoma says he came to South Africa in 2022.
Before, it was not our wish to come here, but it is the reason is that we need to search for a better life. Me as a youth, I have to stand strong and raise my family. But this thing of coming here, I feel it's very bad because it has threatened me. Yeah.
Iran is preparing for several days of public mourning and funeral processions for its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. He was killed along with several members of his family at the start of the US-Israel war on Iran in February. The BBC's Caroline Holly reports.
This is a hugely important moment for the Iranian regime, which has survived a war meant to have swept it into the history books. One senior cleric described the events of the next few days as a referendum for the Islamic Republic, and the authorities are planning to mobilise millions of their supporters in a massive show of public allegiance. Food, transport and accommodation will be laid on, but millions more will stay at home. The month before Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated, a nationwide uprising against his rule was crushed with unprecedented ferocity and thousands of deaths.
Recapping the top story, Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni says former President Jacob Zuma has undermined the laws of the country over his meeting with the Guptas. I'm Mondela for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high, bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high, bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high, bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
It is Pharrell coming through with Happy, Pharrell Williams on this particular one. I mean, the song is infectious, the video is infectious, and it's a Friday after all. Why not? I wanted to get ourselves into a good spirit, into a good mindset after braving Johannesburg roads, which can be something else, I tell you, when the robots are not working. So we thought we'd play Happy. And this one is dating all the way back till around 2013, if I'm not mistaken. And it was part of the soundtrack for, Concha, what is that movie with the children's animation with Greer and the Minions? I forget. If you got children, Despicable Me. That's it. Despicable Me. It was part of the soundtrack for Despicable Me too. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're having a good Friday, that you've wrapped up the week or are wrapping up the week spectacularly. We are going to kekeleza just a little bit from our end because it's Friday. You know, Friday is about fun, fabulous conversations with friends of the show. So we're going to be in conversation with two artists, award-winning screen actor and theatre performer as well as producer, around a new film, Dear Sis Dolly, and it's in cinemas. So we'll find out more about that in this first hour of the show. On the other side of 2 o'clock, we're looking at the book Circle with Siwela Langeni, and she's invited Dr. Njabulo James Nkosi to be in conversation with us this week, author of Father of Man, The 5 Ideals to Build Better Men. Oh, that should be an interesting conversation for you gentlemen and women alike. And then we will wrap up the show by catching up with some performers from the Joy of Jazz, which is happening later on in September. And today we're going to be in conversation with Internet Ati, who's quite the sensation, by the way. So that conversation is coming up. Before we get to any of that, though, we're going to touch base with Sibahle Mota and wrap up day 132 at the Madlanga Commission.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, so let's catch up with Sibahle Mota, quickly handle some regular business of the show, and it's day 132 at the Madlanga Commission. Admittedly, Sibahle, I'm already on next week. I feel like this week has ended with a bit of an anticlimax at the Madlanga Commission, and so I'm already looking forward to what the following week is going to bring. But before we get there, let's just round up what's been happening today.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Bridget, and to the listeners. I mean, today has been very slow, obviously, because General Feroz Khan is not able to sort of put his side of the story. Instead, we have evidence leader, advocate Adila Hassim, reading this evidence that's gathered against him onto the record. I think what is more surprising is the fact that, she's also put sort of these allegations saying that they want to investigate if Khan acted as a conduit for private, commercial, or criminal interests, and what we are finding out is yet another theme that has emerged before the Madlanga Commission, where we are seeing top police officials who have these big positions actually sharing very sensitive information with outsiders to sort of advance some of their interests. And this is what we are seeing with the evidence put by Advocate Adila Hassim before the Madlanga Commission.
It's an interesting process, this leading evidence without actually the respective individuals being in the room, because this morning there was a statement that was being addressed, and I think this is a statement by Agliotti, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, definitely. And what we are finding is that it's in connection with this tobacco company, which is Connie Links, and it is linked to Adriana Mazzotti, as well as Mohammed Mo Said. And as you know, Mohammed Mo Said is very closely linked to Feroz Khan. And what we had gotten a glimpse of in that affidavit that was deposed by an investigator from the Madlanga Commission is that Feroz Khan has been linked to this illicit drug trade. So one assumes that this Connie Links, which got into trouble with SARS at some point, may, be linked to also, or rather Feroz Khan may have his fingers in there as well, although the commission has not yet elaborated, but this was a statement that started. So I think all the pieces of the puzzle that have been somehow ventilated previously are now coming together, and we'll hear more about this Connie Links and how Feroz Khan actually fits into this whole business.
There is a recess right now because it is Friday, so it is Juma prayer day. And the lunch break has been extended to take into account that Feroz Khan's legal team is going off to prayers, and then they'll be available again from 2 o'clock. We anticipate, obviously, that these matters will be ventilated for the remainder of the day. And from what we know, which was the conversation earlier in the week, Sibahle, Feroz Khan is still not in a state that he can appear at the Madlanga Commission. And in fact, it's just at this point in time, there's no real indication as to when he'll be healthy enough, when he will be recovered enough to be able to appear physically at the commission. So the commission moves along in this fashion until we get to next week, where we'll then see Vusmuzi Kat Matlala take to the stand.
No, definitely. And I think on top of the fact that, there's a high chance that we won't be able to see Khan or hear his side of the story, is the fact that, there's other aspects that, the Mahlanga Commission also wants to get into, and that includes the Mashazi trip as well, where they've mentioned that they'll be reading that sort of evidence into the record regarding the Mashazi trip. But Advocate Adila Hasim has also said that some of this evidence that will be laid by the Commission will unfortunately happen in camera because of the sensitivity of investigations that are ongoing regarding the ones that, Feroz Khan is involved in. So we can expect some of this evidence to be laid in camera, and unfortunately the public as well as the media will not be privy to that information.
Well, let's leave it there for today because there's very little that we can say in anticipation to Vusumuzi Matlala's appearance. We saw yesterday fielding questions. Jeremy was very tight-lipped about where the commission is going to hear Vusumuzi Matlala. Is everyone going to Kokstad or is he coming here? The security measures around his appearance at the commission, all those details that ordinarily we would be talking about leading up to, we've not been privy and we're not going to be privileged to it because of just how high stakes that particular witness is. So we'll leave it here for this afternoon. Sbahle Moto, thank you so much for the time, SABC News reporter. It's 20 past 2 o'clock, a quick pause, and then we come back on the other side.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Oliphant's Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag My Kruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag Go Limpopo.
So the National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord, Nkabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the star-studded 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times, and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows in one small town over 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we are in full access now, and we're looking at a brand new film, Dear Sis Dolly. It's premiered last week at Hyde Park Corner at New Metro, and it's taking over the screens with a star-studded cast that includes the likes of Dr. Jerry Mofokeng and Mom Abigail Kubeka, who I haven't seen on screen in a minute, Standiwe Khorocha, Dineo Langa, Natasha Tahane, and the list goes on, including the award-winning screen actress and theatre performer Didintle Kuno, produced by Muruba Ngawe. How are you all doing? First of all, well, let me greet you first, Muruba, because you are right here. I can see. How are you?
Hello, I'm very good, thanks. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Didintle, how are you doing?
Hey, Bridget, I'm good. Hi, Maraba.
Hey, Didi.
Oh, listen, it's such a pleasure to have you ladies here. Thank you so much for coming through. And I guess maybe let me start with you, Muroba, as the producer of this particular show. Dear Sis Dolly, yes. I don't want to infer, I know, because I think when we talk Sis Dolly, our minds go to one particular Sis Dolly, but maybe tell us, who is Dear Sis Dolly?
Dear Sis Dolly. So the film is definitely inspired by Drum Magazine and the very famous column Dear Sis Dolly. I think many South Africans grew up with this magazine in their homes, and they grew up reading the columns. So we wanted to really tell a story that was paying homage to that time, to that era in South Africa's culture and heritage. But we also wanted to tell a film that was accessible to today's audience. So ours is a contemporary tale about a young psychologist played by the gorgeous Didintle Kuno, who is running a mental health clinic that's running out of money, and she enters a competition to become the next Sistoli in Drum magazine to try and appeal, I guess, to like a wider audience to talk to more people and help more people.
It's so fabulous that you decided with your producing partners that this is a story that needs to be told. This is an era that needs to be captured because it's so iconic, and I think it's an era that ended with us millennials. A lot of these Gen Tontons, they won't even know that there used to be this kind of conversation in print media before, and that there used to be this living South African legend who birthed so many, by the way, other legends in print and food, known as Sistoli.
Yeah, I mean, I think when stories are not spoken about, they get forgotten. And it was important to us to bring this aspect of our heritage to a younger audience so that for generations to come, we can always kind of remember where we come from. Because Drum Magazine was more than just a publication to us. It was a platform that really showcased Black excellence, that showcased the lives and culture of Black people, the fashion, the music, journalism, storytelling. So there's so much that it encapsulated in terms of Black South African lives that it's important that that's preserved in terms of today's generation.
Absolutely. I know you're patiently waiting by to jump into this conversation, and maybe let's segue you in here. And I know you're very clued up. You're very clued up, young creative. So you were very familiar with the concept of the column of Sistoli and perhaps the woman herself?
Well, not the woman herself, but I also grew up reading drum magazines. I remember when drum magazine used to be sold in the plastic covers. So my mom was an avid collector of magazines and DVDs and CDs back then. The memory of the Dear Sistoli letters and the columns are very vivid to me. I remember them, and it just feels like a full circle moment to be able to pay homage to that legacy. Absolutely.
Speaking of your mom, by the way, because I know Dintle's family is very supportive of all things. I remember the one time chatting to her on radio, and her mom was chiming in on the conversation from the other side, listening as a listener. What did she say when you sort of got the call about this role? Because she would have grown up with Drum magazine.
She was incredibly excited, and she was already kind of telling me, okay, so just the same way that she used to chime into the conversation, she was like, all right, so now you've got to play it like this, you got to do ABC. She's such a planner, but I'm very lucky to have that support system in her. And, she was a great reference as well. She sent me all the magazines that we used to read in the 90s, early 2000s. And we were able to have a look at some of the columns. We were able to have a sense of what Sistoli's voice was back then. Very objective, very grounded advice. And she always just kind of knew what to say to the people. So very lucky to have that reference as well. Speaking of full circle moments, I remember the first time, my first radio interview was with you, Bridget.
It was
with you. And I remember I had brought these cue cards.
Yes.
Because I was so nervous. I wanted to be just articulate and to sell the show that I was promoting at the time so well. And I remember you had exposed me. You were like, she's so amazing. She's so articulate. But it's so precious. I wish people could see her cue cards. And I felt so exposed. But from then, at that point, I was like, okay, from now on, we speak from the heart. And I think that is the essence, really, with Ketiwe from Dear Sistoli, is that she's a communal, caring person who is big-hearted and speaks from the heart. And some of the themes that we dissect through the film are themes around love, not just romantic love, but the universal love that we have for our brothers and sisters. Another theme is mental health and how mental health impacts the youth of today, especially through social media. I mean, that part of Sis Dolly, that story is really going to tug at the heartstrings of people, as well as the theme of like the pursuit of your dreams. I think every single person can relate to what it feels like to set a huge goal and then receive the resistance from the world. It's almost like the universe or Mudimu sends like a force of resistance to really test if you really want this goal or this dream. And the same happens to Ketiwe in the film, where she's completely tested from feeling like there's a lack of support or moments where she felt like there's extreme high competition and like sabotage. Like she experiences so much resistance, and the film really teaches us to become a victor of our circumstances, and that these cycles of resistance are really there to kind of like train us and help us become the individuals that can carry the responsibility of our blessings. So it's a really beautiful film that I think people are just going to resonate with.
I mean, already from what Didintle is saying, just speaking as Didintle, you kind of like, if Sis Dolly was around today, she might have just passed on that baton to you, like the real you, and said, don't you want to take over this column? Let's take a quick pause here for the headline news, and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll continue our conversation. Dear Sis Dolly, they just corrected in the ear because they'd written it open last week, but it's actually opening today. It's opening today nationwide. Not just at Hyde Park, today nationwide. You definitely want to see it. A quick pause for Ondela Mbana, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni is described as disgraceful the conduct of South Africa's Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal, who was spotted in the company of former President Jacob Zuma and fugitive businessman Ajay Gupta on a visit to a Hindu temple in Haridwar in northern India earlier this week. A man has been arrested in connection with the killing of a ward councillor in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Stelomleve was gunned down in his Ward 27 constituency office in Zweden on the evening of the 20th of last month. And the UN Human Rights Chief has warned that a catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan's North Kordofan state. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
My name is Ketiwe Mphahlele, and I am writing to formally apply for the position of Sis Dolly columnist.
The opportunity to become Sis Dolly is an honor and a privilege. Good morning, candidates. My name is Melody Makarenge. I'm editor-in-chief here at Drum. We've set a little test for you to see who has what it takes to last the distance.
Remember the good old days in varsity when I used to get higher marks than you?
Luckily for me, this test is more about tenacity.
Currently running a free mental health clinic. It's called Lechai. If Lechai closes down, I mean, who's going to help the people run Milolenzo?
Who's the cutie at Corpus Jam now?
Friend, that's crazy.
The IT guy.
Yeah, the IT guy. It's crazy. I think I'm going to need a lot of your help, eh?
I thought we had like really cool chemistry, ne? Unless I was
No, we did.
Yes!
I've written to you 3 times, Sis Dolly, with the same problem.
Dear Sis Dolly, it's my first year of university and I can't keep up.
How can I be the best Sis Dolly I can be?
There's a cute guy at work and I think he has a crush on me, but he isn't my type. Do I give him a chance anyway? By the way, I'm the HR manager.
You know the caliber of my work. This is not me.
I don't take kindly to people wasting my time. You brought the name Sis Dolly and the magazine into disrepute.
To be honest, Coco, I feel like the Sis Dolly thing was a bad idea. You need to work smart, not hard.
And stop breathing so loud.
And stop breathing so loud. We're in conversation with producer Muruba Nkawe. Now I wanted to say something else, Nagwe. I don't know why. Ngawe, Muruwa Ngawe, and Didintle Gunu joining us, award-winning screen actress. And of course, she stars in Dear Sis Dolly. And interesting, we were having a conversation now, Muruba, off air, and I was saying, what became of Sis Dolly? Because I grew up in and I think everybody has their different Sis Dolly, because I grew up in the era of the one that I call the iconic Sis Dolly. I don't even know her real name. I just know what she looks like, and that's the one that's like engraved in my head as Sis Dolly. But you like there were many Sis Dollys.
There were many. So Sis Dolly is a column in Drum magazine.
Yeah.
The iconic Sis Dolly that everybody remembers is a woman named Liz Kumalo. She joined Drum, I think, in the early 70s, 71 or 72. Worked her way up really from being a secretary to then being given the column of Drum. She became a journalist, and she ultimately became the first black female editor-in-chief of Drum magazine. She was at the institution for 30 years before she retired, but she became that face. She became the person that everybody knew as Sis Dolly. Since her retirement, she's been away from the public eye, away from media. So nobody's heard from her, kind of known that she was around. We had the pleasure of meeting her for the first time, literally a few days before the premiere of the film. So she did come to grace us with her presence on the night. We've had beautiful conversations with her. She's still very beautiful, elegant, regal. And a great supporter of this film and of the fact that we're honoring that era of her life.
How was the research process like for putting together a story like this? I mean, are you in one part diving into archives, getting into conversation?
Well, the film is not a biopic, so much as it pays tribute to Drum and the Sis Dolly column, as I said, we wanted to really tell like a contemporary story. So we had been working with Drum magazine since the development started about 5 years ago. And the then Sis Dolly, a lady named Pearl, who unfortunately died about 2 years ago. So they would kind of take us into how the column works when people write in, how they go about answering their questions, the history also of the column along the years, and the fact that there are different writers. We see one face, or in the publication there is one Sis Dolly, but different people, different journalists could have been a stand-in Sis Dolly at different points. I mean, in our film as well, the character played by Ndata Jerry, who's Braskraj, he's been like in the institution kind of as long as it has been around. And he says, at some point I was also a Sis Dolly. So whether it's a man or a woman, sort of anyone that had empathy, that could talk to the community, could play a Sis Dolly at a certain point in the magazine.
It's a beautiful cast that you've assembled as well. Speaking to, young stars like Didintle, who represent a younger generation, taking it back to Dr. Jerry Mofokeng, Usta, who's just having an incredible run at the moment. What a wonderful cast. And I wonder, when you cast for a project like this, what comes first?
Well, talent always comes first. So I think the first thing I can say about every single person that's on this film is that they are incredibly talented. We also wanted to make sure that the actors can kind of represent different generations and represent different audiences, so they'd be able to appeal to a wide variety of people. So as you say, from the legends like Ndata Jerry and Mam Abigail Kubeka to the stars, we've also got the beautiful Didintle Kuno, we've got Dineo Langa, Natasha Tahana, and some young blood as well, Slindi Guhle, Shabalala, we've got Kayakazi Gule. So we've really got outstanding actors from different generations who were also able to kind of play off each other, feed off each other, and kind of teach each other about where the different generations kind of come from, both as performers and as human beings.
I mean, you are a multifaceted talent. And in my mind, I'm trying to, would you categorize yourself as a rom-com actress? I think I've seen you, and maybe it's because you excel so well in these rom-com whimsy roles. Like, would you categorize yourself like that, or not categorize yourself at all?
I mean, I've just been blessed to have a career. It's been 10 years now, or 11 years actually, where I've played a variety of roles, a number of genres. And my acting coach, who, even though it's been 11 years in the game, still advises me to be everything under the sun. So as a performer, I see myself as a transformer. I can do drama, I can do comedy, I can do sci-fi, I can do action. It's really just about immersing yourself in the world of the story and playing the integrity of the story and the character. Yeah.
I also love the fact that, 11 years in, and you've been recurringly working on a number of things, you still are under a coach. Let's touch a little bit on that before we go on a break. A little bit of the importance of an actor, whether you're on screen, film, theater, for you to sharpen your skill with somebody who's dedicated to just ensuring that they push your talent consistently.
I think it's very easy for actors to fall into mediocrity because there is the sense of, okay, I mean, I know this, I know the routine of it, I know the process of getting a new script, reading through the script, understanding the character. So I think what I try to do for myself, this is not something I would, prescribe onto any other creative. Everyone has their own process, but I respect the craft, and I see my career as a marathon as opposed to something I can sprint through. So I know that there are so many skills and lessons that come with every milestone. Each and every 10 years you evolve and you grow, and you do need that support. You need that objective eye that can, hold your hand through the journey and just kind of like help you refine on your skill set. And I understand that not every single actor has the capacity or the resources to do that. So it's a tremendous blessing to be able to do that. And for me, it is just how I pay homage to my craft and the skill, because it truly is a skill set that you put your 10,000 hours in order to get to a point where you're a master at it. So it's incredibly important for me to have a coach, to have that support system that, especially with roles that are very new to what I've done, if I feel like I'm entering new territory, it's always important to have that anchor.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully young creatives are listening and taking a little leaf from what you've just said. It's gone 22 at 2 o'clock. A quick pause here, and then we come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
So here's the thing about outsurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. With outsurance, you've got the peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAFM 106.2 FM in Tohoyandou.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
We're in conversation for full access with the producer of Dear Sis Dolly Muruba Ngawe, and of course Didinhle Nkunu joins us now, award-winning actress who's one of the stars of this project. It's opening today nationwide at a cinema near you. You definitely don't want to miss it. And you know my philosophy for as long as I've been on radio, for as long as I've focused on things arts and culture, I say this all the time. Opening week, so very important for the numbers. Then you want to go into the cinema in 3 weeks' time and go, but where's Dear Sis Dolly? It's because you didn't go opening weekend. And so they took it off circuit. You definitely want to be there. I even go so far as to say, if you can't make the movies, but you want to book it and then give your ticket to someone else so that they can go make the movie and you'll make it at another time. So very important that we get this correct. Which leads me to my question of, in an era of streaming, and we've just seen how great a South African production has done on a Netflix. In an era of streaming, why still choose, the cinematic route versus going a streaming platform?
I think we still find a lot of value in cinema. Yes, we're in a world of streaming and scrolling.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that beats sitting in a cinema room with a huge screen in front of you, sharing the experience of watching a film with other people around you, laughing at the right places, feeling the emotions together. So we know that the industry has kind of evolved in South Africa, and people are very comfortable sitting in their homes and watching films and series. But we would love to drive back audiences back to the cinema. I think it's very important in sustaining creativity, sustaining storytelling, sustaining the cast and crews that work behind the scenes on getting these productions to our screens. So yes, what you said is 100% right. Opening weekend is everything.
Yeah.
And the first sort of week as well of a film being on circuit is everything. So people must go out and support, otherwise 3 weeks later they won't find it.
Absolutely. And the thing is, here's the flip that people don't understand. We've seen South African films through history do really well in cinemas and have long runs, pulling big numbers. And we've seen genres like comedy, and it didn't have to be a Leon Schuster film. We've seen, rom-coms do really well. In the business of filmmaking, how that process of getting the film in cinema, I mean, is it one that is cumbersome on the one hand, costly on the other? Because I've actually never thought about it from the business perspective for a producer?
Yeah. Look, on the business front, there's certainly room to follow the traditional kind of distribution pattern, which was that you start at cinema and then you're able to exploit all the other avenues, pay TV, free to air, etc. Streaming kind of took away lots of other avenues because films would go straight to streaming.
Yeah.
But it is possible it can go theatrical first and then move on to the rest of the platforms. Going to cinema really boils down to the commercial viability of that project that the exhibitors see. Because you're competing against big Hollywood blockbusters. If they've got Dear Sis Dolly on their screens and they're putting it on there as opposed to something else that could be earning them money. So we've got to also give them propositions that are commercially viable. So I think that's the discussion when you take a film to screen. If it's a more art house film, you might release it in less screens and you select your sites really accordingly as well, depending on where your audiences are. Is it art house? Is it commercial?
Yeah.
Is it for a young audience, for an older crowd? So you got to really think about your audience, your sites, and really the cost of it as well.
And I never thought about what you're saying about the sites, because living in Joburg now, I watch cinemas only at Hyde Park because I like that VIP experience. I really do. And I used to get so irate if a film is not there, because now I must move on, and I'm trying Stanton City, and then I'm trying, and then I'm trying. But it makes sense
It's
because
important because it's not the same people that are going to all these different sites. So you have to profile your target audience and say, where are they? Are they rural? Are they urban? Are they Hyde Park people or Rosebank people? You know.
All right, we're going to take a break. After we come back from the break, I want to find out around what Umuruba just said, being in the culture of cinema. And she mentioned a point about the laugh points. If, we all in community and laugh pointing together, because then from an actor's perspective, I'll come back and I'll ask you. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Churnicht, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Living your best life on the full circle.
We're still hanging out with Muruba and Didintle, and we're talking Dear Sis Dolly, and at large as well, we're talking the South African film industry. And I wanted to ask you, Didintle, because Muruba just mentioned something around the communal act of watching film together. And obviously, as producers and writers and actors, there's certain little moments that you've written in that, like, oh, okay, and then they're all going to laugh together here, and then they're all going to sigh together here, and they're going to have an awkward pregnancy pause here. When you watch yourself on screen, firstly,
do you ever sneak into the cinema after the premiere? Sneak into the cinema with a hat, no makeup, no hair, and watch a film with the rest of us common people?
I do. I really do. And I do enjoy watching myself and other actors. I think for African actors, seeing ourselves on stories and seeing our stories on the big screen it's about so much more than just entertainment. For us, it's about visibility and a sense of building legacy, and it's also possibility, especially if you're a creative coming from the Northwest Province, you know. For a long time, I feel like African stories were always told from the outside looking in, and today, you know, we get the opportunity to see films created by Africans, starring African actors, speaking our languages, reflecting on our humor, our heartbreak, our families, and our communities with so much authenticity. And watching these stories in cinema, you know, gives the stories themselves like a scale and a significance that I truly think they deserve. I believe that choosing to buy a ticket and watching a South African story is not just supporting the film. Like, you're telling the industry that African stories have an audience and that they're commercially viable and that they're worthy of investment. And every full cinema makes it easier for the next writer, the next director and producer and actor to get the opportunity to tell another story. I feel like there's something incredibly powerful about sitting in a room full of people and just seeing ourselves being reflected on a big screen. You know, we laugh at the jokes that we only understand. You know, we recognize the places in Johannesburg that we've walked. We hear the languages that sound like home. We watch characters that feel familiar, and it reminds us that our stories are not small. They belong on the biggest screen. So as actors, we pour ourselves into these performances with the hopes that audiences will meet us halfway and, most importantly, will be able to see themselves. So going to the cinema is one of those, the most powerful way to say, you know, our stories matter and we want to see more of them.
Absolutely. So I'm going to be looking out for you then. Over the next couple of days.
With the hat on,
with the hat,
sunglasses.
you know what I mean? Every sort of incognito petite little lady, I'll be like, is that her? Like, why is she laughing so loud? That must be her. So today we are in cinemas everywhere. We can't state that enough. From today, we are in cinemas everywhere. Dear Sistoli, you don't want to miss this film. In fact, are you going, because we also live in an era of fan engagement. I know you had your big premiere, your VIP premiere. Are you thinking maybe taking the cast on a little bit of a go-see here and there, pop-up here and there?
We have a big watch party tomorrow.
Okay.
So we're literally taking about 200 people to go watch the film.
Okay.
We've also got a couple of things lined up. I think each of the cast members and our director as well have got special places, either a place that they come from or perhaps a community where they want to have a big impact. And we're looking at those sort of places to kind of say, let's do an activation, let's go out to cinema or let's go out to a school. So yes, there's definitely some of that coming up within the next couple of weeks.
I know, I mean, we're running out of time, and I know that touches on marketing budgets, because that's the other thing that we always need to harp on as creatives, to be like, okay, Minister Gayton, while you're busy talking there about all kinds of other things, also when you're discussing with stakeholders in the various sectors, let's talk about releasing money for marketing.
Yes.
So now the film is done. It's there. It's done. Now let's help it along with the marketing.
Sure. It's very challenging. Look, we've been very lucky on this film that I think we've literally had almost most of the government funding institutions in film involved in the project, from the IDC to the National Film and Video Foundation, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We've got a big partner in ETV, who's also a equity partner in the film. So that, you know, that's the funding of the film done, but you're 100% correct. Then comes the marketing. So NAVF has given us some marketing support, but we've had to also dig deep dig deep to make sure that we have the resources to be able to amplify the marketing of this film and to make sure that people know it's there, it's worthy to be seen, it's reflecting our own story, it's entertaining, it's heartfelt, it's got some of your favorite stars in it, and it's a really good film.
I mean, it sounds like a really good film. Didn't in our final minute, any final words from you?
I'd just like to let the audience know that if you're looking for a feel-good South African story that's filled with heart and humor and characters that feel like people you know, I'd love to invite you to please watch Dear Sis Dolly. It's one of those films that will definitely make you laugh, it'll tug at your heartstrings, and it'll leave you walking out of the cinema feeling lighter, a little bit more hopeful, and just reminded of the power of kindness and community and staying true to yourself. So I'd be honored to have all of your support with watching Dear Sis Dolly in cinemas today.
Yay! Ladies, congratulations on this project. That was Didintle Kuno, who is an award-winning actress and, of course, one of the stars for Dear Sis Dolly, and Umuruba Ngawe, who is one of the producers behind the project nationwide today, alongside Dr. Jerry Mofokeng and, of course, Mom Abigail Kubeka. Star Khoroga is also in this one, Dineo Langa and Natasha Tahani. So it's a full-studded cast indeed. All the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
We'll be reminding the people to go and watch the film.
Go to the cinema, South Africa, support local film.
Absolutely. A quick break from our end, and then we'll come back at the top of the hour with Ondela Mbana. On the other side of 2, we're going to enter our 2 o'clock hour with one of the artists that's featured in the score of the film Trezo.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. SAFM.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Ntshabeni reacts to Zuma's meeting with the Guptas and the man arrested in the murder of Gqeberha Ward Councillor. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshabeni, has described as disgraceful the conduct of South Africa's Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal, who was spotted in the company of former President Jacob Zuma and fugitive businessman Ajay Gupta on a visit to a Hindu temple in northern India earlier this week. Responding to questions during a briefing of cabinet meeting today in Pretoria, Ntshabeni said that both Zuma and Suklal's conduct is tantamount to giving the country the middle finger. Ajay and his brothers Atul and Rajesh fled South Africa in 2018 following damning allegations of state capture at the Zondo Commission, with Pretoria having unsuccessfully tried to have them extradited back to the country. Ntshabeni says that Suklal, who is employed by the Department of International Relations, will be dealt with.
It's a level of disgrace that our own employee, the representative of the government of South Africa, hobnobs with the criminals instead of doing his work to ensure that the fugitives are brought back into South Africa so that they can face their criminal act. It is for that reason that the Minister of International Relations and Corporations, Minister Lamula, has not only requested for a report from the official, but has indicated that drastic steps will be taken to make sure that nobody undermines the laws of this country whilst representing this country.
A man has been arrested in connection with the killing of a ward councillor in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Sicelo Mleve was gunned down in his Ward 27 constituency office in Zwide on the evening of the 20th of last month. The 20-year-old suspect was arrested in KwaZulu on Sunday. He faces charges including murder and armed robbery. Police say further arrests cannot be ruled out. The Matlanga Commission has heard that businessman Mohammed Mo Sayed repeatedly asked suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Major General Feroz Khan to push former National Treasury Chief Procurement Officer Molefe Fani to expedite the procurement of personal protective equipment during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fani, who is referred to as Pilot in WhatsApp messages between Sayed and Khan, was later appointed to the South African Police Service as Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management with the rank of Lieutenant General. The exchanges were read into the record by evidence leader Advocate Adila Hassim as part of the Commission's investigation into whether Khan acted as a conduit for private, commercial or criminal interests. Hassim elaborates.
If we look at the 4th of August, 6246, at 4:59 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, Salams Brew, it's Wednesday already. Please push Gen 1 and Pilot to finalize PPE story. These guys are too slow. General Khan replies at 5:59 a.m., I will call Pilot. At 6247, it's part of the same series of chats, also on the 4th of August. At 7:01 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, we need to get an order in this week while the need for PPE is still in season.
Thousands of undocumented immigrants have now been successfully relocated to a newly set up repatriation center outside Musina in Limpopo. They were removed from a temporary center at the Musina showgrounds yesterday. The new site has a marquee ablution facilities and points for drinking water. The Malawian immigrants will be issued with emergency travel certificates to enable them to pass through Zimbabwe on their way home. One of the immigrants, Fidelis Manyoa, has expressed satisfaction with the improved conditions.
What we want for us, we want to deport us to go our home. So I thank the countries to deported to give us the buses to go our home. Since from yesterday, we are here to waiting a transport to go home. For this time, we are happy for these conditions, but the first time we are not happy.
The UN Human Rights Chief has warned that a catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan's North Kordofan state. Volker Turk says it involves the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces executions, torture and sexual violence. Addressing an emergency session of the UN's Human Rights Council, he called to discuss Sudan's civil war. Turk said that for 18 months, civilians in the state had been subjected to siege-like conditions. He says they include drone strikes that the RSF and the Sudanese government forces have both perpetrated.
These attacks and fuel shortages have a compound impact, making it difficult for civilians to access clean water, food, transport and healthcare, and to communicate with each other and the outside world. Shortages of clean water are reaching a critical point in Al Obeid.
Recapping the top story, Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni has described as disgraceful the conduct of South Africa's Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal. He was spotted in the company of former President Jacob Zuma and fugitive businessman Ajay Gupta on a visit to a Hindu temple in northern India earlier this week. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 2:30.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account in under 2 minutes and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists like Thandiso Mazwai, Msaki, Concord and Gabinde, and of course the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil and Australia, and the star-studded 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows and free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows in one small town over 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Wale,
such a beautiful song, this one. Wale Wale. Trezor coming through with Wale Wale. So basically, I think everyone, and we have listeners who listen to the show from all over the continent and from all over the world. People stream the show and they listen to us online and via the DSTV bouquet. And every time we play the song, I'm always asking for the correct pronunciation of Sophia. I always say Sophia Nzao surname. And perhaps I need to remember next time I bump into Trezo at some social gathering to actually ask him, Wuti, what is her actual surname? Wale Wale is the name of this particular song. Such a beautiful song, bringing us to just after 2:10. It's a Friday. So we're talking the book Circle with Siwela Langeni, who's the co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author of Friends with Feelings. And today, Siwela is roping into the conversation Dr. Njabulo James Nkosi, author of Father of Man, The 5 Ideals to Build Better Men. And we touched on this book, I think, a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago with Siwela. Siwela, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. And you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. I can't complain at all. Before we get to the conversation with Dr. Njabulo James Nkosi, you do have one book or two books that you want to present to us today.
Just one. So we can give Dr. Njabulo the chance to talk about Father of Man. So today I've got Africa's Road to Prosperity by Jackie Cilliers. So in this book, Jackie Cilliers looks at the main forces that will shape the continent's economic and political future. Large investments in infrastructure and energy are essential, and improved regional trade integration. But then he cautions that, we can only modernize our economies if influence of traditional leaders on matters such as land management and ownership is kept. And I'm sure most people would have question marks on that. So in this book, he argues that, Africa's convergence with global income levels is certainly possible if the right steps are taken. And this book goes into those steps. And this is a perfect read, for those interested in our ability for Africa to thrive, which I believe is everyone. It reminded me similar to a book we've discussed, The Invisible People by Phuthuma Nhleko.
Yeah.
So we're seeing books like this that come up to say, how do we help Africa to evolve from where we are right now? And so this is a new offering by Jacana, written by Jackie Cilliers.
Definitely, I think a conversation that is very current and pertinent to all Africans, be it Africans on the continent or in the diaspora. As you talk about this, and I've had a laundry list of books that Jacana dropped off for me last month that I need to get through. And I put one of them in my bag recently on our way to Durban, and I was like, okay, let me begin. And I began, and I think page 25 into the book, I had to pause and go, and this is why I don't get through a certain genre of book, because the reading was so heavy that you need to read alongside with a dictionary in hand for you. It was so heavy and so academic and so, just the text and the vocabulary. And can I please put a note for the Jacanas and who read, for these kind of subject matters to be accessible to all men. Sometimes we need to present them in a way that is less academic and more palatable and easy to follow.
No, absolutely. And they are listening. As you said, we've got people listening to us from all over. So they are listening to this indictment.
What indictment? Well, I'll let you introduce Dr. Njabulo for us, and then we'll get into the conversation.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, this is a book we've discussed before in our weekly feature. Dr. Njabulo James Nkosi is a corporate leader, author, public speaker, and a leadership mentor that is just passionate about, personal transformation, faith, and accountability. And it's our honor today to have him and talk to him about Father of Man. So over to you, Bridget.
Dr. Njabulo, thank you so much for making the time to be on the show. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be part of the show.
Well, let's get straight into it. Father of Men, the 5 ideals to build better men. Let's talk about, firstly, I guess, the inspiration behind the book for you to delve into this thematic around manhood.
Yeah, 100%. I always say that this book is my wife's fault. Why I say that is because when I started writing the next book in 2019, I asked her which book I should write next, a book on education or a book on how to be a better man, because it was quite topical at the time. We had the Me Too movement was quite rife, and then we had the femicide, and GBV was on the uptake then. And then she said to me, I should write this book because the world needs it, and I need it too. And I was like, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm not a good enough man? What are you saying? So I didn't take it personally. So I started on a journey, and as an author, when you start writing on a topic, life will start testing you on it, because I said I want to be a better man, and then the life was like, okay, let's make sure you're not a false witness. And then I started going through a lot of life-altering and transformative experiences. I was in the process of getting married. My father passed away. COVID also hit. I lost work. I took pay cuts. I was hijacked and kidnapped, held at gunpoint. Business failed, and then also my wife was diagnosed with an illness that made it hard for us to fall pregnant. So I went through all of these life-changing and altering situations, and then the principles in this book sort of became like a lifeline, because I engaged in method writing, which means you define the problem and then you write about it and you go and you live it. And then last year, after we were told it might never happen, my baby girl, who's now 9 months, was born. So it was a full circle moment. So this conversation is needed now more than ever, because the conversation has been about what men are getting wrong, what is wrong with men, and that's good. But then an even better discourse is, what are we going to do about it? How do we build better men? How do we see the plights and the stresses and the turmoils that men are going through, so that we can build men and shine a light on that? Because 1 in 4 men, 1 in 3 men are chronically lonely. Men commit suicide 4 times more than women do, and 60% of people in prison and jails are a result of fatherless homes. So that's why I began this work of 6-7 years of journey and experience, and working with people, coaching people, and also going through the lived experiences myself on how we can build better men. Not perfect men, but better men. So that was the inspiration for this seminal work that I've put pen together.
Listen, won't he do it? And the church said amen.
Yes, he will.
Let's take a quick pause there, and we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Your specific thrust is around the role of the unions and how they should respond to the growth of AI. Tell me what it is.
The unions, in my view, are driving and in the driver's seat when it comes to how it's rolled out in sectors. Because if we fail at this, then the predictions that have been made regarding some of the massive job displacements which have actually been predicted by the World Economic Forum, South Africa may find itself as one of those countries where those jobs are lost.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Your older car may not have a touchscreen infotainment system, but OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 51-year-old Evelina pays only 474 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i30 and has no upfront access payment, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Still paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars that are older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. Simply SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
We're in conversation with Dr. Njabulo James Nkosi, author of Father of Man, The 5 Ideals to Build Better Men. Let's talk about the concept of 5 ideals, Dr. Njabulo. Firstly, how do you get to 5?
So it was basically a process of like teaching. So I wanted to make sure that I focused because there's so many ideas we can have out there. And then I know that human beings will learn concepts better in odd numbers, 1, 3, and 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I whittled it down to 5 ideals. And an ideal is something that you may never actually reach, but it's going to make your life that much better. Because people say in an ideal world, ideal worlds may or may not exist, but the pursuit of that ideal makes your life better. So there are the 5 of them. The first one is live with integrity. Be honest with yourself. This book is not about self-help. It is about self-confrontation because you cannot change what you cannot confront. And before we look at fixing the world out, we need to look at what issues and truths that we need to tell ourselves first. And that first ideal is taking your inner child on a journey and telling yourself the truth first. Because people will look at men who are angry or going through dangerous toils and snares, and they'll say that man is angry. However, we haven't taken the time to ask why is that man angry in the way that he's going, the way that he is. And first, you need to hold up the mirror as to what is it that I need to confront. What childhood issues do I need to confront? What truths do I need to tell myself first? What standard do I need to hold myself accountable first before I hold somebody else accountable? And I started with that ideal first because that is the hardest one for people to admit the truth to themselves before they go and speak to other people. Then a second ideal is let's really understand what it means to be masculine. What does it actually mean to be a man? Because we've got so many ideas out there, the manosphere, the red pill, and feminists have got their own idea what man it should be. And then I took a lot of time for us to delve deep and understand what a man is. And the basics is just because you're a male does not make you a man. A man is a choice that you have to make every single day. You adopt a high level of responsibility and a high level of consciousness. Then the third ideal, instead of focusing on what's wrong, let's solve the issue. For example, let's address men being pushed into obscurity and them not being given a voice, and also the lie perpetuated that men don't cry and they shouldn't be in touch with the emotions. Let's understand what type of man you should look towards and how you should end up choosing them. The third ideal, very quickly, the fourth ideal is let's build children for the future. Because before you start having children, building children, you need to be intentional, focused, and deliberate. And one of the good tenets in this ideal is that let's make sure that we teach them the right things. Let's teach them how to read, teach them how to write, teach them things that you wish that you knew but you never got. Because your children your ceiling should be their floor. They should be standing on the shoulders of giants, which are yours. And then the last ideal is one which is quite personal, which is learn. If you're blessed enough to have your father and your father figure in your life, make sure that you take all the time to learn as many lessons from him. And then that ideal will center around the lessons. I was fortunate to have a strong focus on present father. Who said I should take the message forward and learn lessons from your father. So those are the 5 ideals in a nutshell. And having put them into practice and having gotten feedback from readers and listeners, it's very, very difficult. It's gut-wrenching, but it's worth it because an ideal, again, is very difficult to reach, but it makes your life better and it's worthwhile reaching out for them.
Absolutely. And I think also just the concept of an ideal isn't about perfection per se. We talk a lot to psychologists here around relationships and interpersonal development. It's not about the pursuit of perfection, but it's the understanding that every day presents you an opportunity to do better than the day before. So you won't always get it correct. Even just that concept that you bring forward. Number 2, what it means to be masculine, this definition of manhood. And you say manhood is a daily choice, which means every single day you have an opportunity to get right what you didn't get right yesterday or the day before. And you might stumble on the same thing 2-3 times, but you keep trying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, the journey is the destination. That's so. What that's what you postulate, because the key word in the subtitle is better, which means better than yesterday. Not perfect, but just better. Just strive to become better, and your effort will vary day to day.
Absolutely. The small steps, maybe in our last 2 minutes, small steps that men could potentially lean into in the seeking of being better?
Yeah, 100%. The first one is truth. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie. First one is make a proper and honest assessment of exactly where it is that you are emotionally. What are the wounds that you need to address? Be honest about where you're falling short. Be honest about the help that you need. Be honest about where you're falling short. Life is. We have a tragedy where we spend more time lying to ourselves than other people. So the very first thing is, number one, tell yourself the truth, exactly where it is that you are. And then second, set the goal and the pursuit that you are going to be a better man, not perfect, but better. And then after that, get the help that you need. Join a community of achievement, like-minded men, and then use it for them to hold you accountable to the standard of becoming a better man, not red-pilled and like toxic masculinity traits. No, a proper and honest men who are going to hold you accountable to the standard that you've set up for yourself. And of course, the first start is to buy the book, number one. So those are if I could just summarize those steps. First, start with the truth, and map out where you are, map out where you want to be, and have a community around you that's going to hold you accountable to that. So, for example, for me, I've got a team of therapists, not just one, I've got 3 that help keep me accountable to where I want to go.
Well, listen, I wish we had more time to really unpack this conversation, because it is one that's very important, but it also seems to be a recurring theme for us on this show, Siwela, as we try to understand men and also give them the room for them to explore their own evolution and their own thinking in a safe and secure place that is non-judgmental. Dr. Njabula James Nkosi, thank you so much for the time. Author of Father of Man, The 5 Ideals to Build Better Men, and you can get the title wherever you get your book. Siwela Langeni, as always, we appreciate the time. Co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author of Friends with Feelings. 2:30, it's time for us to get the headlines from Ondela, and then we'll get into our kids programming with Nali Bali.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the chairperson of the impeachment committee, Magashule Gana, says he will only be able to pronounce on the work of the committee after all the nominees for the position of an evidence leader have been submitted. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has described as disgraceful the conduct of South Africa's Commissioner to India, Anil Shukla. He was spotted in the company of former President Jacob Zuma and fugitive businessman Ajay Gupta on a visit to a Hindu temple in northern India earlier this week. And health officials in the DRC say more than 200 patients have recovered from Ebola. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
In case you missed it.
So after someone says yes when they really want to say no, what emotional psychological patterns tend to show up afterwards?
When you are a kind person, you are giving from a place of fullness. You are, giving from a place of no expectation. So I don't give you my yes because I want to be validated by you. I want you to always be excited for me. But I give you from a place of wholeness. So say if today my response to you is a no, it's really from a place of wholeness. It's really from a place of kindness.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludig.
SAFM.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Friday. School is out, and the holidays are the perfect time to have fun with family and friends. Today, let's talk about board games. Do you enjoy playing board games? Who do you usually play board games with? What do you like most about playing board games? What important lesson do you think board games can teach us? And if you could invent your own board game, what would it be called, and how would you play it? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi, my name is Benicode. I really love playing board games sometimes. My favorite board game is probably Rummy Cup or 30 Seconds, and I always play with my family. My favorite thing about playing board games is the bonding and spending time together while we play. Board games can teach us important lessons like patience. You can't roll a dice faster or keep playing and skipping turns. A lot of times you have to wait a long time for a good turn, and it can teach us how good things can come to those who are patient and who wait. If I could invent my own board game, it would be called Back in the Day, and it would be a game where a player would pick a card with a certain historic event or year, and they'd have to explain it to their team members. If their team guesses the event or the year on the card, they can move forward, and then the first person to reach the finish line wins. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Antlin. I do enjoy playing board games. One of my favorite board games would probably be 30 Seconds. And I usually play 30 Seconds with like my friends and family. And what I like the most about playing board games is it's a way that everyone connects and everyone becomes competitive at the same time. And I think an important lesson that board games teach us is sometimes you don't have to take everything so seriously. Because in a board game, if you take everything seriously, you end up getting angry. And sometimes you just can't be happy and play and enjoy someone else's company, learn something new about someone. And if I would invent my own game, I think it would probably be, oh, um, I think it would be a board game of maybe clothing or something to do with like fashion. I think it would be very fun and probably chase someone or create a shirt while playing the game. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Tandoletu. I'm 11 years old and I go to Nova Pioneer School. Yes, I love playing board games. I'm in love with the game Monopoly and 30 Seconds right now. I normally play 30 Seconds and Monopoly with friends and family. I like that when we play board games, one loses and one wins. I think board games can teach us that we will not always win but sometimes lose. If I would have my own board game, I would name it Thinkers, and we would play it like 30 seconds but with 1 minute. And when we get one question right, we minus 10 seconds, and if you get one wrong, you minus 5. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lorraine. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. Yes, I do enjoy playing board games. Who I usually play board games with is my family and my friends, especially my mom and my brother. What I like the most about board games is the fun I have with my family and friends. The lessons that we can learn from them is, for example, Ludo teaches us to think and have a good strategy, and Six and Ladders teaches us that life is full of ups and downs, but we have to bounce back from those setbacks. If I could make my own board game, I would call it the history of the world. It will teach us not only about history, but how nations rise, spread, and even fall. Thank you so much for listening to me today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Good day. My name is Malay Angel Nangavera. Yes, I do enjoy playing board games, and my favorite board game right now is Ludo. I usually play these games with my siblings, my cousins, my friends, and sometimes my parents if they have time. What I like most about board games is that they bring people together. Basically, everybody is in one room, phones are down, and we are focused on the same game. And that just makes the whole house feel alive. I think board games teach us important lessons because you can learn patience because you cannot rush the dice. You learn to take turns and wait for your moment. You also learn teamwork if it is a team game, and you learn how to win without breaking and how to lose without getting angry. And those are basically life skills. If I could invent my own board game, I would call it Holiday Quest. Basically, the idea is that you move around a big map of South Africa where you collect different activities like hiking, baking, reading a book, or helping someone. And the first person to complete 5 activities wins. This game would be a good game to teach kids to try new things and work together. Thank you and have a lovely day.
My name is Casey Ziba and I'm in grade 9 at Journal Engineering School of Specialization. I play board games and my favorite board games are Snakes and Ladders and chess. And I usually play board games with my friends, my siblings, and my family members. I think board games teach us a very good way or uh, they give us an idea of how to build a very good strategy on how to defeat our opponents. And I think they mind sharpening too. And important lessons that we can be taught is patience, teamwork, and taking turns, as well as respecting each other too, as in like playing fair game and not like shouting at each other or cheating. And if I would invent my own board game, I don't know yet, but I think I would invent a board game that is like related to our generation, Gen Z vibe board game to make it more fun. And what will be called, I don't know, maybe the Gen Z. Welcome to the to praises Gen Z board game or like you see something like that that is just giving Gen Z or welcome to Amatuke's world, something like that. And depending on a lot of activities that can entertain us as Amatuke, there are a lot of ideas that you can get to create a board game. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Akonao. I'm 10 years old. Yes, I love board games and my favorite is chess. I play with my family on weekends. I like that board games teach patience and taking turns. If I invented a game, I'd call it Holiday Race and you win by collecting fun activities.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. We all enjoy having fun, and board games are one of the best ways to spend time together during the school holidays. Whether you're playing with your parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, cousins, or friends, board games bring people together and create happy memories. There are many exciting games to choose from, such as Ludo, Snakes and Ladders, Monopoly, chess, checkers, scramble, and many more. Every game is different, but they all give us a chance to learn while having fun. One of the best things about board games is that they help us spend quality time with the people around us. Instead of playing all day on phones, tablets, or watching television, board games encourage us to talk, laugh, think, and enjoy each other's company. They remind us that sometimes the best entertainment doesn't need a screen. Board games also teach us many important life skills. They teach us patience because we have to wait for our turn. They teach us honesty because we must play by the rules, even when no one is watching. They teach us teamwork when we play in groups and problem solving as we think carefully about our next move. Games like chess helps us plan ahead, while games like Scramble help us improve our vocabulary and spelling. Another important lesson board games teach us is how to win and lose gracefully. We won't win every game, and that's okay. When we lose, we learn resilience and how to congratulate the winner with a smile. And when we win, we learn to celebrate without boasting or making others feel bad. These are valuable lessons that help us both at school and in everyday life. And if you could invent your own board game, what would it be called? Creating your own game is a great way to use your imagination and creativity. Friends, let's remember that board games are much more than winning. They help us build stronger friendships, strengthen family relationships, improve our thinking skills, and teach us values like respect, patience, fairness, and kindness. So during these holidays, gather your family of friends, choose a board game, and enjoy some screen-free fun together. You might discover that the greatest prize isn't winning the game. It's the time you spend together. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until the 5th of July, featuring artists like Thandiso Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Nkabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, as well as the Standard Bank Young Artists. Expect new theatre, dance, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, and of course free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times, and the stories defining us. There's 200 shows in one town over 11 days, and you should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are catching up with Nathan Boyle now, resident director, who's going to be at the Makhanda presenting Wolf, which is a 60-minute production taking place at the Monument Building. How are you doing this afternoon, Nathan?
I'm very well, thank you, Bridget. How are you?
I'm awesome. Thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Let's jump straight into it. Let's talk Wolf. Talk to me about this production.
No problem. I'm just also going to introduce Christina Zona here, who's the artistic associate director here at Circa and is also a performer in the show.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Christina. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Fantastic.
Yes, so Wolf. Wolf is a production by Circa, the Australian-based contemporary circus company. It's a 60-minute, physically demanding, amazing piece. It is kind of deals with sort of the lone wolf and also the pack of the wolf. It's kind of, it's a contemporary circus, so kind of what you imagine you're going to see. It's towers, it's people getting thrown, being caught. There is aerial acts in it, so you people are like, going up and down. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, a big mix of things. And I think it's about the inner wolf within all of us. It's about the animal that lives within us in a way, and the things we feel that we might not show in our daily life, but this energy, desire, and all these feelings we hold within ourselves, and we play with that in this show, and we let them out.
I mean, when you guys say contemporary circus and what we imagine it to be is exactly what we're going to see. I grew up in an era of the Boswell Wilkie Circus. It used to be one of my favorite childhood explorations for the holidays. So folks who grew up in sort of that time of, big tented circuses, is essentially Wolf leaning towards that, but obviously told in a more modernized, contemporary way.
Yeah, we've kind of flipped the lid on that. So instead of us being in a tent where we perform in theatres now, so we are in a typical sort of theatre, our set, we don't really have a set. Everything is very stripped back. It's very minimalistic. It's a black floor with black kind of drapes and kind of dramatic lighting. And we use the lighting and the music and the acrobats' physicality to portray the stories and to portray the emotions and themes.
Christina, in terms of the stories, because obviously National Arts Festival is centered around some kind of stage theatre production for folks coming to see Wolf, does it also lean in exactly that, telling a story narrative that folks can follow, where there's a protagonist and a heroine and those kinds of character themes?
I think in a way, yes, but also the beautiful thing about contemporary circus is that we mix different art forms. It's a mix between theater, dance, music, and obviously circus. And there will be narratives in the show that you can follow, but there is not a clear story we're telling. It's more about emotions and feelings that we share. It's not like a storyline that you follow from start to finish. You can follow different characters, different wolves. You can follow the pack, and there's many different stories within this piece. But it's not like a typical theater piece where you have a clear story that we're telling.
Targeting audience-wise, can the whole family come through to watch the production?
Definitely.
Yes, absolutely. As Christina was saying, everyone experiences the show differently, so it's going to be a different interpretation on how you see things. And because it isn't so linear, and the fact that there's a typical story, you can kind of read into it, and your experience will be completely different from the person that you're sitting next to, or the people that's at the back of the theater to the front of the theater.
When is the show going? When are you scheduled during the next remaining days? Because we know the festival finishes on the 5th.
So we have one more performance tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And hopefully there's some seats available, or actually maybe not. It's been very well received here. We've had 2 performances so far, and the audience has leapt to their feet and kind of loved it.
I love it. And what are people saying? I mean, what's the sentiment once they walk out of the production having experienced it? What are the thoughts? What are the emotions?
Well, we've talked to some people afterwards, and it's always nice to meet the audience in a way. And there's many different emotions, I think. Like, some people say they're speechless because they're actually either scared of us or they're in awe of certain things we do. We play a lot with what the body is capable of. And it's many different reactions. Today we did a very big tower where one person is holding 6 people, and someone started laughing, because I think there's many different reactions to things you see on stage, and it's beautiful that it's very versatile. So many different emotions, I think. And I also think that there were a couple of people who were motivated to move, which is also always beautiful.
Well, listen, hopefully they're not trying to support 6 people, without having had the practice and the physicality to do that. I can imagine that laughter coming from that audience member was probably a nervous laughter, right? Because you're kind of waiting for this human tower to just start shaking and wobbling and some kind of disaster to happen, which never happens.
Yeah, and I think it's also because it just doesn't come out of nowhere. It happens in layers. So it goes 1 person, 3 people, 5. And it just kind of keeps piling on. And I think it's kind of disbelief. It's just no.
Yeah, and authentic reactions are amazing to get.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I'm sitting out in the audience, and I can hear them just being the gasps and the my goshes and the no. It's kind of amazing to hear.
Well, I so wish we were at Makanda this year so we can take it in. It definitely sounds like a really cool, mind-blowing experience. Nathan Ball and, of course, Christina, thank you so much for the time. The 2 of them really are behind the Circa-presented Wolf production. It's a 60-minute production. It's taking place at Monument Building. You don't want to miss it. You can try and maybe see if there's a ticket still available for tomorrow at 11 a.m. It doesn't sound like there will be one, but you can try at very least. Mapaloba and Rakhari are going to be broadcasting from the National Arts Festival tomorrow. And of course, Bertha Chiruma is there tonight as well. You don't want to miss that. It's gone 10 to 3 o'clock. Time for a quick pause, and then we come back. We wrap up the show.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Ndinantoni na elizweni, ndingubani na elizweni, elizweni, elizweni. Ndinantoni mna andinaligama, andinawumhlaba elizweni, ndinantoni mna ndingubani na elizweni, ndimlo ndinantoni na ndingubani na elizweni, ndimlo elizweni, ndinantoni na andinaligama, andinawumhlaba elizweni, ndinantoni na ndingubani na elizweni,
We were supposed to be in conversation with Internet Ati, who's going to be taken to the stage at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, but we couldn't get connected to him, probably because it's a Friday. A lot of artists tend to travel on Fridays, and then our conversations clash with their traveling logistics, and we find their phones off. But Internet Ati going to be at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz come the last weekend of September 25. We're out at the Sandton Convention Centre in Johannesburg. It's going to be a star-studded celebration of the Joy of Jazz. That's where we leave it for today. We also didn't give you a Madlanga wrap-up for today because, it's been a bit of a slow day as they were reading a lot of evidence into the record without the actual persons being present. You know that Feroz Khan is currently at the hospital under medical supervision after being in that shooting incident a couple of days ago. So they'll be back next week with a bang, of course, with Vusimuzi Kat Mahlala set to take to the witness stand. That's where we leave it. Ashraf is coming through between 3 and 6. The rest of our weekend's team, you can find them at the National Arts Festival out in Makanda. From ourselves, have an incredible weekend, inshallah, God willing. Monday, I am not in with you, but Shayla is going to be here handling business for me. That's where we say goodbye. Have a good one. Stay warm. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the Top Stories Impeachment Committee. Work to be announced after all nominations completed and over 200 patients recover from Ebola. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The chairperson of the Impeachment Committee, Makashule Ghana, says he will only be able to pronounce on the work of the committee after all the nominees for the position of an evidence leader have been submitted. The committee was established after the Constitutional Court ordered Parliament to establish an impeachment committee to probe the findings of Section 89 independent panel that found that President Cyril Ramaphosa may have a case to answer over the theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm. Abonga Kubokana reports.
Parliament is currently on constituency period. Ghana says the committee will be able to communicate further on its work after the 10th July deadline for the submissions of the names to be appointed as evidence leaders. Political parties are responsible for submitting their preferred nominees. Ghana says they still have to deliberate on the terms of reference of the committee as well as time frames for the completion of its work. Abongwe Kobokana, CBC News at Parliament.
Minister in the Presidency, Kumbuzo Njabeni, has described as disgraceful the conduct of South Africa's Commissioner to India, Anil Suklal. This after he was spotted in the company of former President Jacob Zuma and fugitive businessman Ajay Gupta on a visit to a Hindu temple in northern India earlier this week. Responding to questions during a briefing of a cabinet meeting today in Pretoria, Njabeni said that both Zuma and Suklal's conduct is tantamount to giving the country the middle finger. Ajay and his brother Atul and Rajesh fled South Africa in 2018 following damning allegations of state capture at the Zondo Commission, with Pretoria having unsuccessfully tried to have them extradited back to the country. Njabeni says that Suklal, who is employed by the Department of International Relations, will be dealt with.
It's a level of disgrace that our own employee, the representative of the government of South Africa, hobnobs with the criminals instead of doing his work to ensure that the fugitives are brought back into South Africa so that they can face their criminal act. It is for that reason that the Minister of International Relations and Corporations, Minister Lamula, has not only requested for a report from the official, but has indicated that drastic steps will be taken to make sure that nobody undermines the laws of this country whilst representing this country.
The Limpopo Public Works Department has moved 15 officials from the supply chain unit to other sections within the department following a lifestyle audit. It says it has observed that the officials in the supply chain management unit live beyond their means. The lifestyle audit was conducted on 42 officials following Scopa's recommendation. The department spokesperson Emmanuel Mongwe.
As the department, we accept our responsibility to implement the recommendations that arise from the SIU's investigations. This process is not being approached as a compliance exercise. It forms part of our broader commitment to building a department that is transparent, accountable, and responsive to the people of Limpopo. Where the SIU has identified administrative shortcomings, we are strengthening our internal controls and governance systems. Where disciplinary processes are warranted, they are being pursued in accordance with the applicable legislative and labor frameworks. Matters that require the attention of law enforcement agents will continue to be dealt with through the appropriate channels.
A 20-year-old suspect arrested in connection with the murder of ANC councillor in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, Sicelo Mleve, has briefly appeared in the New Brighton Magistrates Court in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Mleve was gunned down in his Ward 27 constituency office in Zwide during the voter registration weekend. Police say the suspect, Lufuno Lwetunyodi, was arrested at his home in KwaZakele yesterday and faces charge of murder, armed robbery and unlawful possession of a firearm. The case has been postponed to the 10th of July for formal bail application. The Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Vuyisile Nxata, says while the motive is not yet clear, more arrests are imminent.
As the police, we did open a case. We were there. I was also there in that crime scene, and we conducted an investigation that led to the arrest of one suspect for now. And today we are here because the suspect, whose name is Lufunolwe Tunyoti, a 20 years old boy from KwaZakele, appeared today. And of course, as the police, because we take this case very, very seriously. The case and the crime that was committed is very serious as well.
Health officials in the DRC say more than 200 patients have recovered from Ebola. The Health Minister, Roger Kamba, has attributed the process to enhanced surveillance and laboratory capacity for testing in the areas affected by the latest outbreak, mainly in the eastern province of Ituri, North and South Kivu. The BBC's Richard Kagoe has the details.
The recoveries are being hailed as a major step in the fight against Ebola, which has already claimed more than 400 lives. The Health Ministry says they have improved diagnosis, with 10 laboratories now able to test for the virus. Officials say that 600 patients are still receiving treatment and work is underway to expand bed capacity in the eastern provinces of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Recapping the top story, the chairperson of the impeachment committee, Makashule Ghana, says he will only be able to pronounce on the work of the committee after all the nominees for the position of the evidence leader have been submitted. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
Welcome to your National Pulse Sport. We go straight to the FIFA World Cup, where we have the Ghana coach, Carlos Queiroz, saying that the real test for Ghana begins now when they take on Colombia. And we also bring you cricket. We've got the Proteas women head coach Mandla Mashimbi believing England showing greater mental strength after eliminating the South African women. We'll have the details at around 6:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So just when you think you're going to have like a dull day, it turns from dull into something very, very provocative, I suppose, because the EFF now have threatened to take Fikile Mbalula to court for defamatory action because of pronouncements he's made about the EFF, effectively accusing the EFF of being the forerunner of setting a vigilante trend against foreign nationals. You may find that quite bizarre in the light of the pronouncements made by Julius Malema in recent weeks, right? But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that first. My name's Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse. And I do say, when you call in, you do realize that you are like the ambassador of your town. So when we have some like Eddie from Oudendaalsrus, when he calls in, he's like the mayor of Oudendaalsrus, just as an example, okay? So you know that when you call in, especially, whether it's the big cities or your suburbs or the smaller towns, you are like the mayor, you're the ambassador, you represent them. So put your town on the map. Let's hear from you anywhere. Now, how do you call in? 086 000 2032. And then WhatsApp, text or voice note, 0614 104 107. By the way, being a Friday, how about you sharing where you're listening into the show from? I'd love the pictures. So great, you can send us a WhatsApp picture. You can also tweet it out. Where exactly? Are you on the beach, for example, in Durban, where it's warmer, or somewhere much colder? Either way, share your pictures. Or maybe you're in one of those trucks. Actually, all these truck drivers, and there are many, we listen to the show, you never send pictures of yourself. I don't think you do. Here's a chance to you. Right, we talk about the EFF and Fikile Mbalula and what happens next right after this.
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wrist point for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup. For the love of the game.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0600 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's talk about developments. First of all, there are ongoing developments around foreign nationals being repatriated. There's been developments with regarding Malawian nationals. Nigeria, the country, I believe, are asking for some form of compensation for the many Nigerians who may be forced to give up their businesses in South Africa, even though the businesses were unregistered. So therefore, by de facto, they should not have existed. There's just so many different phenomena around that. In fact, we'll talk about that later in terms of township businesses and what spaces are there to develop, locally owned township businesses. But in the meantime, let's start with the EFF and their position with regard to the ANC's Secretary General Fikile Mbalula, because the EFF has accused Mbalula of misrepresenting their position on illegal migration to South Africa. He's made some pronouncements, and specifically, and I want to do this so we get a perspective of it. He's done a post on Facebook, in fact, pronouncing on his thoughts, which has been widely shared. Right. So let's do this. In fact, let me start with this. I want to just read that because I think it gives you a good sense of where we are. Then we'll chat to the EFF, because in the light of their position, they've decided that they, in fact, will pursue that matter and take action against him. So he said, let us jog the public memory, because they will deny it. In January 2022, the economic freedom fighters and their leader, Julius Malema, marched into restaurants, beginning at the Mall of Africa, to inspect how many South Africans and how many foreigners were employed, demanding a 60-40 quota of locals to migrants. At one establishment, the owner was pressured until a staffing split was announced. The Department of Employment and Labour condemned these unlawful, self-appointed inspections at the time. That theatre, the party posing as the enforcer, hauling the foreign workers into the spotlight, helped to normalize the very targeting of the vulnerable that we now see on our streets. Today, the same party wishes to wrap itself in the flag of Pan-Africanism. The record says otherwise. You cannot light the match in 2022 and profess shock at the fires in 2026. Right, so that's what Mbalula said. I wonder what you make of that, because effectively what he's saying is a lot of the issues of dealing with foreign nationals as foreign nationals was started by and large by the EFF. With me is Sharon Letlape, the EFF MP. Sharon, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you, Sharaf, and good afternoon to our listeners.
Thank you. Now, there's a long statement that your party has issued. I won't read the whole thing, but I mean, the gist of it, right, says the EFF notes with serious concern the public remarks made by the Secretary General of the ANC, Fikile Mbalula, in which he falsely alleges that the EFF participated in anti-immigrant vigilantism by going door-to-door demanding that foreign nationals leave South Africa. The EFF has never organized, endorsed or participated in door-to-door campaigns to intimidate, threaten or forcibly remove foreign nationals from their homes. Such conduct is fundamentally inconsistent with the EFF's long-standing Pan-Africanist principles and our commitment to the unity of the African continent. We reject xenophobia in all its forms and have consistently maintained that the failures of the South African state cannot be blamed on African migrants in seeking survival, but on corruption, unemployment, inequality, state incapacity, and the deliberate collapse of public institutions under ANC rule. Right, there's more. Let me rather get to you, Sharon. Thanks for connecting, right? Right. First of all, is your party, are you surprised by the pronouncements of the ANC's Secretary General?
No, definitely not. We're not surprised by the pronouncements. I mean, every press briefing that Fikile Mbalula has on behalf of the ANC does not end before he mentions something about the EFF. And that is somehow another reason why he would get such public audience. I think he has mastered the art that if you don't mention the EFF in whatever that he says, he does not necessarily get the audience that he would want to have. But Mbalula's contradictions expose the political opportunism that is characterized in the ANC. I mean, how do you, as the EFF, we have been consistent about ensuring that the government takes its responsibility on the issue of immigration. And 1 minute, Mbalula wakes up in the morning and he says that the EFF, he actually alleges forcefully that the EFF has been running a campaign, a door-to-door campaign of taking people into foreign immigrants from their homes and threatening them to go home. I mean, there's no such a thing that has ever happened. And I mean, the biggest question should be, where is the evidence? Mbalula must prove to South Africans on the events that has happened, when and where, by who were those door-to-door campaigns done, and who actually endorsed them from the EFF. You don't just go onto a social platform and utter such defamatory statements and get away with it. And that is why the EFF also is taking legal action against him, because as Secretary General of the ANC that has been in power for over 30 years wants to use this or maybe hide the historical reality that outbreaks of xenophobia, violence, and anti-immigrant attacks have pledged since 2007, culminating in horrific attacks in 2008. And this is years before the EFF was even formed. So for him to come and make such reckless statements that the EFF is in fact running a door-to-door campaign and forcing foreign immigrants to leave, really, anyone who is smart enough to take time to think and actually look and analyze the character of Fikile Mbalula will know that he's an opportunist. Every chance he gets, just to get public audience, just to get likes on social media, because that's his favorite platform, by the way.
All right, let me just pause there. I want to move on. I mean, so with that in mind, you as a party, you're threatening legal action. What are you asking him?
No, we're asking him to give us facts. That's what I'm saying. Where is the evidence? Because Fikile Mbalula's statements seek to deliberately look for political leverage in the build-up to these upcoming local elections. It's a strategy to decampaign the EFF, to defame the name of the EFF. And we can't allow that to happen. We know that the ANC has been seeing declining support in electoral polls. And this is another strategy that he knows, cheap strategies that he knows. To defame.
But let me ask you this.
But this does not end there,
Yeah.
Ashraf. It also affects, or it puts the lives of members of the EFF at risk, because if anyone was to believe such statements made by Mbalula, what happens to normal members, to ordinary members of the EFF that are everywhere across the country, wearing the regalia of the EFF and are seen to be part of a political party that is running a door-to-door campaign of threatening and getting rid of foreign nationals, which is the responsibility of the state, by the way.
All right, I hear that. Let's move on. We got two things very quickly before we conclude, right? What then? So if the EFF is denying the pronouncements of Mbalula, what in fact did the EFF do those few years ago that has sparked this comment from Mbalula? Because the EFF certainly did go to the Mall of Africa, right? What did they do?
In 2002, the EFF President, Commander-in-Chief, together with all other members of parliament, conducted parliamentary oversight. And this is after a lot of issues have been raised in the Employment and Labor Committee of a lot of foreign nationals being employed in restaurants, in clubs, and in bars, and all other businesses in that industry. And these inspections were about labor exploitation. It was about undocumented employment, and it was also about compliance with labor laws, which were issues that were raised in the Employment and Labor Committee. And every member of Parliament has got a constitutional responsibility to conduct oversight on issues that are emanating. For instance, even now, members of Parliament are to conduct oversight in borders, in police stations, with regards to the current national issue that is happening on foreign immigration.
Okay, I hear that. I mean, look, I think the position of the EFF...
We can't run away from that.
Okay, I want to just move on because of time. I think the position of the EFF currently is well documented. I think, your leaders made this point very clear. But here's an interesting thought. I mean, there's a tweet from the ANC Secretary General once again, right? And I'm just translating it. It's in vernacular, but he's saying, "Look here, boys, I'm not Kenny. I see the boys want me to retract the truth," referring to the EFF, I would think. And he's saying, "Look here, boys, I'm not Kenny." And Julius Malema, your leader, saying, the boys is in your pants. Now, let me just end with this part, right? Your initial point is like you can't take him seriously. He pronounces on so many different things. So then why are you taking him seriously?
No, it's not that we're taking him seriously, but the iterations that he has made have got... they can actually turn the position of the members of the country with regards to the EFF. So you can't allow a member... Mbalula is a senior leader of the ANC, and whatever he says cannot be left unattended, because then he influences. He's a public figure. He influences a lot of people, even their own positions. And that is why the EFF needs to go a legal route so that he can come back and prove what he is saying. If we leave it like that, we run a risk of leaving thousands of South Africans believing what Mbalula has said. And that is why he needs, under oath, to prove and to, in fact, state whether what he said was true and was factful. And if it's not factual, he will have to come back and retract those statements.
Okay, here's the point. Let's end with this. I mean, I heard all the things that you said. I mean, you do suggest that he's able to influence EFF, the EFF electorate in the build-up to the election, right? I'm suggesting that based upon the ANC's performance in the last election and the comments we get on air, that the trend for the ANC is downwards, right? That's what we hear. Why would you think he's going to be that convincing to your electorate? I'm saying you're taking him too seriously.
And that's the thing. We're not saying we're taking Mbalula seriously. We're saying Mbalula is a senior leader of the ANC. The same ANC that in 2007, when the xenophobic attacks and violence happened, it was under the ANC government. Again, the protests that are coming again on against the foreign immigration is still under the ANC government.
Okay.
And it cannot be that a senior leader of the ANC does not want to take responsibility for the failures of their own government and want to run away and come with false
All right.
statements
Let's leave,
against the EFF.
Sharon,
So
let's
that
leave
is
it at that. Let's maybe the bigger question is, does he represent the wishes of the ANC in those pronouncements? Sharon Letlape, the EFF MP. At this point in time, the EFF are saying we're going to court on this issue, threatening him with legal action. Let's get your response. How do you respond to that? This is the National Pulse.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, quick thoughts from you. We go to Sipho at the biking garage. Sipho, hi.
Ashraf, how are you?
Good, man. How's it? Go for it.
Ashraf, that lady should be ashamed of her utterances.
Why?
For once, I am supporting Balula. We know the EFF stance. It's everywhere. He has been saying, their president has been saying those things everywhere, Ashraf. So, it's shameful because now this person is trying to represent their president. It's because they are now representing in the case of they are getting paid by the party. But it's just, it shows that there's no responsibility. A responsible member should be saying, Ashraf, we've crossed the line there and we've learned what you call our
But let me ask you this then. Okay,
Thank
quickly.
you.
Do you not think that Fikile Mbulula himself had to just keep quiet? Why? What benefit would he need to get out of uttering what he did? Why would he have to say that?
Whenever we get into Mbalula's issue, we know, and he doesn't deny it. So when he says, this is my other accused, he's talking something that they are all saying, all of them. So this other one, when he points the accused cannot say, I know, I did not say. They exploded, all of them. And Ashraf, please, just in closing, there's a member somewhere in Ekurhuleni whom was allegedly aligned with the EFF, whom was producing the IDs. What happened to that case?
Okay, let's make a note and find out. Thanks for that call. Sipho will
you.
connect again soon. Right, let's move on to the developments in KZN after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, more than 700 undocumented foreign nationals, predominantly Malawians, have set up camp outside the decommissioned repatriation site at the Old Durban Drive-In. Many claim that they are fleeing to their home country after being targeted in forms of intimidation and violence with communities in KZN. Let's find out more about it with Trino Kutle Malinga, the SABC News reporter in KZN. Appreciate, as always, you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you and to the listeners.
All right, what's happened this time?
Yeah, definitely a lot of movement still happening outside the Old Durban Drive-In site. We went there early this morning, around 7 o'clock in the morning, and immediately we were greeted by one of the leaders of the group who had a book where they listed every individual that spent the night there, and he showed us that they have written 750 people by 7 o'clock in the morning today. And as the hours went by, while we were still there earlier, around midday, we had seen so many cars, taxis, dropping off more people that were coming to seek some sort of refuge there, but also hoping that the South African government, together with the Malawian government, will come to their rescue and possibly transport them back to their native country.
But from what you know, are their claims valid? Is there sufficient evidence that suggests that large numbers, not one or two people, large numbers of Malawian nationals are going home because of intimidation, because people have come to them and literally chased them out of those communities? Do we have evidence for that?
We don't have evidence as of yet. However, there was a group in the Marion Hill area, this is west of Durban, that was moved from that had taken refuge at a mosque there. This is 150 people there that had taken refuge at the local mosque because apparently there were locals in the area that were going door to door and asking foreign nationals, especially those that are undocumented, to leave the area, saying that they can't stay in the area anymore. And this is after the marches that we saw taking place across the country. So we spoke to the local CPF in the area, and they confirmed those alleged door-to-door campaigns happening in the area. And they said to them they're going to take them and transport them to the old Durban drive-in, and hopefully they're going to get help there. But this continuous drop-off situation has also caught the attention of the city, which is not happy that this is continuing despite them repeatedly saying that the repatriation temporary program that was happening there is now moved to Musina.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're well aware of that. So to confirm, I mean, the door-to-door knockings, that's being done by whom?
It's alleged that this is done by people who are using the name of Much and Much. But of course, these are the allegations that are made by the Malawian nationals that we've spoken to at the old driving site and at the group that was at the mosque. I asked them were they wearing any Much and Much clothes or anything. That you say that they said no, they weren't wearing anything, but they said Much and Much has told them to tell them that they need to go.
Okay,
So,
just lastly on this one, what about the police in this? I mean, so on the one hand, are the police being supportive of people who are being targeted and who are victims of whoever it may be going door to door? What are the police doing about it?
the police we haven't consulted the police on this, mainly because I would assume that the foreign nationals, undocumented foreign nationals, in most of the incidents when we've spoken to them, most of them are illegal. They've confirmed that they don't have the correct papers to be in the country. They mentioned that they choose to rather go to the old driving sites because that's where they've seen their fellow brothers and sisters getting help going back home. So I don't think a lot of people have been going to the police to seek refuge, but they're going to a place where they've seen their fellow brothers and sisters get assistance to go home.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Kutle Malinga, thank you for your time here on the National Pulse. Another developing story regarding these Malawian nationals. And we certainly hear that where there's been, never mind what's being said, there are anecdotal, stories of people going door to door and actually pulling people out and saying, you're a foreign national, you're undocumented, you need to leave. And then the police, of course, I mean, if they are undocumented, it would mean that the police would arrest them anyway. I'm just looking at the conundrum of the two, but there's certainly more than one story around that issue, right? Okay, let's get to some quick comments before we get to the news headlines. In fact, let's do this. We'll get to the news headlines. We'll get to some of the other issues just now, including sport coming up, right? News headlines, 3:30 years on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has lamented the conduct of Malawian High Commission in South Africa with regards to the repatriation of its nationals. Lesedi local municipality mayor Mluleki Nkosi has blamed ongoing road blockades in Ratanda for delaying the delivery of emergency water tankers. And Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana underscored the importance of accelerating structural reforms, building economic resilience and deepening regional integration. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Right, Zai, how's it? When we last spoke, we had 48 teams in the World Cup. We are very close, very soon coming down to 16. Question is, how many African teams in the 16, isn't it? In fact, Zai, do I have you there? We may have just lost connection with Zai for just a moment. Let's see if we can do that. By the way, what about you? Sending us a picture of wherever you are listening into the show, especially on a Friday with your dial locked into SAFM. I'd certainly love to check it out. Zai, you there, right? Zai, hi. No. Okay, let's just see if we can reconnect with her in just a moment.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, let's get into extra time, I suppose, with Sports Eye. I was saying soon we'll have 16 teams at the World Cup. Question is, how many African teams in that 16?
Oh, Ashraf, interesting question. A difficult question, in fact, because it looks like we're dropping and we're dropping fast. The talent definitely there, but yeah, I mean, getting these teams into the knockouts is huge. But now we seem that we are not staying there, and that's what I think Carlos Queiroz wants to do. He wants to keep Ghana into the thick of things. And in case you missed it, 10 African teams at the FIFA World Cup, only a handful still standing. The knockout rounds have been brutal. We've had South Africa, Algeria, Senegal, DR Congo, others bowing out. But Ghana's Black Stars believe their story far from finished. Coach Carlos Queiroz says this is where their real World Cup begins.
I'm fully ready. I mean I've been in these situations a couple of times, as you said. Different competitions, but knockout stage, it is something special. There is nothing to compare in football when you go to this stage of everything to the winner, nothing to the loser. Those are the really World Cup start now for us. These are the games that counts and matters. It's more about. It's not only about talent. It's about character, it's about attitude, courage, bravery during 90 minutes.
That's Carlos Queiroz. He's the coach of Ghana. They'll be taking on Colombia, and that's early tomorrow morning around 3 a.m. Let's go to cricket. Proteas women head coach Mandla Mashimbi believes England showed greater mental strength after eliminating South Africa with a 40-run victory in the semi-final of the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup. All happened at the Oval. Now, South Africa enjoyed an impressive campaign. They won 4 of their 6 matches. Their only defeats came against Australia in the group stage and England in the semi-final. Here's Mashimbi admitting that England not only outplayed his side but also displayed the character.
I don't know. You can't play in World Cups if you don't have skill. So that's a given. You gotta have skill to be able to get into a semi-final and the final. So it's not something that actually matters to me. It's just the mental side of it that means everything to me. And then I think maybe England today were a little bit. They wanted a little bit more today.
Let's head straight to some more action. This time we'll bring you from Wimbledon, and you've got Jan-Lennard Struff. He's taking on Daniel Medvedev at court 3. Medvedev is leading 3-2, and you've also got more action in the women's singles with Jessica Pegula. She beat the Spanish star Buza 6-1, 6-3, and Ekaterina Alexandrova is taking on Ivana Jovic, and Jovic won the first set 6-3. Alexandrova leads the second set 4-2. And that's your sport here on the National Pulse. We'll be back with more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
Right, thanks for that, Zoya. Looking forward to tonight's matches, but we are right. I mean, you know, who's missing? Cote d'Ivoire, Cabo Verde, and then Ghana and Egypt. I hope I'm getting my facts right. How many can get through? We'll see.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right. In fact, let's pick out some comments from you regarding, the EFF and Fikile and Mbalula.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm not sure if we should take Mbalula seriously because he turned himself into a content creator rather than being the SG of the ANC. But anyway, Mbalula is one of the worst Secretary General to ever come into ANC after Ace Magashule. He's worse. Thank you.
Well, look, that's my question. Why are you taking him so seriously?
Hi, Ashraf. Politicians are always a problem. Definitely, EFF is running away of the truth. They were the first people that were doing this thing of the illegal foreigners or foreigners, whatever the reason was. Now they want to run away of the truth. No, those politicians in South Africa, they are a problem sometimes.
And running away from the truth, here's another.
Hey, Ashraf. Afternoon, Ashraf, man. Great show, my brother.
Thank you.
Just a different point, my brother. I don't know if you noticed yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday? Apparently, the husband of the deputy mayor from Bloemfontein, Lulama, her husband was apparently arrested for hiding illegal immigrants, and also that there were claims that they were manufacturing drugs in that guest house. Can you just do a follow-up on that story? Sharp.
All right, noted. I'll certainly get Keys to see what we can do. Right, let's find out. Thanks for that. We'll have further comments from you live, calling in live when we open the lines. WhatsApp, we'll bank it immediately. Please keep them up to 30 seconds. And then you can text message as well, right? If you don't know the number, 086, save it, okay, on your phone. 086 000 2032, and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so many things have developed in the country, certainly in the last few weeks, from marches, protesting against undocumented foreign nationals, those working and not working, and then others in terms of those operating businesses, particularly in South Africa's townships, right? So years of thought, the Township and Rural Economic Development Agency have a position around reclaiming the township economy. Let's find out what they plan with and what do they suggest with Kamisa Tengile, the Township and Rural Economic Development Agency CEO. Thank you for joining us and engaging me on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. I mean, so let's talk about that. I mean, reclaiming the township economy. What does that mean?
I want to first be very clear on this one, Ashraf. We, as trader, are not against people, but we are against lawlessness and economic exclusion. So while we reject xenophobia, attacks, violence, and hatred, we're also insisting that we should, as a country, protect our borders, manage our borders such that we do not have illegal migration that creates a barrier for local communities to participate in their own economy. So our argument is that while there are scarce skills, among which we need and we appreciate the participation of international experts, we also must understand that there are certain sectors and spheres of the economy that are not scarce. Owning a spaza shop is not it doesn't need rocket science. Anyone within a community can run a spaza shop. Anyone within a community can run a salon. Let's allow the economy to flow among its people. Why we do not, exercise inhuman, acts against those that are not of nationality. So that's our standpoint.
So when you say anyone can, why don't we allow it to flourish within the community? So give me a practical expression of what you mean by that.
All right. So practically, if you go to a community, perhaps prior to this particular season that you're in, you would find that a local store, whether a tuck shop, whether a spaza shop, whatever you choose to call it, you would find that there is a South African that used to run that. However, due to unfair and organized competition, they closed down. No one forced them. We do not blame foreign nationals for South African spaza shops closing down. But equally, perhaps this then points a challenge. It avails an opportunity to our government to say, how do we empower our people to withstand competition such that their businesses are able to thrive? Because if you were to go to those communities, you'd find that where people buy sugar in their local community, such as all foreign nationals.
All right. So what then practically in terms of, one thing is just wishing it to happen. Where do you fit in from the Township and Rural Economic Development Agency as well as government in terms of how can one then create the platform for many of the township businesses to be locally owned?
All right.
Yeah. Kabisa, hi. You there?
Yeah, as involved in practical support and enterprise.
All right, I think we've just lost you for a moment. Let's see if we can just reconnect with you in just a second. I'll get Keys to sort it out. It just gives me a reminder. Well, you know what? We have a lot of what we do put up as podcast. You can check it out, SAfm.co.za. Go to the website, check the podcast, listen to it, download it, share it amongst your networks, have a debate in our name and say, hey, now we know what the real pulse of the nation is. That can only happen when you put those issues up for debate. Still to come, and I mean, maybe here's a question to you as I get to my guest again. So there's a vacuum in the townships in terms of locally owned, township-owned businesses, right? So how does one reclaim it? What's the practical solution to it happening besides the wish list? And you, who could well be in a township, you may share your own story around that in terms of what's happened or what do you think needs to be happening. Right, Kamisa, you're back. I was saying, one thing is the wish list. So in practical terms, from where you fit in and government, what type of support needs to happen to enable the growth of township-based businesses in this case?
Okay, thank you, Ashraf. Apologies for that glitch. We, as the Township and Rural Economic Development Agency, are actively involved daily in the practical support for township and rurally-based businesses through financing, business development support, and, of course, creating an empathetic environment where businesses are able to thrive, to grow, to survive, basically, and to sustain themselves. And this is exactly what we're calling on government to do. This is a time when we have an opportunity to resuscitate those that would have died for whatever reason. And we are, again, not blaming foreign nationals for that. It happened. But now we're here. Many of those that would have been running these local stores are no longer in the country. While we look at the effects of that as a nation that does not survive in an island, but we must also now empower our citizens to say, how can they run sustainable enterprises? This needs immediate financing. Urgent, just like COVID-19, this is an opportunity where we need to respond and respond fast.
Okay, when you say it needs urgent financing, hasn't that been promised before?
It has, through the Scholarship Fund, for example. And we regret to inform you that actually the Scholarship Fund is not accessible to those that it is intended to support. So when, as government or as PFIs, we avail funds, for example, we must ensure accessibility, because availing the product without the product being able to be reachable to whoever is supposed to benefit, then it's the same as it's not done, basically. So what we are calling for is to say, let's reduce the bureaucracy, reduce the red tape. You know, Umar Dlamini, who's been running a store in a certain community, let's have empathetic ways to verify that this business is really alive, than to subject our people to these bureaucracies that they have proven years and years, generations, that they're failing to meet.
Because, I mean, here's a point to think about, right? What is it that foreign nationals who came to this country, and I'm talking businesses specifically, so township businesses, Somalians, Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, maybe some Chinese as well, I'm not too sure, that they were able to get into townships, see the gap, flourish within that gap, service the people at better prices than anybody else could do so, and survive and create a win-win situation where they were renting out space and effectively they were contributing to the economy. Now, what did they do right, that nobody else was able to do in all this time since democracy?
One thing that is a culture that we've noted as the organization among the foreign, occupation of the local economy, which they did nothing wrong, really. They found an opportunity, they, grabbed that opportunity. What we need to do as Black people, we need to move away from Black on Black hate, Black on Black violence, where it is a Black person that's going to compete with your business. It is a Black person that's negative competition, of course. It is a Black person that's going to pose threats, whether through theft or whatever, to your business. It is a Black person that's going to make sure that your business goes nowhere, that you're closed down, that you don't survive, whether through, customers that are not reliable and all of that. Now, we need to appreciate, one, the coordinated nature of the foreign nationals who are able to stock together, come together as different stores and say, let's go and buy stock together in bulk. That way we get it cheaper. So we need, as Black South Africans now, as the local people, let's work together. Let's learn to have a network of development.
Well, I mean, something for you to consider. Wouldn't the network have been wise if they networked and collaborated with those foreign nationals in learning how they do businesses? That's the one thing. The other one, you can answer this in very short time. Now there's also a vacuum where there are big businesses rebranded like Boxer who have stores in townships, and I understand the plan is to actually create spaza shops under the names of Boxer, for example, right? Boxer. What do you make of that? Just a quick answer on that.
The local economy should be protected from unfair competition, and that itself is unfair competition. That's why we say as an organization, we're not against foreign occupation, especially that is legal. Even South African occupation of the local economy, where you're a big business, you should be going to further areas where you could thrive in a city, allow citizens where they are to trade among themselves and to sustain their economies.
Okay.
That's what.
Thank you for your time. Certainly lots to consider around that. Kamisa Tengile, the Township and Rural Economic Development Agency's CEO. By the way, we're talking growth and inequality, and we can talk to Kantipai about that, which I think is very related to the first conversation after this.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Well, the big issue around inequality is such a big issue that we as a country have been unable to wrestle effectively with for 3 decades plus. I'm not even going into what happened in the period before that with apartheid South Africa. So, as you know, all week we've looked at different perspectives around the big issue, speaking to people like Tessa Dooms the other day and Irfan Mangera from a youth perspective even yesterday. But let's get the thoughts of an economist, Kanti Pai, with me, who's an economist and strategist at Inani Strategies. Kanti, I appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
It's very good to speak to you, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Much appreciated, right? So let's talk about this. When it's very obvious there's a very pronounced inequality in South Africa. First things first, how has that been allowed to continue and to widen 3 decades plus into democracy?
It's an interesting question, Ashraf, in terms of whether it's being, I guess this question about being allowed, but certainly I guess you are right in that. This is where, there's obviously a responsibility between the government allowing free markets to thrive, and then I think you and your guests who we're talking to now allowing unfair competition to also be part of that, because it's important to allow markets to thrive, but within markets we want people to compete fairly. So those, for example, who may have access to capital in an unfair manner, always winning the important deals, the important work, because those that don't have access to the same kind of capital, the same kind of resources, will always fall behind. And that's when it really widens, right? It's when some people have access and others don't have access, and then you find that, obviously, then that enterprising spirit that's supposed to happen and work and actually make sure that the resources are distributed naturally through to commerce is the problem. So I guess it is that there has not been enough to help address some of these unfair practices that you might find in the market.
I mean, many have spoken about there's been a lack of political will to narrow those divides. Is that an unfair statement, which is different from, maybe getting the strategy wrong?
So I think it might be that and also not been willing, I think we are quite right in some part, on testing out new methods. Remember, one of the key things.
No, I think we've just testing out new methods. We don't want to test silence on radio. That somehow does not work. Let's reconnect with Kanti Pai as soon as we can. There's some dramatic things happening at the Madlanga Commission. We'll have a wrap on that later on in the show. As you know, Firoz Khan in hospital, but the issue of his testimony is ongoing right now. Okay, so we'll certainly get further thoughts on that. After 4 o'clock, we'll chat about the drama in India, where we understand that former President Jacob Zuma, Ajay Gupta, met in India. And that's fine. That may be their business. But there was a South African diplomat who was part of that delegation taking pictures. I understand. We'll find out about that just now. Right, Kanti Pai back with us. We just lost you in that second when I said about, can we say that there's been a lack of political will to narrow the gap?
Quite right, Ashraf, in the sense, I guess, is that I'm not sure if it's the will or what maybe economists call past dependence, but we're struggling to change the way we actually do things. You'll know, for example, that we have these institutions that are supposed to help us to deal with, with market failure. So, for example, access to capital for people who may not have that access to capital, access to markets with programs. But in terms of actually bringing people into those programs and making sure that we can actually expand and widen that opportunity, we still sometimes struggle because we come back to the same models. For example, in terms of capital allocation, so we will say we are opening an SOE that's supposed to support people get access to capital. But when people go there, they face the same requirements, for example, that would have been faced if they had gone to a bank, unless there's some special kind of occasion. So we still struggle very much, and we ask some of those SOEs to go and find their own money, raise their own capital in the market, and then they come back, therefore, and charge the same kinds of amount, and so then we find that people are struggling. So we still need to do a lot of work in changing our minds and actually taking the more bolder steps and the bigger risks to be able to bring in people that would not who would need to actually bring.
Well, it's a good question about the bolder steps. So what do you think? So one thing is what has happened or not happened in the past. So that is the past. Now, going forward, if we put that to you as part of a think tank, it's like, okay, how do we address the issue of inequality urgently, short term, medium term, long term, when it can be workable to narrow that gap?
It's a difficult one, Ashraf, because I guess the short-term stuff tend to in the short term actually widen. So, for example, we need to bring in more people into the economy. You know, there are some people, for example, who are helping drive the work to be. Let's first say we need to be a little bit bolder around the steps that we are doing to support people to earn income and to earn better income. So, for example, I think we've had in this country a huge conversation around how we distribute profits, for example, in terms of how people get paid, where people get paid, and how we distribute profits in terms of people's access to bonuses and all of that. So we haven't done very well in actually distributing, that sort of, I guess South Africa has called it the shared prosperity. And we can actually try and enforce that. So we need some way to be able to convince people that it's important to actually share the spoils, because there's no doubt that South Africa has done very, very well over the past 30 years since democracy. But what hasn't done very well in terms of the economy has grown, has widened, people have been very rich, but that has not been distributed. And I think this is part of the bigger conversation around what do we do to actually extend that. And part of that has to do with regulation. Part of that has to do with boldness in actually bringing in new players that actually don't have the same kind of access, where you open an economy and the people who are able to invest and do better are those who actually originally had capital rather than those that have it. So that's one thing. But certainly there must be more engagement around actually how we transform, the sorts of empowerment deals, how we transform the economy. And those are the things that I guess are open now for us to do. The review, for example, PE is coming in. How do we transform that in a manner that allows people to be much more inclusively engaged in the economy than they have been before.
Okay. And I mean, in terms of these partnerships, because I mean, ultimately, the sense that all the issues around the economy, and even narrowing gaps, the fuel of that has got to be the economy, right? Now, there's a sense that, we can talk about people who are very wealthy, but overall, South Africa has had a very shrunken economy for the last, for a while, probably a decade, even more, right? And we're battling with very, very low, if not negative GDP. Is there any spark first on a macro level that we need to get right?
Yes, very, very important. Actually, we've talked about, importantly, remember one of the key things to actually bring people in the economy is that they have to be able to be resources. So we know, for example, infrastructure has been a huge, huge problem. And even now, we're still struggling to actually get that question right. For example, I think you and I discussed the last time, for example, yes, we want to build roads, but how are we building roads that are actually accessible? So, for example, we can support tourism into rural areas. So we continue to build big roads into the areas that are already, I guess, well served, but we are not doing so for the people that are not so well served, so that we can actually, for example, if you go to those smaller dotties that I have always said tourism, it's always been those that have also had infrastructure to get into there. So you need electricity, you need roads to get in there, you need water. Otherwise, you're not going to have thriving businesses that you need to be able then for people to get into the system and then themselves to actually take a slice of the cake, and therefore, the economy to grow. So you're not going to have that. So this issue around infrastructure, whether we are fixing the current infrastructure problems that we have, or we are developing new infrastructure that is very targeted to supporting people's businesses in areas that where they have not been supported. Unfortunately, we're not going to.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
First step.
All right, let's leave it at that, Kanti Pai. Thanks for your time. I mean, your issue of infrastructure, I go back to the issue of load shedding and the impact that it's had on our lives and how devastating it's been. And even now, for example, we can talk about connectivity, but if you don't have Wi-Fi, you're just disconnected at a serious disadvantage at that. Thank you for your time. We'll have another big issue next week, by the way. 4 o'clock, it's time for the news. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Chavini speaks on challenges faced in repatriation processes, and Godongwana calls for accelerated structural reforms. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has lamented the conduct of the Malawian High Commission in South Africa with regards to the repatriation of its nationals. Speaking in Pretoria today on the outcome of Cabinet's meeting held on Wednesday, Ntshavheni said that the Malawian Commission triggered a problem when it declared it would repatriate people without the necessary resources. This resulted in the South African government having to intervene to avert a humanitarian crisis as thousands of Malawians gathered at Home Affairs offices. Currently, the Musina Repatriation Center is processing hundreds of Malawians. Chabeni elaborates.
Yesterday, we were at the Musina Repatriation Center. The officials of the Malawi High Commission, they decided they are going to sleep, whereas the officials of Home Affairs, BMA, and all parties in South Africa work 24 hours non-sleep to process the Malawian nationals. We do not know what is the number that is coming through. When we think we had progress, a large number, more numbers are coming through. And that's why we sent DECO to interact with the Malawi High Commission to make sure that their officials are available 24/7. Because the challenge with Malawi is that Malawians don't even have papers. They are being issued what is called collective passport so that they can leave. So without the Malawian High Commission being available 24/7 to help us to process, there won't be papers for them to exit the country.
The Free State Police has arrested 9 undocumented immigrants at a factory on a farm in Ritz. Police spokesperson Makomo Pering says they received information from the Thabo Mofutsanyana District Operational Command Center about a group of people manufacturing biscuits on the farm, and this led to their arrest. He added that all 9 suspects were arrested and detained while the necessary immigration and administrative processes are being finalized. Mopering explains.
9 undocumented persons, foreign nationals, have been arrested yesterday at raids on the farm where the factories believe that they are manufacturing or handling cakes or biscuits. So therefore, 9 of these foreign nationals, they didn't have any legal documents, so they have been arrested, and therefore they will be handed over also to Home Affairs, Department of Home Affairs, to process them further on this matter.
Mandlanga Commission evidence leader advocate Adila Hassim has told the Commission that WhatsApp messages between suspended Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence Major General Feroz Khan and businessman Mohammed Mosaid point to a relationship involving financial benefit. Hassim is reading evidence gathered against Khan into the record at the Commission. The evidence indicates that Said sought Khan's assistance in securing a South African Police Service security tender.
So this is sent on 15 June 2021, the details of an IPID tender that has a closing date of 2 July 2021 for 66 guards. And just to close off on that security tender, on page 5994, on 17 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, just heads up, Symantec is the current incumbent with the SAPS security tender. They are our biggest competitor right now. Thanks.
Lesedi local municipality Mayor Mlule Gingozi has blamed ongoing road blockades in Ratanda for delaying the delivery of emergency water tankers. Gosi says the tankers are ready but cannot reach affected areas because of a protest by community members that's led to them blocking roads leading into the area. The demonstrations have entered a 3rd day, with residents demanding water after nearly a month without supply. 2 protesters died following clashes with police, while the R549 Valdem Road remains blocked and motorists urged to avoid the area. Gosi explains.
Indeed, there will be provision for water tankers. They are ready. They are being filled now. They are waiting just for the community to open the road, and as soon as it will come, the water tankers will come in and give our people water.
Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana underscored the importance of accelerating structural reforms, building economic resilience and deepening regional integration. He made these comments during a joint meeting of the SADC Committee of Ministers of Finance and Investment and the SADC Peer Review Panel in Harare, Zimbabwe. A total of 16 decisions aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and supporting economic growth were made. Godongwana said the agreed decisions would make a significant contribution toward addressing the pressing socio-economic challenges confronting the region.
Of the decisions we took, I would like to put emphasis on the fact that regional economic outlook for SADC reflects considerable downside risks arising from global economic uncertainty and the ongoing conflict. Whilst as individual countries we will undertake countervailing policies and strategies, there's no better strategy than taking these geopolitical spillovers on the basis of coordinated effort.
Recapping the top story, Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshavheni has lamented the conduct of the Malawian High Commission in South Africa with regards to the repatriation of its nationals. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News at 4:30.
And on your National Pulse, we bring you your sport. We'll start with rugby, where the double World Cup winner Cheslin Colby will bring up his 50th Test cap when the Springbok face England at Ellis Park tomorrow. And we also have Africa's World Cup fairy tale faces its biggest test. Ghana, Cape Verde, amongst the nations trying to keep the continent's dream alive. We'll have details at around 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, let's get started with some good news. That's always good on the roads. The N12, home to Protea Glen and Lenasia. The roadwork there, the left lane closure going past Lenasia down by Cliffspratt Valley has been lifted. So that section moving okay. Otherwise, would have been a plus 40-minute delay today, but none of that. That roadwork out of the way. Heavy on the N3, Jebix N3 from Alex all the way down through to around about the cement factory. There is a crash down there at Elan's interchange. So the N3 under some real pressure today from Alex right through to Germiston. Crash-ins on the N12 near Atlas Road, heavy to and from Benoni. And there's also a crash coming from Davyton through to Benoni this afternoon. That collision seen just by Pitfontein Road, and that is reasonably quite heavy. Durban bound on the N2 Amanzim 20, that was closed earlier today for truck crash recovery, but the road has been reopened. Just in case you're coming off the south coast, wanting an update on that situation, road open and traffic flowing normally. Durban bound carriageway. There is a bit of pressure on the Prospecton side and Isipingo, but the N2 highway is open. The N3, a little bit sluggish out towards Pavilion Mall. N2 South has a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction, so that's quite heavy. And we're still dealing with a broken down vehicle at Cliffdale, so the run to Durban coming down from Hammersdale looking quite heavy. Crash on the Peterborough bypass just before New England Road. That's a queue right back to Liberty Mall territory. And if you're heading out of Cape Town today, the N7 North, those roadworks still in at Malabongwe Drive, queuing traffic passing Dunoon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I thought that conversation with Planty Pie was so important around growth as an issue or the lack thereof as an impediment to inequality, just so important. And I hope you got some really important takeouts coming out of that. And then the previous one, just by coincidence, but aligned, the issue of the township economy. And are there gaps in that economy? And why have they not been filled up by township people in the main? And yes, they've been to a large degree filled by foreign nationals who've actually contributed as well to the upkeep of that economy and employ people and have paid people rentals. But at the same time, assuming, and I don't know how many are licensed or not, but assuming if some of them leave, the call is for others to come in. The question is who? We also have big businesses with big money who actually have township shopping malls in townships, and then big brands, I mentioned Boxer, there could be a few others as well, who understand, are now looking at creating Spaza shop branded Boxers, Spaza shops. So where does that fit in? What's the plan to enable people from within that community? I'd like to get your thoughts on that issue. And also, if you want to give yourself a shout out wherever you are listening in from in the country, around the world, please, you can send us a WhatsApp or a text message as well. Right, let's talk about, shout out. What about this story? We do know that the former president, Jacob Zuma, met with Ajay Gupta in India. So you can have that long debate about shouldn't they not have. But what about a South African diplomat who was part of that, should I say, delegation or meetup? We'll talk about that next.
SPAR is giving you the chance to win your share of over 400,000 Rand in Superfan prizes when you spend 650 Rand or more and buy any 3 participating products like 5 kg SPAR IQF chicken, mixed portions for 199.99. Save 50 Rand or 68 gram Maggi instant noodles, multi-pack. Buy any 2 for 55. Save 25 Rand. Price is valid from 22 June till 7 July. While stocks last. Only at SPAR. T's and C's apply.
The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until 5 July, featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord Ngabinde, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, and Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So, here's a story. Ajay Gupta met with Jacob Zuma in India. Okay, that's one thing. You can talk about it. What's the status of Ajay Gupta? Is he a fugitive? And why would Jacob Zuma meet him? And is that okay, considering he is never mind what's happened to him in the past, he's the leader of a political party in South Africa right now. There's whole lots of things around that. The other is, the story goes that there was a South African diplomat who was seen at that meeting. Now, Dr. Oscar van Heerden is with me, who's an expert in international relations. Dr. van Heerden, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you. I understand there's a probe coming from the International Relations Minister, Ronald Lamola. Perhaps set the scene. What do you know here?
Well, I mean, it's quite unprecedented what former President Zuma has done, and quite bizarre, to be honest. I mean, firstly, he goes to India, meets with one of his Gupta buddies, and to your question, if listeners will remember, AJ is not the one that has been charged by the prosecuting authority and the Hawks. The brother that was actually charged and is a fugitive is Atul, and not AJ. But having said that, AJ was very much part of the state capture debacle within South Africa, where we saw billions of rands being siphoned off from taxpayers' monies and so on. So for the former president to go there and meet with one of the Gupta brothers is unprecedented in the sense that not only does he meet with him, as you rightfully point out, our legal representative, the ambassador, also finds himself in that meeting. And I think Minister Lamola is saying that he would have to answer and explain his actions and why he was there, because I'm made to understand, Ashraf, that it was actually taking place in a different state in India. So in other words, the ambassador would have had to travel. Who authorized that travel? And so on and so forth. So there's lots of unanswered questions. And then the most bizarre thing is when former President Zuma is interviewed, he then makes a big political statement about the fact that he's going to run in the next election, he's going to win the election, and so on and so forth. So just very bizarre behavior for a former president.
All right, but I mean, maybe, bizarre, but not surprising considering, his own track record generally, even in this country as the president, right? So that's the part. Thanks for clearing up the issue about where we're not talking about Atul Gupta, but clearly, all of them very, very linked to the same organizations or companies that they owned in South Africa, from Sahara to many others too, right? Okay, what about the diplomat? So who is he? What is his name?
Sakul.
Okay, and your point that the minister will now look into it. Do we have any answers? I'm just trying to think. Besides looking into it, I would just WhatsApp him. It's like, what were you doing there?
Yeah, no. That's exactly what's happening. I think, from what I understand, Director has requested answers, short of recalling him and saying he must come back home. They first want to understand what was the circumstances on which he found himself there, and interacting with people that are clearly wanted by the South African authorities.
Mm-hmm.
The bizarre thing also, there's two things I want to mention, Ashraf. The one is that, when you are a former head of state in South Africa, you have to owe your allegiance to the flag of South Africa. And I think that there is something there that can be questioned with President Zuma's actions, undermining the government of the day in the way of which some of the utterances he's made and so forth. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, we need to review what happens when a former state or former president actually behaves in this manner. And I think that, one of the rules we should potentially introduce is that if a former president wants to get back into active politics in South Africa, then they must forfeit their benefits, their presidential benefits.
Interesting. Okay, because he would obviously come in with a different party in this case here, as we're well aware of, right? All right. What can be done about Jacob Zuma from a South African perspective?
Well, nothing really. I mean, no laws has been broken. He just embarrassed us. He embarrassed the country. He embarrassed himself. I do think that, he's no longer a member of the ANC, so he can't be hauled in front of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. NKP, his own party, is obviously okay with what he's done. I think that a rebuke of sorts is as much as we can expect. But that, of course, is not going to do anything to Jacob Zuma.
Okay, so and what about the diplomat then? What can be done about him?
Yeah, no. Well, that's a different matter altogether. I mean, if his answers that he gives does not clarify and make sense to Derko, then he can be stripped of his ambassadorial post, be recalled, and can face disciplinary action through the diplomatic team of Derko. That's a different kettle of fish altogether.
I understand, but as someone who understands international relations perhaps better than I do, are there circumstances like this where, in fact, a diplomat can very easily explain why it is in South Africa's interest that he actually was present there?
Well, I would find it very, very unconvincing, because the truth is, it's not as if he was interacting with serious business people that are doing business in South Africa. If he went to go and meet the former president on the former president's request, he should have cleared it as per protocol. He should have cleared it with Derko first. You remember, you are there as a representative of the government of South Africa, on the government of South African taxpayers' money. You can't just jump in a plane, jump in a car, go wherever you want, and so forth. All of these things need pre-approvals, and my understanding is that Derko didn't know about it, wasn't given any pre-approvals. They themselves were shocked to learn the visuals that the ambassador was there. So he needs to come back and answer for what is going on.
Okay, and let's see what answers he's going to give, Dr. Oscar van Heerden. Thank you for engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your card when am I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
All right, let's move on to another issue. The South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has called for urgent international action and funding from who? I'm just thinking, to support the DRC as a country as it battles a worsening Ebola outbreak. Now, he was speaking in his capacity as the African Union champion, in this case, for pandemic prevention and response. And he warns that the situation is being made even more difficult by insecurity in affected regions, particularly in the Ituri province. Let's find out more about it with the representative, the chairman, in fact, of the South African Medical Association, Dr. Mvuyizi Mzukwa. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and your listeners, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. I'm not too sure which is the one I should focus on the call for 1.5 billion rands Ebola funding, or on the point that the chances of the spread of the Ebola virus beyond the DRC borders is great.
I think we can focus on both, Ashraf.
Yeah.
Because I think we need both. The issue about funding is welcome. As the South African Medical Association, we really appreciate that there's financial, commitment. That's very encouraging. But we know that, just pledging does not save lives. I think the issue is that it should reach, to the level of the front line in terms of the healthcare system as soon as possible, but also must be done transparently. It must be done in conjunction with the engagement with communities. Because what is the problem in most of the countries is the lost trust between what government attempts to do and what is on the ground. Because if you look at the DRC that you've spoken about now, you find people performing their burials against the protocols that government has laid down. Why? Because I think there's a gap between a trust gap between communities and government. So those are that critical part of engaging, coming with interventions that are culturally appropriate is very critical.
Okay, let's then talk about just the state of the Ebola outbreak in the DRC. I mean, meaning, give us a perspective of how big is it so that we can understand.
Now, Ashraf, if you look at what we see in the DRC, and you could also mention the surrounding countries as well, we see an outbreak that does not respect borders, an outbreak that has affected many communities around. If you look, for example, at the DRC, we're talking about the outbreak. The outbreak that has reached about 1,406 confirmed cases and 438 deaths. Obviously, there's about 192 recoveries. This is critical because we are only talking about identified cases. We don't know the true extent of that. So, and this is just one country. So this is important, because as I said, international collaboration is important because these viruses, as we have seen with COVID, they don't respect any borders. But what is critical here is, what we should be doing as governments. Government should be focusing on strengthening the healthcare systems instead of being reactionary, because it does not help. For example, let's look at the assistance that we're getting now, or the pledge or commitment, financial commitment. It's going to create a parallel system instead of strengthening the existing system that must be resilient and must be responsive to emergencies.
How, when you say government, are you referring to our government or the DRC government?
I'm talking about especially the regional governments, around, including South Africa, by the way, because if you look at where we are, South Africa has got lots of visitors in and out, from the African continent as part of Africa. So I don't think simply because we do not have any cases identified right now, we should, be complacent. I think we should be looking at assisting DRC, but also making sure that there is enough surveillance around.
And if you can, just give us a sense of when you have a virus like the Ebola virus, an outbreak that we presently have, how does it affect communities? I mean, give us sort of anecdotal evidence of how you see it playing out and how it changes lives in those communities.
Well, you must understand the context first of all, of the how this virus is transmissible. It moves not by a respiratory type of transmission, but by fluids, like blood and urine and all these things. But if you look at the core issue here, is the preventive measures that are in place. If we have such a virus, it means we should be having water, running water. We should be having enough surveillance. So what we're having now is a problem of the lack of that infrastructure. A typical example in some of the rural provinces in the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, where in some villages in fact, in many villages, if not all of them, there is no water at all. people are dependent on jojo tanks and all these things, and you think that you are ready to combat an emergency or an emergency like these Ebola viruses. When you do not have that infrastructure, you only depend on the hospitals. That even those hospitals are not capacitated to be responding positively and in an assuring manner in terms of dealing with these emergencies.
Okay, that's where we shall leave it. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts on that issue. The South African Medical Association chairperson or chairman, Dr. Imbuyizi Mzukwa, talking about the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and the call from South Africa's president for the swift release of $1.5 billion of funding to be able to thwart the outbreak itself. You may want to add your own thoughts on that, because always welcome reactions. So what do you say? Not about that only, but about anything else that you wish to get off your chest. Some people want to talk about Ajay Gupta. Bring it on too.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
In fact, let's get to that Ajay Gupta comment. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Fuana from Durban. Ashraf, to all those who are saying Ajay Gupta is a fugitive and whatnot, what charges was he charged on? Because there was only a finding, and I don't believe you become a suspect or a criminal fugitive from running away from a finding of a commissioner, not being charged by any criminal court or any charges that the NPA have. That will deny Zuma to meet with him.
Okay, got that. In fact, as you may have heard from the guest, he spoke about, he said Ajay Gupta does not have a charge. He's not a fugitive. It's Atul we're referring to. They're, of course, brothers. They're very linked in the same business empire, but just by the letter of the law, no, he has not been charged, just so you know that.
Hi, Ashraf. Good show as always. Regarding this issue of spaza shops and foreigners, what Somalian guys proved, I will tell you, I stay in a township. One, these guys, they support each other. They work together. Number three, these guys, they work very hard. Waking up in the morning at 5 o'clock, the guys open. Coming back from work at 10 p.m. at night, the guys open. These guys work very hard. Our people need to teach themselves that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Listen, I mean, I think it's a feature of immigrants around the world. When you get immigrants who travel and move to other countries, they really do have to work hard to survive. So it's not necessarily particular to Somalians. But I mean, I take your point about that. One of the things that I must say that I've often thought about when I first engaged Somalians, like, 20 odd years ago, some of these guys were like miles ahead of us in terms of their thinking. Regarding business. Now, I understand in South Africa, apartheid South Africa meant black people by and large had to think small. Like the corner shop was the extent of your thinking. They were miles ahead. And I'd always wondered, why were there not formalized partnerships between Somalians and South Africans set up, say, by the Department of Trade and Industry or the relevant organizations? Can you just imagine those type of formidable partnerships over 20 years? What would have happened to the economy now?
I saw Lukman, Cape Town. All this bar shop talk and all this small business and stuff. You know what the nightmare this extortionist is in the townships. It's a nightmare. How many businesses close because of nobody focus on that. Nobody's dealing with that. That's the worst pandemic. This extortion, people. Thank you.
All right. Maybe you should just tell me more about the extortion. I mean, I know about it, Lukman, appreciate it, but maybe just more detail. So what type of extortion are you talking about? Meaning, who is doing the extorting, against who, to what ends, and what has happened to them? 4:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, disaster relief organization Gift of the Givers Foundation has started providing relief such as food for the migrants at a repatriation center in Musina, Limpopo. Minister and the President Khumbudzo Ntshavheni has lamented the conduct of the Malawian High Commission in South Africa with regards to the repatriation of its nationals. And mourners are paying their respects to Iran's late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei at a Grand Mosala Mosque in Tehran. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hoos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A reminder about the good news first. If you're on your way out of Joburg down through Potchefstroom or on the Potch Highway down through Lenasia, the roadworks approaching the Cliffside Valley Drive exit have been cleared. They are no longer there. That big sort of 30 to 40 minute delay is now a thing of the past. Got a crash on Joburg's N3 South at Elands Interchange. Really heavy today, coming from Edenvale via Bedfordview all the way down to that Germiston-Alberton split. Also the N1 South, a little bit sluggish from Buccleuch, off-ramping at Ravonia Road. Traffic light problems there on Ravonia Road as well as 12th Avenue. So congestion on the highway and congestion off the highway as well. N1 through Midrand, fairly busy for a Friday. Queues up as far as SAmRadio, and then more traffic on the N1 North through Pretoria. Crashing up by Gasfontein, back of the queue there down around Borta Avenue. Busy around Durban, a breakdown usual spots between Umgeda Road and Spaghetti Junction. The southbound is under pressure today. A lot of truck congestion in Bayhead and a major backlog if you're Durban bound between Cato Ridge and Cliffdale. There are two broken down trucks in that mix this afternoon. Also, a crash on the Pietermaritzburg bypass by New England Road, causing a pushback towards Chota Motala and Liberty Mall. So plenty of traffic, big volume on the way to Durban, and it's all being held up. Pietermaritzburg and Cato Ridge through Cliffdale. Coming out of Cape Town, the N2 busy as far as Bunga Avenue today, and the N7 North roadworks opposite Dunoon at Malabongwe Drive. Queues almost back towards Plattercliff Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Right, Zai, a lot to talk about in the world of sport. What's number one for you?
For now, it's the Springboks who are number one for me. And the one Springbok who is topping the charts is Cheslin Colby. Ashraf, he's going to celebrate a special milestone when the Springboks face England at Ellis Park tomorrow, earning his 50th Test cap in the green and gold. The double Rugby World Cup winner spent much of his early career hearing that he was too small for the demands of Test rugby. But since getting his chance under Rassie Erasmus in 2018, Colby has rewritten that story from his unforgettable try against England in the 2019 World Cup final to becoming one of the most feared attacking players in world rugby. Let's go now to some soccer news. From the heartbreak in 2010 to another shot at World Cup history, Ghana's Black Stars know all about fine margins of knockout football, that the famous quarterfinal run ended in agony. But 16 years later, a new chapter is awaiting them. Captain Jordan Ayew says experience matters now as Ghana prepare for Colombia and is looking forward to facing some familiar faces on the big stage.
Obviously, we'll see tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be a big game, and everyone will have to show up. So let's wait and see tomorrow. But I'm pretty confident that it's an attribute for us, because I think that under pressure the boys will flourish.
Yes, go on.
Yeah. So obviously I played with Dan and Jeff. And honestly, I really enjoyed myself playing with them. Really good guys, top guys, good friends as well. So obviously, I haven't seen them for a while now, but obviously tomorrow, not before the game, after the game, then we'll definitely have a conversation and discussion. But they're really good guys, and it will be really good to see them tomorrow.
Let's go to Cape Verde coach Pedro Buista Brito says his side will not be starstruck when they face Lionel Messi's Argentina in their FIFA World Cup knockout clash. The Blue Sharks have already made history, reaching the knockout stages in their first ever World Cup appearance after going unbeaten in the group stages. Now, Brito says while they respect the defending champions and Messi, Cape Verde have earned their place amongst the world's best. Let's go to Egypt now. They've received a major boost ahead of the FIFA World Cup knockout clash against Australia, with captain Mohamed Salah declared fit to feature. The 34-year-old has been recovering from a hamstring strain picked up in their final group match against Iran, but coach Hossam Hassan says Salah is ready to contribute, although he may not start. He's already played a key role in Egypt's historic run to the knockout stages, scoring once and providing 2 assists. Now, US midfielder Malik Tillman believes the unwavering belief drives the co-hosts of the FIFA World Cup campaign after they booked their place in the round of 16. The Bayer Leverkusen star Tillman scored a 2-0 victory over Bosnia and Herzegovina as the Americans sealed progression. Asked about how the USA regrouped, having gone a man down with Balogun sent for an early shower, Tillman added that was testament of their fighting spirit.
To keep going, keep fighting.
I mean, I think this game today showed our character. We will always keep on fighting, keep on giving everything, and I mean, like today, if you have a lead and this happens, I mean, you try to bring this game to the end and win this game, and I think this is what we did today, and it showed our character inside the group.
And finally, over to the grass courts of Wimbledon, where the big names are making their moves on day 5. 7-time champion Novak Djokovic is closing in on another victory, leading Arthur Rinderknech, while world number 1 Jannik Sinner also in control against Jenson Brooksby. Naomi Osaka's comeback story continuing. She's reached the 4th round at Wimbledon for the first time in her career. And still to come on centre court, the world's number 1, and that is Arina Sabalenka, who will be taking on Yelena Ostapenko. All this and more coming up here on the National Pulse. More at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
Okay, we'll connect then and in an hour's time as well.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Right, how about you giving me a call and raising an issue that, that you feel strongly about? There must be something. What's the one thing you feel strongly about today? And as I talk to you, I see that Chery, the motor car company that's really made a huge impact in South Africa. Well, I see now they have now set up this manufacturing plant in South Africa today. So that's good news, don't you think? Now, here's good news too. The National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until the 5th of July. So, what a couple of days, right? Featuring artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Msaki, Concord and Kabandi, and the Soweto String Quartet, plus international productions from Canada, the UK, Brazil, Australia, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. So expect new theatre, dance, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, free performances, and work that intersects with tech, the times, and the stories defining us. Over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days. You should be there. In fact, SAFM are there, so now you know. You can book at thenationalartsfestival.co.za.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, let's get to the markets with Paswane Mpatlele from Makwe Fund Managers. Paswane, you got all the news, local and global.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and to our listeners. Yes, and I got good news too. We continue to see a disinflation signaling globally in terms of the World Food Price Index is down for the second month in June, driven by cereal, sugar, dairy, wheat, thanks to the improving supply and the positive harvest. However, not all foods. In terms of meat, we're seeing it at record highs. El Nino also remains a threat to this disinflation. However, combined with the oil prices that are closer to pre-war levels at $72.22 bearish, it is giving central banks the room to pause, to review, and look towards even cuts to support the global economy that remains under pressure, especially if service inflation falls through. When we look at the likes of China in terms of service inflation, it's not yet filtering lower, as we are seeing them prices have been pushed towards consumers due to the fact that they're seeing a strong demand, reflecting that China recovery remains on track. While on the other side, we're looking at traders. They've scaled back their chances of an interest rate hike in the US back to 50%, and it should ease even lower as they reflect that US consumers are finding it hard to find jobs despite opening. This move has eased the dollar to weekly losses, while gold moves to weekly gains, up at $4,162 an ounce. Platinum also getting a bit up 1.8% at $1,660 an ounce. Bitcoin crossed a key level, sitting at $61,800. Yes, we do see a liquidity issue taking place because the US is on holiday, and therefore we should see more gains of this easing inflation taking place next week, as the inflation part of the stagflation being priced in, while the stagflation, meaning the growth part of it, has to be dealt with in quarter two. And therefore, it talks to the fact that central banks need to anchor it through interest rate cuts. Before that, we're seeing equities are catching up to this trade reality. We've seen the Europe, the DAX up 0.7, the CAC up 0.4, JSE is up 1%, led by resource sector up 2.6%. Financials, industrials are up 0.4. When we look at the rand, it's sitting at stronger levels at 16.22 against the dollar, 18.57 against the euro, and 21.66 against the pound.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. We'll connect with you and your team, I know, on Monday.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
All right, we have the weekly media marketing feature coming up, and I'm looking forward to that conversation with a fascinating digital platform called the TJR100. Looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I need to get to you, right? Okay, so Trevor from Mahikeng. Hi, Trevor.
Hi, afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you. Thank you.
Sure,
Do you guys still call it Mafikeng, by the way, or Mafikeng? Anybody calls it? No, anybody calls it Mafikeng.
No, it's supposed to be Mahikeng now. It used to be Mafikeng. Now it's an H, not an F.
Got that, yeah. All right, go for it.
Ashraf, man, my concern, every time I walk into a supermarket, it could be, I don't want to mention name, the foreigners, they're making so much business in our country, but most of them don't even have bank accounts. Therefore, that is why the money that they make leaves the country through this money transfer thing in retail stores. And I'm pretty sure that money is not rotating within the GDP. That's money they're making for themselves, lots of money. Every time a guy, not one guy, will deposit up to 25,000 rand in a supermarket, this money transfer thing. And it goes in drips of per transaction of 5,000 each. And that's not only one guy. That money doesn't see the light of the day in SARF. I don't know if that money is through fraudulent activities or the fact that the guys don't keep bank accounts. It means they are not legal. They can't register those businesses that are making so much money out of our country, unaccounted for at SARF.
Point taken. I mean, you see, that's the point. That look, I mean, they do provide a trade in South Africa. They do provide a service. That's why people shop there, right? But the fact that there hasn't been sufficient checks and balances, that's a weakness on government, seriously. And and I know we've allowed it for a long, long time. And that's why maybe more people have come here to set up businesses, because they know that this country has got like zero regulations. If you're in a township, I'm just thinking aloud. Point taken from you, right? Trevor in Mahikeng got me thinking. Kahilwe in Brits, hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your point?
Okay, my point is something different. My mind is triggered by the floods that we see now happening in other countries in Africa, but because it happened here in South Africa, but we rarely talk about the actions that we as humans, as citizens, do to curb what can be a disaster, like littering. We don't actually emphasize how we live clean, caring for the environment, and maybe, just maybe, evading some of the aggravated issues that comes with extreme weather conditions that we see. I'm doing this. I'm traveling a lot when I go to work, and I see lots of litter. And I was trying to contact, especially with these baby nappies that are thrown all over, that are difficult for us. I don't even know what is the best way to dispose of those things. And they are highly used, but I am struggling to get the right way so I can talk with more people until I reach the large community members.
Yeah, well, I hear what you're saying. First of all, in terms of what you're saying about the harm to, the environment. I mean, in fact, there's a lot that's been spoken about it for years. Perhaps people are just not listening. That's it.
No, the information is there, but you hardly see it on television. You hardly see see it. You don't even see the billboards. It is not encouraged. It's not even. We're not talking enough about it, and it is a problem.
It is indeed a problem. Well, thanks for responding, because I did ask you, what is it you wish to get off your chest and you feel strongly about, and you've done that. So, Kehiwe, I really appreciate that, Okay, there's more to come. Let's get to some of the other comments that we've got, voice notes that are. There are plenty. Here's a question about Donald Trump.
Ashraf, on President Zuma's trip to India, this government failed to deal with Floyd Shivambu. They failed to deal with AfriForum and Solidarity. I won't be surprised to see much leader with Donald Trump or Netanyahu. Thank you. Ntuli Ntuvatsi.
Why would you not be surprised? What informs you that may well be the route that they would go?
Afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweden. I also remember when EFF was going door to door in workplaces, claiming that it's enforcing 60-40 quotas in terms of employment of locals versus immigrants in South Africa. Mbalula and Malema are the same. They are the two sides of the same coin, because Malema is also a political opportunist. He's a grandstander. I don't know why this lady of EFF is denying all that now. Thank you.
Well, listen, one thing I've learned, hosting talk shows like this and moderating events and others, is that political parties ultimately will say what they want that will enhance their interest in the public space in terms of how they are seen. I mean, that has not changed across the board.
Hi, Ashraf. Look, man, the EFF did go through the malls and shops and tried to enforce these labor laws. But, I mean, come on, we were there, we saw it. It was there all over the media. I'm not sure what type of spin they're trying to put on this. We just know that Julius flip-flops and they follow what Julius says. We don't have anything else in the EFF. It's all spewing what Julius has said, and it's just a cult that is being run there. Anyway, they missed an opportunity that was exploited by Jacinta, and they just beat her now. And the ANC is trying to cash in on that, but we know they also missed that opportunity. So they should leave Jacinta's movement alone and try and fight other avenues.
Well,
Anonymous.
I hear you, Anonymous. Well, look, I mean, maybe the point is, they claim that door-to-door was done to ensure enforcement of labor law, not so much getting rid of foreign nationals. I mean, that's the claim. Malema now has been very clear, and it has often said, Africa is for Africans, that it must be a continent we have spaces to each other. But I'll tell you what, it may be worthwhile going back and playing some of the sound and what they did then all those years ago and just be absolutely certain what they said and whether they've changed. But let's take the other point. Let's say they did wrong then. Like, I'm saying to you from an ANC perspective, like, so what? Meaning, why the ANC should be dealing right now with the escalating marches around the country and wondering why are those marches increasing in frequency? Because government apparently turned a blind eye to the concerns raised for many, many years. So what I'm saying, even if Imbulula is right about Malema, in my opinion, really move on, address the real big issue, which is the growing discontentment of people who feel that they do not have a place in the South African, under the South African sun. We'll get to some others as well that we will pick up, and there's others who are talking about other repercussions. We'll get to that just now.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, And it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Well, let's talk media marketing. I mean, what we do every Friday at least have a feature where we really focus on issues in the media marketing or the marketing and branding space in this case here. So with me is Fano Mushabana Madi, who's the founder and the creative executive at the Joburg Reporter. I can tell you now you've got one more follower on Instagram because I had to follow you and see what you guys are doing. So welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all the SAFM listeners.
Right, I'm very interested in what you do, or what you call the TJR 100 creators. Tell me about that.
So the Joburg Reporter 100 Creators campaign is a series that is highlighting the journeys of impactful content creators, South African-based content creators across 10 categories. And we are telling the stories of 100 content creators because the creator economy is one of those industries that contribute quite a lot, billions to the South African GDP annually. However, we rarely know what happens behind the curtain. We only see the finished products on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. We don't really know the work that goes behind that goes on behind the scenes.
Okay, why is the work that goes on behind the scenes important, and like to who?
It is important if we want to professionalize the industry. Also, if we want to bring the audiences closer to the content creators. The aim of this campaign is to humanize the people who sell, who advertise to us. Budgets are being moved to content creators, even, government departments. We've got tourism boards that are now working with content creators to market South Africa. And so if we really want to ensure that this industry is professionalized, we need to ensure that the followers know what exactly goes on into making content creation.
And I mean, just to confirm, is someone like myself talking to you right now a content creator? Yes, no, versus someone who puts together, a 1-minute piece on Instagram or TikTok or on Twitter. I mean, who's a content creator?
So a content creation is very intentional, right? You are a storyteller. You are bringing in people into a product that you're selling, a service that you're selling, or you're sharing a part of your life with your followers, right? Anyone can become a content creator. However, what separates the best and impactful content creators from the rest is the consistency, it's the creativity, it's the resilience. And those are some of the stories that we are highlighting through the TJR 100 creators.
Okay. And I mean, to be clear, just so that we understand it, I mean, is being a content creator a career?
Yes. Some of the people that we have interviewed, we've got Reba S. She's an automotive reviewer. She became a content creator because she was unemployed for the longest time, and she took her passion and turned it into a career. She just started reviewing cars, and she gained a following, and from there, brands started reaching out to her saying, hey, can you please come talk about our cars? And of course, that came at a fee, and now she solely depends on reviewing cars, So there's a lot of young people. In fact, some of the stories that we are going to highlight, some of them started creating content because they were unemployed. Some of them were really just doing their job, sharing what happens, in a day in the life of a doctor, a day in the life of a radio presenter. You can actually share what happens here. It's a whole production. There's a lot more people here.
There we are. And you can even call me a content creator too, which is fine.
Exactly. So it's about turning your passion into a career. And once there's interest, once there's a following, that's when the money starts coming in.
Just quick, Are content creators influencers, and what's the difference?
Yeah, I think the title have evolved over time. Initially, it was Instagrammers, TikTokers, moved on to influencers, and then we started asking ourselves, are these people really influencing us? And then the term then evolved into content creators.
Okay, I should put on content creator next to my title on Instagram. I think I should. Okay, what? Let's go back then to your plan then. So having identified these 100 people, and you want to get their backstory, their journey, what impact has it had now?
So we've had a lot of interest from their audiences. There are people on social media who are now nominating people who they think should be featured on the TJR 100 list. And we're not necessarily looking for followers. Just because you have 1 million followers does not mean you've got impact, right? We're looking for people who are shaping culture, people who are telling stories that are contributing and making an impact in society. One of the people that we're going to be featuring, Sipho Marema, who is a 5-time marathon runner, and every single day he's sharing advice on running, he's sharing advice on wellness and how to take care of yourself, and this is somebody who is an actual runner. He's a career runner, and at the same time he's a content creator. So we're looking for those kind of people.
Okay, but I mean, you got your first 100 sorted out already, or what?
Look, we're still taking nominations. We're still taking nominations, and the list is not complete yet because it is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. We have to craft the interview questions and ensure that they are relevant. Remember, we are shining a spotlight on what happens behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily look at a person and say, oh yeah, your Instagram looks good. How do you make it look good? No, we want to know.
Or necessarily sharing their bit of content for the day. That's not what you're doing. I mean, you can collaborate and do that, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying, I want to get your story, right?
Yes. We want to tell the story, what happens behind the curtain. We want to bring you closer to your followers by humanizing you. You're not just a content creator. You're an actual human being. You've got challenges. It's a job. What makes you cry? What gives you sleepless nights? Those are the kind of stories that we're telling.
Here's a question: by amplifying these content creators, what has that done for you in your organization?
Look, storytelling is a passion for us at the Joburg Reporter. And what this has really done is make us realize that the creator economy is very big. And we need to get to a point where here in South Africa, we professionalize it. There's a lot of investment opportunities available in the content creator economy.
I think for most people listening is like, I see people doing something. Can I genuinely make a career? Can I make money? I mean, you already answered that before, but can they really do that?
Yes, obviously it takes time. Look, there's somebody called Michelle West Taylor. We're going to be publishing a story on Monday. It took her 3 years to get the first paycheck. 3 years to get a paycheck from the content that she was creating. So it takes time. However, once you have established yourself as a brand, you then have got the capacity to hire people to work for you. So there are job opportunities within the creator economy.
I'm just starting to think of the many unemployed people listening into the show, and I hope it's very few, but I mean, the reality is we know there are. They're going to say, hold it, I can actually make some money becoming this content creator. Just lastly, I mean, in terms of the Joburg Reporter, right? I mean, you've got 30 seconds. Tell me more about that. I mean, because this is just one campaign you're running.
Yes.
Right? What else do you do?
The Joburg Reporter is a digital magazine. We're interested in telling stories grounded, it's in the name, grounded in Johannesburg. We're telling the story of Johannesburg, and we are on a journey, to becoming a fully fledged media platform.
And then you'll know when one of the mayors will be chasing after you to say, I need to be on your platform. Then you know you've arrived. Much appreciate your time and best wishes. By the way, that Instagram account is what?
At the Joburg Reporter.
At the Joburg Reporter. Well, follow them. I've certainly done just that. That's the type of great ideas and innovation that we have in our country, and we have that in abundance, by the way. Right, 5 o'clock. It's time for the news. Here's Greg Host.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good to be with you again. Gift of the Givers provides relief to Limpopo migrants and Minister slams Malawi's High Commission. Good day to you. Disaster relief organisation Gift of the Givers has started providing relief, such as food, for migrants at a repatriation centre at Musina in Limpopo. Spokesperson Clifford Mabe.
And since yesterday, we fed about 11,250, which is showgrounds in this camp. So I think everyone is here at the camp. So the whole team is here. We deployed teams from Cape Town, teams from East London to make sure that we can cover everyone in the camp. Just now, we just spoke to one of the drivers from Cape Town. 5 buses just arrived here from Cape Town. So we got a big muscle. So we'll be here until everyone is clear to cross the border.
Minister in the Presidency, Kubutsa Ntshabeni, has criticised the conduct of the Malawian High Commission in South Africa with regards to the repatriation of its nationals. She says the Malawian Commission triggered a problem when it declared it would repatriate people without the necessary resources. This resulted in South Africa having to intervene to avert a humanitarian crisis as thousands of Malawians gathered at Home Affairs offices. The minister elaborates.
Yesterday we were at the Musina Repatriation Center. The officials of the Malawi High Commission, they decided they are going to sleep, whereas the officials of Home Affairs, BMA, and all parties in South Africa work 24 hours non-sleep to process the Malawian nationals. We do not know what is the number that is coming through. When we think we had progressed a large number, more numbers are coming through. And that's why we sent DECO to interact with the Malawi High Commission to make sure that their officials are available 24/7. Because the challenge with Malawi is that Malawians don't even have papers.
The Matlanga Commission's been shown WhatsApp messages between businessman Mohammed Mo Syed and suspended Deputy Police Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan that, according to the Commission's evidence leader, reflects hostility towards journalists. The messages relate to a media statement prepared by journalist Yusuf Abramji on behalf of Tax Justice SA about the alleged flooding of illegal tobacco products into the South African market. In one exchange, Syed used profane language, saying he would, quote, F up Abramji, with Khan responding in agreement. Evidence leader Adila Hassim told the Commission she introduced the messages not only because they relate to allegations involving Ghana Links, which is co-founded by Syed, but to demonstrate what she describes as an attitude of hostility towards individuals, including journalists.
Now, the reason I'm actually drawing this to the Commission's attention is not just because it's linked to Connie Links and the subject matter we've been discussing and the allegations of illegal and criminal conduct by Connie Links, but because it's not the only incident in which there is this attitude and hostility towards other individuals, including journalists.
The Public Works and Infrastructure Minister Dean McPherson has developed a more uniform working relationship between government entities and will strengthen safety standards and practices in the construction sector. He was speaking during the launch of the National Built Environment and Construction Safety Framework in Monoffontein, east of Johannesburg.
We need stronger intergovernmental cooperation, clearer lines of accountability, better enforcement capacity, and professional sign-offs that are treated as solemn responsibilities, not box-ticking exercises. Public safety cannot depend on luck. It must be built into the system.
Mourners are paying their respects to Iran's late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei in the capital Tehran. His coffin is on display along with those of family members killed with him at the start of the US-Israel war with Iran in February. Millions, including foreign dignitaries, are expected to attend Saturday's official ceremony. The BBC's Nicole Kalbikiani has more.
The Iranian state media is very much preoccupied with these funeral ceremonies, around-the-clock coverage of the ceremonies, which starts today with the foreign dignitaries arriving in Tehran to pay respect. Neighboring countries, including Iraq, where actually some of the funeral processions will take place on 8th of July. There are also some officials from Pakistan, India, China, Russia. It is yet to be seen if some officials arrive from the Gulf countries, because during the war, Iran had launched attacks on US bases and military assets in those countries.
The top story, Gift of the Givers, has started providing relief, such as food, for migrants at a repatriation centre at Musina in Limpopo. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg House.
And it's a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to your SAfm Sports Headlines. Plenty to look forward to. We have got the build-up to Africa's Hope, and that's when Egypt face Australia tonight in the knockouts. And we'll also bring you news from Bafana with their World Cup journey. Ronwen Williams praising Coach Hugo Brood for changing the mentality of South African football. We'll have the details at around 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Lots of traffic on the way out of Joburg up through Midrand and into Pretoria today. It is a Friday, and there are a couple of crash scenes in the wrong places. One on the N1 North at SAMRadio. That's pretty slow getting out of Sandton up through Buccleuch. And then another crash up by Garsfontein causing some delays. And then some roadworks up around Stormville. So it really is busy all the way through today. Crash on Joburg's N3 South at Ilan's interchange. Bottom of Germiston. That's heavy coming from Edenvale. And a crash on the Mike 1 North before Grayston. So delays heading up into Sandton. Also, if you're on your way out towards Kingsway, Davyton side, crash through Benoni by Pitfontein, and that's causing quite a backlog if you're trying to get out through the Ekurhuleni area this afternoon. Now, if you're Durban bound, so are a lot of others. It's been a really high volume day today on the N3. There is a crash at the bottom of the Pietermaritzburg bypass, New England Road area, so that's very slow Durban bound. Also a breakdown going north near Liberty Mall, so that's pretty jam-packed. And the other big delay is between effectively Hammersdale and Key Ridge, with a couple of breakdowns in the roadworks today. On the N2 South, there's a collision by Inunda Road, so coming from Queen Nundy, it's slow. And then you've got that breakdown before Spaghetti Junction, so effectively from Queen Nundy down to 4 level, that is all jammed up. Cape Town, not a bad run. The N7 North, those heavy at Dunoon. You're still squeezing into a single lane roadwork section to get past there. At the N1 outbound, slow as far as Okavango Road at Brackenfell. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So, I mean, do you know what happened to South Africa 2 years ago? Like now, 2 years ago today. Any idea? Don't mention the American Independence Day tomorrow, July the 4th, right? Because July the 3rd of 2 years ago was the swearing in ceremony of the executive of the Government of National Unity, the GNU. And a lot was said and spoken about it before. A lot has since been spoken about and debated even now. So let's talk about it 2 years later. What about the GNU? Professor Setolejo Matebesi with me, political analyst from the University of Free State. In fact, we're going to get to him right after this.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp, and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Olifants Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag My Kruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag Go Limpopo.
Right, you know all about it. The National Arts Festival is in Makanda until July the 5th, which is Sunday. It features artists like Tandizwe Mazwai, Msaki, Concord and Kabandi, and the Soweto String Quartet. Plus, I mean, there are productions from around the world, Canada, UK, Brazil, Australia as well, and the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists. So you can expect new dances, new theatre, visual art, comedy, magic, children's shows, free performances. I mean, just about everything, isn't it? And all work that intersects with tech, the times, and the stories defining us. So over 200 shows, one small town, 11 days, and the 11 days are about to end, so you better get there. You should be there. Book now at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so what about the GNU 2 years later? What sort of GNU scorecard would we give Prof. Setulego Matebesi? Appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your wonderful listeners.
Thank you. Let's start with that scorecard. I mean, what scorecard would you give it out of 10 2 years later?
Yeah, it's a very difficult, but I would say in terms of the symbolism, definitely a 7, because there's been a lot of symbolic unity, symbolic expressions of what an ideal united cabinet will be. So for that, but in terms of performance, yes, it's almost like a mixed bag, where certain portfolios you could see there's been tremendous effort in terms of consolidating what these departments have been doing. But in terms of performance overall, I would say I will give this cabinet an overall 7 as well.
Okay, well, 7's pretty good. I mean, 7's like just, close to getting that distinction, right? This, besides the fact that, there's been continuous skepticism about the functioning of the GNU. Why the 7? What is it for you that has worked?
For some of us, I had that privilege of being at the heart, DNA of these elections. And when this event came, this day, some of us had doubts, and one really should give it to South Africa. Very commendable. We know all the challenges in terms of even from within the ranks of the African National Congress and many other sectors that were completely against the composition of that. So for me, for us to talk about 2 years later, that for me, it's commendable. But as I've indicated, some of these things are symbolic, but in terms of the performance, yes, there's definitely departments that you will even give 3, but collectively, one can look at some of the strides that have been made. You look at our sports ministry, you look at Home Affairs. Still many challenges there. I mean, even we are just a couple of days past what we have saw, the so-called shutdown in South Africa. But there has been tremendous strides. Border management has come to the party, but still a lot still needs to be done.
I suppose the most fundamental thing is not so much to look at the workings of each department as we would normally do, but to look at the workings of the different political parties as they've came together, meaning has that glue stuck? Has it worked for them as different political parties?
No, I mean on the ground, because look, we do these kind of pre-elections analysis. You go out onto the ground, and one of the things that we've picked up, and I'm going to put my head on the block here, is that already we can see that how PA it's picking up ground in terms of electoral support. Whether that now will turn into tangible electoral support, that's something, and I'm talking about Mangaung, the Free State region, but there's also parties in terms of visibility that I think they will definitely draw new voters to them, and while other parties, I think they scored one own goal after the other.
One own goal after the other parties. So the biggest skeptics has been that, in fact, it has clearly trimmed the ANC's leadership position, eminence, that is. I mean, that's obvious, and we know the voters chose that. But the other is the critics from within the parties that make up the GNU has been that, in fact, often enough, the ANC has done things and they've done it alone, almost ignoring the fact that they are part of a greater GNU.
Yeah, no, that was expected, Ashraf, because, look, this is the first time that we have a situation like this. And now suddenly post the elections, the ANC, which dictate the terms politically, suddenly have to learn the lesson to toe the line in terms of genuine engagement. And we've seen a couple of days again over the past weeks with the swearing in of this, new cabinet of few ministers, that the DA actually had an upper hand there where they indicated that, look, you no longer call the shots here. We're part of the government of national unity, and we can also come up with our own terms. And unfortunately there, the president had to make concessions, irrespective of what I would say almost like a skating press conference from the Secretary General of the African National Congress.
You know, for many others, they would still once again say that we don't care what it is. It's not a GNU. Just call it what it is. Call it a coalition. Is that still a fair comment to make?
Well, it all depends what you define as a GNU. And I mean, that was one of the challenges, where at one stage we were even challenged with what you call what some people refer to as a grand coalition. Fact of the matter is, I don't think many South Africans will bother themselves with issues like that. What South Africans need is access to clean water, safety, job opportunities, and a clean government, as in yesterday, not tomorrow. And I think those are the fundamental issues that South Africans are grappling with, and not these what you call what I would say it's an outcome, and it's not a miracle, and it's as if not been hatched somewhere else. It is the will of the people, and that has been a transparent process. So whatever we call it, we have to live with that.
Well, we certainly have. What happens next? Meaning, there has again been the concern that the GNU won't even last months. I mean, it's 2 years. It's clearly lasted. Nothing suggests it's going to collapse tomorrow morning. Not at all, right? But we also have a local government election coming up with its own nuances. That is very, very interesting. So going forward, right, and going back to the general election, right, the fact that parties shifted, they dropped their numbers significantly. Do I take it that whether you want to call it GNU or coalition, that the nature of coalition politics is here to stay for a long time?
Yeah, a very important question, Ashraf, and thanks for that, because some people, I think many people already realize that, one decision can have a spiral off on other issues. Like, for instance, we've already seen the decision that have been taken by the South African Communist Party, depending on the outcome of this local government elections. Definitely, the internal dynamics, relations between the ANC and the South African Communist Party, we all know, has already been affected. And whatever happens there, that will also determine the posture of the African National Congress going forward. And that may have consequences for some of the smaller parties within this so-called GNU, because that will now means that the ANC will have to do some introspecting leading up to our next episode of the general national elections, and I think that perhaps definitely will have some consequences going forward. Even some parties will have to re-evaluate their approach within the DNU, and also their engagement approach with South Africans after the local government elections on the 4th of November.
Point taken. 4th of November. Professor Setulego Matebesi, appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse. The Prof is a political analyst at the University of Free State, or from the University of Free State. Now, from you, so I asked that score. The Prof gave it 7 out of 10 in terms of the scorecard for the GNU. And let me ask you that. What would you give? What score would you give the GNU? And then explain why. The second part is, give me one word, just one word that best describes your feelings about the GNU. Don't give a sentence, just one word. Tweet it out, WhatsApp it. I'd love to know. This is the National Pulse.
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Turn it on. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wristwatch for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup. For the love of the game.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
All right, now the National Arts Festival is live in Makhanda until the 5th of July. It features artists like Thandiswa Mazwai, Mzaki, Concord and Kabandi, and the Soweto String Quartet, amongst many other international artists, together with the 2026 Standard Bank Young Artists as well. So, get there, expect new theatre, dance, visual arts, comedy, magic, so much more. 200 shows, one small town, 11 days, you should be there. How do you get there? Book at nationalartsfestival.co.za.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So here's an interesting story. I know the police are often in the news just about all the time for different reasons. How's this one? The South African Police Service rendered a heartfelt farewell to its longest-serving pilot. That's Lieutenant Colonel Jacobus Gideon de Villiers. They call him Div. I can understand why. Who retired with 46 years of distinguished service in the organization. So we thought we'll chat to him, right? So Colonel Div, thanks for engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Hello, Munir, how are you?
I'm very good indeed. Right, so why would you retire, man? Stick around.
Yeah, it's the wheels of time, eh? If I had any choice, because I'm still willing and able and all of those, but yeah, the clock is ticking, eh?
So when is that? Have you retired already, or when is the last day?
I have. That was the end of June. In the police, you retire on the day or the month of your birthday.
And then when you were done, what's the first thing you did after you retired? Like the very next day that you could not do before?
Man, you know what? Catching up with what is waiting for me, because I'm still going to keep on flying, and different companies need different stuff and the licenses and all of those. So yeah, like in scanning and sending emails and all of those, but yeah, that it's end of the road, and it's not good.
So you're out of a job, in essence.
Well, we're with the South African Police Service, but you know what, they were good to me, and even like on the police, you have to leave at the age of 60. And I was privileged to fly the Cessna Citation Sovereign, their business jet. And at the age of 60 there, with COVID and all of those, still no one to replace me. So I got a 3 years extension on that. And after 3 years, still no one to replace me. And I got another 2 years. So now I don't have a choice. I have to pack my bags and go.
Oh, you have been replaced, right? I mean, so you made the point. I mean, you're a pilot, right? Tell me about what you've flown over the years.
I started off in the police as a helicopter pilot. They sent me from scratch on helicopters, and then I started flying all the helicopter types. And those days we still used to spray dagga and all of those. So I did all of those, but I started getting my commercial pilot's license by myself. And after all the helicopter flying, and then I said to myself, yes, that can't be it. There must be something more. And then I moved across to the fixed wing section at Wonderboom, and there I carried on my career for the last 27 years until the end of June.
And that's it, yeah. And for you, I mean, so it's interesting because, you're mixing the work of a pilot, which is one speciality, with the other part of effectively being part of policing. It's a fascinating, combination between the two, isn't it?
Man, I started off as a normal police officer, but then I went across as we call it, airframe drivers, and since I've been doing that, that's all I do. I only fly for a living.
Okay. What I mean, overall, I mean, if you look at like career highlights, what would they be?
Man, yeah, there are a lot, but one of the highlights for me, it was always starting from the bottom as a policeman driving police vans and all of those, and then I ended up, as I called it, a police van in the sky, and flying helicopters and doing the observing and chasing cops and robbers from above. And yeah, there was one specific instance that stood out, like in yesterday, there next to the N1 North Highway, there at the carousel, information on all of those, but cash and transit robbers, and with inside info and all of those, and yeah, with the special task force and all the other guys on the ground, we were ready and prepared for them, and I was the fortunate guy to fly the helicopter, and yeah, that was special.
All right, so I mean, having moved, as you said, from the ordinary policeman to flying helicopters and other things, right? Then you then directly were not in the line of law enforcement. I mean, but you are piloting them, and I get that, right? How and therefore, when you met people that you knew or got to know you and they knew the work you did, what sort of questions would they ask you?
Well, what can they do to do the same, to follow the route or the road that I've walked, and because it's awesome flying all the helicopters and the aeroplanes, and yeah, and all I tell them, listen, it's a hard and difficult road. It's really it wasn't easy, but if it's in your heart and if it's your passion, hang in there, you're gonna make it.
Are you considering writing a book about it?
You know what, eh? At some stage long ago, I thought about it because I was one of the first members in the Air Wing, and I didn't keep track of all the people that joined the Air Wing and that left again. In those days, I remembered all the names, but yes, they come and go and all of those. So most of the names. But I suppose if I do homework, I can. But if I write a book, it should be a good one, eh?
Well, we expect it. I mean, are there any secrets you've got? I mean, and you can say secrets I can't share or secrets I can share in terms of your work.
If I have to tell you, I have to shoot you. No, I'm joking. No, it's a police officer. You can't keep secrets from up there. You're flying a police aeroplane or a police helicopter. Everybody sees you. You're walking around in uniform, and you can't hide from up there. So what you do is what everybody sees. Eh?
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you're now open to other offers from other sort of commercial flights, and I mean they could, and that's why you're sending out your CV or whatever it is with scanning, right? I get that, but just the last thing, I mean, if you had to reflect on your career and you just not this career. What do you think? What other career would you have gone for? Like, what are you always wondering about? Like, I wish,
Well, like I told you, I started off as a police officer, but the aviation thing, I wanted to do, forever and a day, but I couldn't due to financial restraints and all of those. And when I reached the age of 27, I thought myself, it's like in young couples getting married that say they don't have the money to get married and excuse, and then I said to myself, you know what, 27, you must decide now. If you don't do something positive about this, it's not going to happen. And I made a plan.
Well, a plan is what you absolutely made. I mean, here's the phrase, div maak 'n plan. That's the title of your book. Much appreciate you engaging us.
Thank you, Meneer. It was
best
nice
wishes
talking to you.
in your retirement. But I think you're going to be very busy in your retirement, like Nelson Mandela was as well. So thank you very much.
But I'm going to miss the cops and I'm going to miss my colleagues. I had a ball.
Well, there you are. Mr. Cops, not the robbers. Thank you for your time. Much appreciate you chatting to us here on the National Pulse. What a wonderful story. 5:30, here's the news headlines.
In the headlines, the Lesedi Mayor's house in Rotunda, east of Johannesburg, has been set on fire. Gift of the Givers has started providing relief, such as food, for migrants at a repatriation centre in Limpopo. And Iran's president has paid his respects to the country's late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, in the capital, Tehran. There's a full update at 6.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Now, with the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. So switch to Outsurance and you could save big on your car insurance, like 48-year-old Adam, who saves jaw-dropping 1,803 rands a month, really, on his 2020 Audi Q3. No matter what happens in the economy, Outsurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's, and further information available online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a heavy run up through Midrand today. The earlier crash at SAMRAN has been clear, but it's been replaced by a broken down vehicle. So all that traffic stuck between Buccleuch and SAMRAN is still there. And it is deep into Friday drive time. And it is a high volume Friday getting out of Joburg. So a lot of traffic there. Also crash on the N3 South at Elands Interchange. That's just split to Alberton and Germiston. That traffic backlogging from Edenvale today. And a crash on the N12 and R24 routes as they merge into Galuli's Interchange. Some good news. The roadworks on the N12 at Lenasia down to Protea Glen have been lifted. A little bit of traffic around Pretoria, but that is easing on the N1 and northbound carriageway. Durban today, if you're running south along the N2, there is a crash scene just around Inanda Road and then a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction, so it's fairly jam-packed all the way through to Queen Nundy Drive. Really big traffic between Cato Ridge and Cliffdale. A couple of breakdowns in the roadworks this afternoon, and a crash on the Pietermaritzburg bypass northbound up by Chota Matala, just up by Liberty Mall. So if you're heading up towards Hilton, that Pietermaritzburg bypass is absolutely jam-packed. Bit of traffic, high volume as well on the southbound side. Cape Town, N1 out of town, probably the heaviest of the highways, though, out to Okavango Road, and the N7 queuing up to Malabongwe Drive as you hit the roadworks in front of Dunoon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Right, Zai, I must tell you, last night I watched between Spain in their match, but the more important one for me was South Africa in the semi-final of the Cricket World Cup. We know it didn't quite work out our way, unfortunately, but if you ask me tonight, what am I doing? I'll tell you, I'll be watching at 8 p.m. tonight. It clearly tells where my eyes on Egypt tonight, right?
Ashraf, you know what? Being a fan of sport is not for the faint-hearted these days, eh? We have got everything on the line, just like Egypt. I think they're putting their belief and hopefully that something will, give them the magic that they need. So yeah, the Pharaohs are dreaming, and they're dreaming that their captain, Mohamed Salah, that they can do something special against Australia in this FIFA World Cup round of 32 clash tonight, 8 p.m. Egypt are one of 4 African teams still alive in the tournament, alongside Morocco, Ghana, and Cape Verde. And a win would make them only the 7th African nation to reach the World Cup round of 16. Now, Salah has already scored once and provided 2 assists at the tournament. In the meantime, we've also got Ghana and their national team coach, Carlos Queiroz, proclaiming that their real World Cup starts now. Queiroz has extensive World Cup experience, having previously coached Portugal, Iran, and Egypt. in this tournament and reached the last 16 with Portugal and Iran ahead of the Black Stars' crucial clash against Colombia at Kansas City tomorrow morning at around 3:30. Queiroz talks about the demands at this stage of the competition.
I'm fully ready. I mean I've been in these situations a couple of times, as you said. Different competitions, but knockout stage it is something special. There is nothing to compare in football when you go to this stage of everything to the winner, nothing to the loser. Those are the really World Cup start now. For us, these are the games that counts and matters. It's more about. It's not only about talent. It's about character. It's about attitude, courage, bravery during 90 minutes.
Well, that's the Ghanaian national team head coach Carlos Queiroz.
I have to tell you what.
Let
me just jump in. I mean, I don't know if you had the privilege of engaging him a long time ago, because he was the Bafana coach as well, right?
Yep.
And I had the privilege of meeting him, I think, on his day one, and did like a half an hour interview with him, and like immediately the mind was super impressive, suggesting that to win a World Cup your average age must be 28. He had this whole vision for South Africa. It didn't quite work out, and after he was shown the rope or the plank, he then became the Man United assistant coach, and then at Real, and God knows where he went. Right now, of course, he's with Ghana.
And he's saying it's our duty to ensure another African team goes into the next round. So
Well,
I guess
listen,
we will be.
Born in Mozambique. There we are.
There we go. There
Yeah.
we go. The African spirit is alive and well. And speaking of spirit, Cape Verde's World Cup spirit is taking their biggest test when the Blue Sharks take on the defending champions Argentina in the round of 32. The tournament debutants, representing a nation of just over 500,000 people, have captured global attention after going unbeaten in the group stage, including holding Spain and Uruguay. But standing in their way is little Messi and Argentina at 39. Messi continues to rewrite history. He's the leading Golden Boot race with 6 goals as Argentina are chasing back-to-back World Cup titles. And let's go to Bafana. Bafana captain Ronwen Williams says the team is on an upward trajectory and that Hugo Broos deserves credit for trusting the younger players on the biggest stage. He's very affectionately known, saying that he's proud of all the youngsters who have been part of AFCON and the FIFA World Cup squads.
They deserve it. They work so hard, and the talent that they've got is immense. I mean, for how many years do we say players have talent, but there's nothing to show? And with the guys now and the mentality that they've got also at this young age, special, and I just wish them all the best.
All right, let's go to our last story. Africa's richest horse race taking center stage tomorrow as the 130th running of the Hollywood Bets Durban July lights up Greyville Racecourse with a record 10 million rand purse and an early favorite Star Major scratched. The race has been blown wide open. 5-time winner Justin Snaith saddles 5 runners, while history also being made with 2 female jockeys lining up for the first time. And that's your sport on the National Pulse, and that's where I will rein it in from the racecourse to the rest of the sporting weekend. Michael Abramson, he's going to pick up the pace on Top Sport between 7 and 8.
You can rein it in. I'm just
Sunshine.
thinking, can we climb the highest pyramid for the Egyptians are winning tonight? Something along that line. Yeah.
So, yeah.
And if they do, they will attain immortality. Need I continue?
I love it.
Thank you.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM.
OutSurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And with all those numbers, Jimmy Boyaha.
To the listeners, markets are closing out the day in positive territory locally and internationally by and large. The commodities sector coming through quite strongly across the board, with the silver price, the platinum price, palladium pricing all showing gains on the day's trade. Brent crude is back above $70 a barrel. We were closer to the $70 a barrel level yesterday. We're around the $72 a barrel level now, but crucially still below $75 a barrel. The gold price, $4,168 odd a fine ounce. The rand strengthening against the US dollar, 16 Rand 23, against the British pound 21 Rand 67, and €1 would cost you 18 Rand 57. Of course, the US had limited trading today as they celebrate their 250th anniversary or 250th birthday ahead of the typical Independence Day celebrations that take place on July 4th. We know that this weekend we go into the weekend with a stronger equities market locally as well. The all-share closing out almost a 4% in the green, the top 40 a 4% in the green. The resource stocks 2.3% up, industrials 0.45%, and financial stocks about 1/3% up. Internationally, the Nasdaq is the only market that's still, or the Nasdaq rather was the only market trading in the red last night, but that was because today they haven't traded in any trades because of the celebrations that are happening in the US. Other markets are all in the green, so I expect that the US markets will have their turn of green come Monday. But the main thing is we go into the weekend looking forward to the Durban July, looking forward to South Africa versus England at Ellis Park, and with a stronger rand, so that we come back into the second half of the year with much more optimism and much more positivity. We're going to go into the weekend in the positive sense and wish all of the sporting events all the best from my side. That's it. Back to you, Ashraf.
Okay, absolutely enjoy your fabulous non-working business weekend or markets weekend and focus on sport for a change. We'll chat on Monday.
Looking for exclusive content, live events and special Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, today a huge drama at the Madlanga Commission with evidence linked to the Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan. Despite his absence, as you know, he remains in hospital after being shot in Joburg, last week, Sunday night. So evidence leaders continued proceeding while Khan's legal team attended on his behalf, saying he's unconscious and in a critical condition. His lawyers previously invited commissioners to visit him in the hospital following claims the late-night shooting may have been staged. Now, as far as today's session goes, the evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassan, presented WhatsApp conversations between Ismail Valley and General Khan linked to an automotive parts tender, RT45. Listen to this.
The next tender, Commissioners, and let me just give a brief overview of this. This is a tender, as I said, this is a conversation between General Khan and Mr. Ismail Valley. The tender concerns an automotive parts tender, number RT45, and there's extensive communications between the two that I'll be going through. And it's best to see it in these different phases, and it'll emerge as I go through. The first phase is sort of an early access and manipulation, attempt to manipulate specifications. So this is before the tender is even advertised. There's engagement, and then it goes into a second phase where inside information is shared when the tender goes live. And then there's a third phase where there are discussions involving financial interest. And then there's a final phase in the communications, which is what happens after the award after the contract is awarded, and particularly issues of pricing and that kind of thing. So if you just have that sort of in your mind, this progresses along these phases, this communication. It begins in April 2021 at page 5129. And it's on 14 April 2021 at 7:48 in the evening. General Khan sends a message saying, we have a meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact.
Say 7:48, you mean 9:07?
I'm sorry,
48
it's
seconds.
9:07 and 48 seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Bedoy. Meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact. And then on the next day, let me finish this. He then responds, Mr. Valley, yes, bro, must I come? And then General Khan says, can you talk now? And Mr. Valley says, must I call you? General Khan says, yes.
That's where we're going to leave it at the Madlanga Commission. You know, it continues next week. Amongst the people testifying is Kat Matlala. Right, let's get to Durban, where there's developments regarding the Malawian nationals being repatriated.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So we touched on the decommissioned repatriation site in Durban, where undocumented foreign nationals have set up camp, right? We touched on it earlier, but let's find out what's happening now with Chalisha Naidu, the SABC News reporter at the scene. Chalisha, as always, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me, Ashraf, and good afternoon.
Thank you. Right, what do you see?
So, Ashraf, it started off with this morning. We saw about 500 Malawian nationals gather at the site, and then that number started to rapidly grow as the message started going across their community that there will be no assistance, and possibly today would be the last day that they would get any sort of assistance in the form of transportation to Musina or back to Malawi. And so we saw that number grow to over 800 by early afternoon. And right now, we're outside the old Durban Drive-In, where there are hundreds of Malawian nationals frantically going through their bags, trying to make that one luggage. As we know, they're only allowed one small piece of luggage into this bus. But the eThekwini municipality had clarified yesterday that this repatriation site is closed and that they will no longer be able to assist Malawian nationals with any form of transportation. And so we had seen today the Department of Home Affairs come through with the assistance of about 5 buses to help Malawian nationals to get to Messina. But that was obviously not enough to cater to the hundreds that we see outside here. So the Gift of the Givers have now responded to what is now being labeled as a crisis here in Durban. They've come through with several buses, but these buses will only transport women and children that are situated outside. And once all the women and children have been transported, then they will gradually start transporting men. But the buses from the Gift of the Givers are going directly to Malawi as compared to the Department of Home Affairs buses that are going to Musina in Limpopo.
And I mean, just on that technicality, I mean, going to Musina and Limpopo, where there's this repatriation site versus going direct, does that make any difference in terms of the legal status of these people who are going home?
Mm-hmm. I did ask the Gift of the Giver community leaders and Bilal Jiwa how they're going to navigate the legality of that, because we do understand that a partial verification process did transpire here in Durban, and then the second part of that process was going to take place by the Department of Home Affairs along with the Embassy of the Malawian government at Musina in Limpopo. Bilal Jiwa from the Gift of the Giver says that as soon as they reach Malawi, they are in contact and they are in collaboration with the embassy there as well, who will also do their necessary verification process. What we have been seeing, though, is the Gift of the Givers doing a process here with Adam Ali from the Malawian High Commission in terms of taking down people's details, their numbers, information that they have on hand so that they can verify them when they get to Malawi, and continue that process in conjunction with the Department of Home Affairs.
And now, so to confirm, you know, these buses that they can't provide any further outside of Gift of the Givers, that was provided by what? The South African government. Have I got that right?
So, sorry, you said the buses that were provided?
The original buses were provided by whom?
So the original buses that were provided transporting the foreign nationals from Durban were buses provided by the eThekwini municipality. When we spoke to the mayor, Cyril Kaba, he said that the municipality will be reimbursed by the Department of Home Affairs as they entered into an agreement with them about that. So the reimbursement will come from the Department of Home Affairs, who will then have to obviously find the necessary means of communicating with the embassy.
All right, so that's from a South African perspective. And then outside of givers, give to the givers, which is an NP or NGO, right? What about from the Malawian side? What sort of support are they providing?
Well, at the moment, when we have been asking different officials from the Malawian embassy, they say that they have no means, capacity, or resources to assist anymore. When we spoke to Adam Ali from the Malawian High Commission, he had also made it crystal clear to many of the foreign nationals that are here that today will be the last day that they will receive assistance. He went on to the record as well, stating that come tomorrow, any Malawian nationals, any foreign national that comes to the old Durban drive-in site will receive no assistance from them because they do not have the means at this point to assist any
So
further.
what then happens to them?
It's a situation that many of the Malawians have feared, but they, to our understanding, will be left stranded. They will have to find their own means of transportation back to their home country.
Okay, own means, own cost, right? And that you said by and large applies to Malawians, but it's not exclusively so, right? What's been the feeling? I mean, in terms of being able to speak to people. I mean, you're on the ground. What are they telling you?
So many of the Malawians that we have spoken to, which is most of them that gathered here, are really feeling a sense of relief that they can get transportation to go back to their home country today. As they know, many people have not made it. When we spoke to many of the immigrants that are here, some of them are also quite disappointed because they were dropped off in large numbers by their South African employers. We've seen today many South African employers of undocumented foreign nationals in a haste drop them off outside this Durban drive-in site. And many of the foreign nationals say that they were in agreements with their employers that, they would be provided a place to stay. They would be provided safety. But many of the employers then started fearing penalties that they could face by keeping, foreign nationals who are undocumented with them. And so they started dropping them off in large numbers today outside the site. So it's a sense of disappointment, but also a sense of relief that they do get a seat on the bus.
And just to confirm that point, I mean, would that be correct that even an employer who intends to ensure that their undocumented foreign national employee would be heading home in the interim period, then houses them, let's just call it an Airbnb for want of a better word, temporary housing, that would still not be allowed? Is that what you're saying?
That would not be allowed. It was also mentioned by the municipality, by the South African police as well, that if you are found housing, harboring, providing accommodation for somebody who is in the country illegally, who does not have the necessary documents to be in the country, then you would be, facing the harsh penalties, but also the might of the law.
Okay. And just the last thing on that issue. I mean, so much has happened like in the space of a week or two, like it's been with extreme haste, right? So let's say we all agree on the principle that undocumented foreign nationals need to head home, right? Which they're doing, right? Has there been a sense of, a stay of execution in terms of timelines? I mean, to lengthen the timelines from like immediate to say, we'll give you a month or we'll give you 2 months or 3 months before you actually can leave, or even 6 months?
Well, the understanding that we get from speaking to the various officials, from speaking to the eThekwini municipality, along with speaking to South Africans during the demonstrations that we've seen earlier this week, is that foreign nationals who are in the country without the necessary documents have been given enough time. We've seen foreign nationals that even we have spoken to as the SABC who say that they've been living in the country for more than 15 or 20 years, and they've had enough and sufficient time to get the necessary documents needed to be in the country legally. And the civil society groups that have been also calling for foreign nationals who are undocumented to leave say that they don't have a problem with foreign nationals. They have a problem with foreign nationals being in the country illegally. And that has been the distinction that they've been trying to draw. So they are saying that they've given you enough time. And the foreign nationals we've spoken to as well say that they are happy to come back to the country and they will commit to going back home and getting those necessary documents because many of them understand that they have been in the country illegally and they want to do things the right way the next time around.
And just the last thing on that, I mean, assuming that many of them may be sort of unskilled workers, I mean, what's the likelihood of them getting a work permit to get back into this country?
The likelihood of that is quite low. Many of those that we have spoken to are domestic workers. They're handymen. They're people who have really been doing work that involves them using their hands most of the time, working in salons or making crafts. So it looks bleak